Priests secured a task. Ben Azai said before our Akiba in the name of our Joshua, it was offered in the order in which it had walked. 4. At third lot, the officer used to say, fresh priests come and draw lots for the incense, and at the fourth lot, fresh priests and old, who will take up the members from the altar, ramp to the altar. 5. The daily whole offering was offered by 9, 10, 11, or 12 priests, never more and never less. Thus it was itself offered by 9, at the Feast of Tabernacles. 1 held in his hand the flagon of water. 1, and so they were 10. In the afternoon, it was offered, by 11, the daily whole offering, itself by 9, while 2 held in their hands the 2 faggots of wood. 2 on the Sabbath, it was offered, by 11, itself by 9, while Woe held in their hands the 2 dishes of frankincense for the showbread. 3. ND on a Sabbath that fell during the Feast of Tabernacles, another held in his hand the flagon of water. 6. A ram was offered by 11, the flesh by 5, and the inwards, the tine flour, and the wine by 2 each. 4. 7. A bullock was offered by 24, the head and the right hind leg, the head by 1 and the hind leg by 2, the rump and the left hind leg, the rump by 2 and the hind leg by 2, the breast and the neck, the breast by 1 and the neck by 3, the 2 forelegs by 2, the 2 flanks by 2, the inwards, the fine flour, and the wine by 3 each. This applies to offerings of the congregation, but in private offerings 1 priest, that is minded to offer, may offer, all, for the flaying and the dismembering of both. The offerings of the congregation and private offerings like rules apply. 3. 1. The officer said to them, Go and see if the time is come for slaughtering. If it was come, he that perceived it said, It is daylight. Matthew Abi Samuel 5 used to say, He that perceived it said, The whole east is alight, as far as Hebron, and he answered, Yea. 2. And why was this required of them? Because once when the light of the moon arose they thought that it was the dawn and slaughtered the daily whole offering, and they had to take it away to the place of burning. 6. They led the high priest down to the place of immersion. 7. This was the rule in the temple. Whosoever covered his feet must immerse himself, and whosoever made water must sanctify his hands and his feet. 3. None may enter the temple court for an act of the temple service, even though he is clean, until he has immersed himself. On this day the high priest 5 times immerses himself, and 10 times he sanctifies his hands and his feet, each time, excepting this alone, in the temple by the parwa chamber. 8. 4. They spread a linen sheet between him and the people. He stripped off his clothes, went down and immersed himself, came up and dried himself. They brought him raiments of gold, and he put them on and sanctified his hands and his feet. They brought to him the daily whole offering. He made the incision. 9. And another completed the slaughtering on his behalf, and he received the blood and tossed it. 10. He went inside to burn the morning incense and to trim the lamps, and he then went to offer the suck. 4. 2. To replenish the altar fire. J-Lev 24 Num 15 5 Shek 5, Tam 3 cf, Pes 85, 9 7 cf, Tam 1. Mid 5 J, see below. 3. Slit the windpipe and gullet, see hull 1. Head and the members of the daily whole offering, and the bacon cakes and the wine. 5. The morning incense was offered between the tossing of the blood and the burning of the members. The afternoon incense between the burning of the members and the drink offerings. 1. If the high priest was aged or infirm, they prepared for him hot water, which they poured into the coal to abate its coldness. 6. They brought him to the parwa chamber, which stood in holy ground. 2. They spread a linen sheet between him and the people. He sanctified his hands and his feet and stripped off his clothes. Our Meir says, he first stripped off his clothes and afterward sanctified his hands and his feet. He went down and immersed himself, came up and dried himself. They brought him white garments. He put them on and sanctified his hands and his feet. 7. In the morning he was clothed in Pelusium linen worth 12 minas. 3. And in the afternoon in Indian linen worth 800 zuz. So our Meir. But the sages say, in the morning he wore vestments worth 18 minas, and in the afternoon, vestments worth 12 minas. 30 minas in all. These were at the charges of the congregation. 5. And if he was minded to spend more, he could do so at his own charges. 8. He came to his 6th bullock, and his bullock was standing between the porch and the altar, its head to the south and its face to the west. 7. And he set both his hands upon it and made confession, and thus used he to say, O God, I have committed iniquity, transgressed, and sinned before thee, I and my house. O God, forgive the iniquities and transgressions and sins which I have committed and transgressed and sinned before thee, I and my house, as it is written in the law of thy servant Moses. For on this day shall atonement be made for you to cleanse you from all your sins. Shall ye be clean before the Lord's? And they answered after him, Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. 9. He came to the east, to the north of the altar, with the prefect 10 on his right and the chief of the father's house on his left, and 2 he-goats 12. Were there, and there also was a casket in which were 2 lots. They were of boxwood, but Ben-Gamla made some of gold, and his memory was kept in honor. 10. Ben-Kadin made 12 stopcocks for the laver 13 which before had but 2. And he also made a device 14 for the laver that its water should not be rendered unfit by remaining overnight. 15 King Monabaz 16 made of gold 1x30 i.e. within the temple court. It lay south of the court of the priests. 3 Ap 2, A4 Ap 2, A5 variant, so much he used to receive from the temple fund. 6 C Lev T6, the second bullock, see below. 7, was one of the additional offerings num 29 feet. 7 It stood north to south, with its head twisted to the west to face the sanctuary. Lev 16s. The final word Lord was pronounced by the high priest as it was written and not, as usually, by a reverential pseudonym or alternative divine name such as Adonai. On hearing God's name expressly pronounced, see below. 6. Cf. Tam 2, of the second in rank to the high priest and the chief officer of the temple. 11 The priests were divided into 24 courses, 1 krone 2,411 feet, each course coming up to the temple for 1 week's service. Each course was subdivided into fathers' houses, each serving 1 day out of the 7. Cf. Ton 2. 33 Lev 16. JX 31W, red diamonds card suit. Tam I. 313 What stands in a sacred vessel itself becomes holy, Zeb 9 feet, and any holy thing that remains overnight becomes invalid, unusable. Cf. Men 7. 16 King of Adibin shortly before the fall of Jerusalem. Cf. Josephus. And XXI Vive. All the handles for the vessels used on the Day of Atonement. His mother Helena once set a golden candlestick over the door of the sanctuary. She also made a golden tablet on which was written the paragraph of the suspected adulteress. 2 miracles had befallen the gates of Nicanor. 3 And his memory was kept in honor, and but the memory of these was kept in dishonor. They of the house of Garmu 4 would not teach any other how to prepare the showbread. They of the house of Aptinus 5 would not teach any other how to prepare the incense. Higras B. Levi 6 had a special art in singing, but he would not teach it to any other. Ben Kampzer 7 would not teach any other in his special craft of writing. Of the first it is written, the memory of the just is blessed. 8 And of these others it is written, but the name of the wicked shall rot. 4 He shook the casket and took up the 2 lots. On one was written, for the Lord, and on the other was written for Azazel. 10 The prefect was on his right and the chief of the father's house on his left. If the lot bearing the name came up in his right hand, the prefect would say to him, My lord high priest, raise thy right hand, and if it came up in his left hand, the chief of the father's house would say to him, My lord high priest, raise thy left hand. He put them on the 2 he-goats and said, A sin offering to the Lord. 11 Ishmael says, he needed not to say a sin offering, but only to the Lord. And they answered 12 after him, Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. 2 He bound a thread of crimson wool on the head of the scapegoat, and he turned it towards the way by which it was to be sent out, and on the he-goat that was to be slaughtered he bound a thread about its throat. He came to his bullock the second time. 13 Laid his 2 hands upon it, and made confession, and thus used he to say, O God, I have committed iniquity and transgressed and sinned before thee, I and my house and the children of Aaron, thy holy people. O God, forgive, I pray, the iniquities and transgressions and sins which I have committed and transgressed and sinned before thee, I and my house and the children of Aaron, thy holy people, as it is written in the law of thy servant Moses. For on this day shall atonement be made for you to cleanse you, from all your sins shall ye be clean before the Lord. 1 And they answered after him, Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. 3 He slaughtered the bullock, and received its blood in a basin, and he gave it to the one that should stir it up on the 4th terrace 5 of the sanctuary, so that it should not congeal. He took the fire pan and went up to the top of the altar, and he cleared the coals to this side and to that, and scooped out glowing cinders from below, and came down and set the fire pan on the fourth terrace in the temple court. Cf. Nos 32 Num 53 Shek 6 feet, Sot 1, Mid-I, Z1, -14. According to the Tosefta. 2. When the gates were being brought by sea from Alexandria, the ship was caught by a storm, and to lighten the ship they threw one of the gates overboard, and when they were about to throw the second, he said to them, "Throw me after it." The storm at once ceased, and when they landed at Jaffa, the other gate was found beneath the ship's keel. Red diamonds card suit. Spec 5 Shek 51, 6 Shek 51, 7 with 4 feathers between his 5 fingers. He could write a name of 4 different letters at the same time. Pravio, Ibid. 10 Levi 6, 1 pronouncing the divine name. See above. P 165, 0.9, 13 see above. 3, 4 Levi 6M. See above. P 165, N8, S or pavement. See mid 3. 4. Other days he used to scoop out the cinders with a fire pan of silver one and empty it into one of gold, but this day he scoops them out with the one of gold, in which also he brings in the cinders. Other days he used to scoop them out with one holding 4 cabs 2 and empty it into one holding 3 cabs, but this day he scoops them out with one holding 3 cabs, in which also he brings in the cinders. R. Jose says, other days he used to scoop them out with one holding a saya and empty it into one holding 3 cabs, but this day he scoops them out with one holding 3 cabs, in which also he brings in the cinders. Other days it was a heavy one, but this day a light one. Other days its handle was short, but this day long. Other days it was of yellow gold, but this day of red gold. So are Menachem. Other days he used to offer half a mina of incense, 3 in the morning and half a mina in the afternoon, but this day he adds also his 2 hands full. Other days it was of fine quality, but this day it is the finest of the fine. 5. Other days the priests went up on the east side of the altar, ramp 4, and came down on the west side, but this day the high priest goes up in the middle and comes down in the middle. R. Judah says, the high priest always goes up in the middle and comes down in the middle. Other days the high priest sanctified his hands and his feet in water from the laver, but this day from a golden jug. R. Judah says, the high priest always sanctified his hands and his feet from a golden jug. 6. Other days there were 4 wood stacks there, but this day 5. So R. Meir. R. Jose says, other days 3, but this day 4. R. Judah says, other days 2, but this day 3. 5. 1. They brought out to him the ladle and the fire pan, and he took his 2 hands full of incense, and put it in the ladle, which was large according to his largeness of hand, or small according to his smallness of hand, and such alone was the prescribed measure of the ladle. He took the fire pan in his right hand and the ladle in his left. He went through the sanctuary until he came to the space between the 2 curtains separating the sanctuary from the Holy of Holies, and there was a cubit space between them. R. Jose says, only 1 curtain was there, for it is written, and the veil shall divide for you between the holy place and the most holy. 6. The outer curtain was looped up on the south side and the inner one on the north side. 7. He went along between them until he reached the north side. When he reached the north, he turned round to the south and went on with the curtain on his left hand until he reached the ark. When he reached the ark, he put the fire pan between the 2 bars. 8. He heaped up the incense on the coals, and the whole place became filled with smoke. He came out by the way he went in, and in the outer space. 9. He prayed a short prayer, but he did not prolong his prayer lest he put Israel in terror. 2. After the ark was taken away, 10. A stone remained there from the time of the early prophets. 11. And it was called Shittiah.12. It was higher than the ground by 3 finger breadths. On this he used to put the fire pan. 3. He took the blood from him that was stirring it and entered again into the place where he had entered and stood again on the place whereon 1 cf. Tamai 4, 1 6 cabs make 1 saya ap 2, d, j ap 2, b. 4 see above. On the altar 6x26 7. The 2 curtains formed a corridor 1 cubit wide. Access from the sanctuary to the corridor was on the left side, and from the corridor to the Holy of Holies on the right, north. 8x25 The sanctuary. 16 C Shek 6:11 i.e. the time of David and Solomon. 12 lit. Foundation. He had stood and sprinkled the blood once upwards and 7 times downwards, not as though he had intended to sprinkle upwards or downwards, but as though he were wielding a whip, and thus used he to count, 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and live, 1 and 6, 1 and 7. He came out and put it on the golden stand in the sanctuary. 4. They brought him the he-goat. He slaughtered it and received its blood in a basin. He then entered, again, into the place wherein he had entered, and stood, again, on the place whereon he had stood, and sprinkled the blood, once upwards and 7 times downwards, not as though he had intended to sprinkle upwards or downwards, but as though he were wielding a whip, and thus used he to count, 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 5, 1 and 6, 1 and 7. He came out and put it on the second stand in the sanctuary. Our Judah says, only one stand was there. He took the blood of the bullock and set down, in its place, the blood of the he-goat, and, then, sprinkled the blood of the bullock, on the curtain outside, opposite the ark, once upwards and 7 times downwards, not as though he had intended to sprinkle upwards or downwards, but as though he were wielding a whip, and thus used he to count, 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 5, 1 and 6, 1 and 7. Then he took the blood of the he-goat and set down, in its place, the blood of the bullock, and, then sprinkled the blood of the he-goat, on the curtain outside, opposite the ark, once upwards and 7 times downwards, not as though he had intended to sprinkle upwards or downwards, but as though he were wielding a whip, and thus used he to count, 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 5, 1 and 6, 1 and 7. He emptied out the blood of the bullock into the blood of the he-goat and poured the contents of the full vessel into the empty one. 5. Then he went to the altar which is before the Lord. 1. That is the golden altar. 2. When he begins to sprinkle 3 downwards, where does he begin? From the northeast horn, then the northwest, then the southwest, then the northeast, where he begins the sprinkling of the outer altar. 4. There he completes the sprinkling of the inner altar. Our Eliezer says, he used to stand in the one place and sprinkle, and he sprinkled every horn from below upwards, excepting the horn before which he was standing, which he used to sprinkle from above downwards. 6. He then sprinkled the cleansed surface 5 of the altar 7 times and poured out the residue of the blood at the western base of the outer altar, and the residue of the blood sprinkled on the outer altar he poured out at the southern base. 6. Both mingled together in the channel 7 and flowed away into the brook Kidron, and it was sold to gardeners as manure, and the law of sacrilege 8 applied to it. 7. Every act of the high priest on the Day of Atonement here enumerated according to the prescribed order, if one act was done out of order. Lefi 6U2 X 3018. 2. Or purge from sin. The expression is taken from X29s. CRVMGZ 55 Lev. I61. So Bert and Tif. Yes. Others propose the back, i.e. the top, of the altar. Lev 47. 7 cf. Shek 4 Lev 5 inches cf. Mile 3. The mixed blood and water was sold for the benefit of the temple, hence it might not be used without payment. Before another act, it is as if it was not done at all. If he sprinkled the blood of the he-goat before the blood of the bullock, he must start anew and sprinkle the blood of the he-goat after the blood of the bullock, and if the blood was poured away before the high priest had finished the sprinklings within the Holy of Holies, he must bring other blood and start anew and sprinkle afresh within the Holy of Holies. So, 2. In what concerns the sanctuary and the golden altar, since they are each a separate act of atonement, our Eliezer and our Simeon say, at the place where he broke off there he begins again. 6x The 2 he-goats of the Day of Atonement should be alike in appearance, in size, and in value, and have been bought at the same time. 2 Yet even if they are not alike they are valid, and if one was bought one day, and the other on the morrow they are valid. If one of them died before the lot was cast, a fellow may be bought for the other, but if after the lot was cast, another pair must be brought and the lots cast over them anew. And if that cast for the Lord died, he too should say, let this on which the lot for the Lord has fallen stand in its stead, and if that cast for Azazel died, he should say, let this on which the lot for Azazel has fallen stand in its stead, the other is left to pasture until it suffers a blemish. 3 When it must be sold and its value falls to the temple fund, for the sin offering of the congregation may not be left to die, 4 R Judah says, it is left to die. Moreover R Judah said, if the blood was poured away the scapegoat is left to die. If the scapegoat died the blood is poured away. 2. He then came to the scapegoat and laid his 2 hands upon it and made confession. And thus used he to say, O God, thy people, the house of Israel, have committed iniquity, transgressed, and sinned before thee. O God, forgive, 1 Pray, the iniquities and transgressions and sins which thy people, the house of Israel, have committed and transgressed and sinned before thee, as it is written in the law of thy servant Moses. For on this day shall atonement be made for you to cleanse you from all your sins. Shall ye be clean before the Lord? And when the priests and the people which stood in the temple court heard the expressed name 6 come forth from the mouth of the high priest, they used to kneel and bow themselves and fall down on their faces and say, Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom forever and ever. 3. They delivered it to him that should lead it away. All were eligible to lead it away, but the priest 7 had established the custom not to suffer an Israelite 8 to lead it away. R. Jose said, it once happened that Arsala of Siphoris led it away and he was an Israelite. 4. And they made a causeway 9 for it because of the Babylonians 10 who used to pull its hair, crying to it, Bear our sins, and be gone, bear our sins, and be gone. Certain of the eminent folk of Jerusalem used to go with him to the first booth. There were 10 booths from Jerusalem to the ravine 1 which was at a distance of 90 ris, which measure 7.5 to the mile 5. At every booth they used to say to him, Here is food, here is water, and they went with him from that booth to the next booth, but not from ICF. -14 The high priest 3 Lev 221 4 CTAM 4, and Levi 6 W 4 C above. 3. Cf. Sot 7 R variant, high priests. I.e. a non-priest. C Shek 4, Par 3, CP 509, and 2 II according to Mame. Psak, a place name, but see below, Par 6, and the last booth, for none used to go with him to the ravine, but they stood at a distance and beheld what he did. 6. What did he do? He divided the thread of crimson wool and tied 1/2 to the rock and the other half between its horns, and he pushed it from behind, and it went rolling down, and before it had reached half the way down the hill it was broken in pieces. He returned and sat down beneath the last booth until nightfall. And from what time does it render his garments unclean? 1 After he has gone outside the wall of Jerusalem. R. Simeon says, from the moment that he pushes it into the ravine. 7. The high priest came to the bullock and the he-goat which were to be burned. 2. He cut them open and took away the sacrificial portions. 3. And put them on a dish and burnt them upon the altar. He twisted the limbs of the beasts around carrying poles. 4. And brought them out to the place of burning. And from what time do they render garments unclean? 5. After they have gone outside the wall of the temple court. R. Simeon says, when the fire has caught a hold on the greater part of them. 8. They said to the high priest, the he-goat has reached the wilderness. And whence did they know that the he-goat had reached the wilderness? They used to set up sentinel posts, and from these towels were waved, and so they would know that the he-goat had reached the wilderness. R. Judah said, and had they not a most manifest sign? From Jerusalem to Beth Hororo 6 was 3 miles. They could walk a mile, return a mile, wait time enough to go a mile, and then they would know that the he-goat had reached the wilderness. R. Ishmael says, had they not another sign? Also, a thread of crimson wool was tied to the door of the sanctuary, and when the he-goat reached the wilderness the thread turned white, for it is written, though your sins be as scarlet they shall be as white as snow. 7:7. 1. Then the high priest came 8 to read. If he was minded to read in the linen garments he could do so, otherwise he would read in his own white vestment. The 9 minister of the synagogue used to take a scroll of the law and give it to the chief of the synagogue, and the chief of the synagogue gave it to the prefect, and the prefect gave it to the high priest, and the high priest received it standing and read it standing, and he read after the death. 0 And howbeit on the 10th day. And then he used to roll up the scroll of the law and put it in his bosom. 12 And say, more is written here than I have read out before you. And on the 10th. 3 Which is in the book of Numbers, he recited by heart. Thereupon he pronounced 8 benedictions, for the law, for the temple service, for the thanksgiving, for the forgiveness of sin, and for the temple separately, and for the Israelites separately, and for the priests separately, and for the rest a general prayer. 14. 2. He that can see the high priest when he reads cannot see the bullock and the he-goat that are being burned, and he that can see the bullock and the he-goat goat that are being burnt cannot see the high priest when he, lev 16 inches, lev 16 inches 3, lev 4 cf, z12, lev 16 inches. 0 variants, Hidudo, Horon, cf, Noob, p45, perhaps Wadi al-Had, near Bethany 7 is aisle to the court of the women cp 589, n11. 9 repeated in Sot 77, 10 lev 16, lev 23, 12 under his arm, tif, yis, in its case, JQRV, 1915, p214, num 29. 14 of these 8, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th correspond with the 17th, 18th, and 6th in the modern form of the 18 benedictions, CJB's I 271. Reads, not that it was not permitted, but because the distance apart was great and both acts were performed at the same time. 3. If he read in the linen vestments, he, afterward, sanctified his hands and his feet, stripped off his clothes, went down and immersed himself, and came up and dried himself. They brought to him the vestments of gold. And he put them on and sanctified his hands and his feet and went out and offered his ram 1 and the ram of the people and the 7 unblemished lambs of a year old. 2. So our Eliezer, our Akiba says, they offered these with the morning daily whole offering, and the bullock for the whole offering. And the he-goat that is offered outside. 3 were offered with the afternoon daily whole offering. 4. He then sanctified his hands and his feet, stripped off his clothes, went down and immersed himself, and came up and dried himself. They brought to him the white vestments, and he put them on and sanctified his hands and his feet. He then went in to bring out the ladle and the fire pan. He sanctified his hands and his feet, stripped off his clothes, went down and immersed himself, came up and dried himself, and they brought to him the golden vestments, and he put them on and sanctified his hands and his feet. And went in to burn the afternoon incense 4 and trim the lamps as he sanctified his hands and his feet and stripped off his clothes. Then they brought him his own raiment and he put it on, and they went with him to his house. And he made a feast for his friends for that he was come forth safely from the sanctuary. 6:5. The high priest ministers in 8 pieces of raiment, and a common priest in 4, in tunic, drawers, turban, and girdle. To these the high priest adds the breastplate, the apron, the upper garment, and the frontlet. In these were the Urim and Thummim. 7 inquired of, and they were not inquired of for a common person. 8 but only for the king, for the court, or for one of whom the congregation had need. 9:8. 1. On the Day of Atonement, eating, drinking, washing, anointing, putting on sandals, and marital intercourse are forbidden. A king or a bride may wash their faces and a woman after childbirth may put on sandals. So are Eliezer, but the sages forbid it too. If a man ate a large date's bulb, 10 the like of it together with its stone, or if he drank a mouthful, he is culpable. Any foods may be included together to make up the date's bulb, and any liquids may be included together to make up the mouthful. What a man eats and what he drinks may not be included together. 3. If he both ate and drank in a single act of forgetfulness. 12 he is liable to 1 sin offering only. If he ate and also performed an act of work, he is liable to 2 sin offerings. If he ate foods which are not fit for eating or drank liquids which are not fit for drinking, or even if he drank brine or fish brine. 13 he is not culpable. Lev. 16:2 num 29 num 29u. Its blood was sprinkled only on the outer altar, as opposed to that of the he-goat mentioned in 5 red diamonds card suit. X30 SX 27 inches. 6 some texts omit from the sanctuary TX 28 inches. Some texts omit for a common person. Cf. Mac. 2 feet 10 cf. Kelild. A quantity equal to a large date from which the stone has not been taken. 11 he is punishable by extirpation. Lev 23. If he transgressed wantonly, and if in error he is liable to a sin offering. Lev 4.11 that it was the Day of Atonement. Cf. Shab 7. Both were liquids in which fish were pickled. Cf. Teran. Ned. 64. Azar 2. Mikl 7. 4. They do not cause children to fast on the Day of Atonement, but they should exercise them therein 1 year or 2 years before they are of age. 1 that they may become versed in the commandments. 5. If a pregnant woman smelled food and craved after it, they may give her food until she recovers herself. He that is sick may be given food at the word of skilled persons, and if no skilled persons are there, he may be given food at his own wish, until he says, enough. 6. If ravenous hunger 1 seized a man he may be given even unclean things to eat until his eyes are enlightened. 3. If a mad dog bit him, he may not be given the lobe of its liver to eat, but our Matithi Abi Haresh permits it. Moreover, our Matithi Abi Haresh said, if a man has a pain in his throat, they may drop medicine into his mouth on the Sabbath, since there is doubt whether life is in danger, and whenever there is doubt whether life is in danger, this overrides the Sabbath. 7. If a building fell down upon a man and there is doubt whether he is there or not, or whether he is alive or dead, or whether he is a Gentile or an Israelite, they may clear away the ruin from above him. If they find him alive, they may clear it away, still more, from above him, but if dead, they leave him. 8. The sin offering 4 and the unconditional guilt offering 5 effect atonement. Death and the Day of Atonement effect atonement if there is repentance. Repentance affects atonement for lesser transgressions against both positive and negative commands in the law, while for graver transgressions it suspends punishment until the Day of Atonement comes and affects atonement. 9. If a man said, I will sin and repent, and sin again and repent, he will be given no chance to repent. If he said, I will sin and the Day of Atonement will effect atonement, then the Day of Atonement affects no atonement. For transgressions that are between man and God, the Day of Atonement affects atonement, but for transgressions that are between a man and his fellow, the Day of Atonement affects atonement only if he has appeased his fellow. This did our Eliezer B. Azariah expound. From all your sins shall ye be clean before the Lord. 6. For transgressions that are between man and God, the Day of Atonement affects atonement, but for transgressions that are between a man and his fellow, the Day of Atonement affects atonement only if he has appeased his fellow. Our Akiba said, Blessed are ye, O Israel, before whom are ye made clean, and who makes you clean? Your Father in heaven, as it is written, and one will sprinkle clean water upon you and ye shall be clean. 7. And again it says, O Lord the Hope, Mikveh, 8 of Israel. 9. As the Mikveh cleanses the unclean, so does the Holy One, blessed be he, cleanse Israel. Sukkah 10. The Feast of Tabernacles. I1. If a sukkah is more than 20 cubits high, it is not valid. Our Judah declares it valid. And if it is not 10 handbreadths high or has not 13 years for above, 12 for a girl Bav Zeus, Bulami, or hunger. 1 Sam 14. Lev s prescribed in Lev 5 inches. 6. As opposed to the suspensive or conditional guilt offering Lev 6 Lev I 6 inches 7 Ezek 36. A. Play upon words. Mikto means also the immersion pool. See Tractate Mikveh Oath. Prescribed for the cleansing of those who contract uncleanness 9 Jer 17 inches 10 The booth set up at the Feast of Tabernacles in fulfillment of Lev 23 inches. Ye shall dwell sides, or if what is unshaded is more than what is shaded, it is not valid. The school of Shammai declare an old sukkah invalid, and the school of Hillel declare it valid. And what is deemed an old sukkah? Any that was made 30 days before the feast. But if it was made for the sake of the feast, even at the beginning of the year, 1 It is valid. 2. If a man built his sukkah under a tree, it is as though he had built it within a house. 2 If one sukkah was built above another, the upper one is valid but the lower invalid. Our Judah says, if there were no occupants in the upper one, the lower is valid. 3. If a man spread a sheet over it 3 because of the sun, or beneath it because of the droppings. 4 Or if he spread it over the frame of a 4-post bed, the sukkah is not valid, but he may spread it over the frame of a 2-post bed. 5 4. If he trained a vine or a gourd or ivy over it and spread proper sttma roofing over them, it is not valid. 6 But if the proper sukkah roofing exceeded them in quantity, or if he cut them, the sukkah is valid. This is the general rule. What is susceptible to uncleanness 7 or does not grow from the soil may 8 not serve as sukkah roofing, but what is not susceptible to uncleanness and grows from the soil may 9 serve as sukkah roofing. 5. Bundles of straw or bundles of wood or bundles of brushwood cannot serve as SOIMA roofing. 10 But if they are untied, they are valid, and all these things are valid for the sides of the sukkah. 6. Boards may be used for sukkah roofing, so our Judah, but our Meir forbids them. If a man put a board 4 handbreadths wide over the sukkah, it is valid provided that he does not sleep beneath it. 7. If there was a timber roofing that had no plastering. 12 Our Judah says, the school of Shammai say that it must be loosened and 1 beam removed between each 2, and the school of Hillel say, it may either be loosened or 1 beam removed between each 2. Our Meir says, 1 beam should be removed between each 2, but the roofing need not be loosened. 8. If a man used spits or the side pieces of a bed for the roof beams of his sukkah, and the space between them equals their own thickness, the sukkah is valid. If a man hollowed out space in a stack of grain to make a sukkah therein, it is no sukkah at all. 9. If the sides are suspended 13 from above and hang 3 handbreadths higher than the ground, the sukkah is not valid, but if the sides are built from below upwards and measure 10 handbreadths, 14, it is valid. In booths 7 days, all that are homeborn in Israel shall dwell in booths. Cf. Na 8. F. The feast began on the 15th of Tishri, and the dwelling in booths was obligatory throughout 7 days. The 8th day was also to be observed as a festival day. Lev 23 inches. Ye shall do no servile work. 1. The new year begins only 15 days earlier, on the 1st of Tishri. The phrase must be intended to mean many months before. The branches of the tree are not a valid roofing. See below. N 6. 3. The roofing, such as leaves from the branches that constitute the roofing s over the 4 posts, it would form a roof, but not so over 2 posts only. 0. Since what is still growing out of the soil is not valid. 7. Food, utensils, and woven stuff. See Tractate Kelim, Passim, bones, hides, mineral matter, straw, brushwood, and the like. 10. They would not have been set there solely for the sake of the sukkah, but only to be left to dry. 11. Which are forbidden, under the above rules, for the roofing. 13. And it was proposed to use the space below as a sukkah. 13. The references to the use of some woven material as the sides of the sukkah. Use some texts omit from the ground. R. Jose says, as from below upwards the height of the side need be but 10 handbreadths, so from the top downwards there need be but 10 handbreadths. 1. If the roofing is 3 handbreadths distant 2 from the sides, the sukkah is not valid. I.O. If Datsu and TFA roofing was put over the gaps in the roof of a damaged house 3 and there was a space 4 of 4 cubits between the wall and the sukkah roofing, it is not valid. So, 2. With a courtyard surrounded by a peristyle. 5. If the roofing 6 of a large sukkah was surrounded with material which may not be used for sukkah roof RG, and there was a space of 4 cubits below it, the sukkah is not valid. And if a man made a sukkah like a cone-shaped hut, or propped it up against a wall, R. Eliezer declares it invalid, since it has no roof, but the sages declare it valid. A large reed mat 7 that has been made for lying upon is susceptible to uncleanness and may not be used for a sukkah roofing. If it was made for sukkah roofing, it may be used for sukkah roofing and it is not susceptible to uncleanness. R. Eliezer says, it is all 1 whether the reed mat is large or small. If it was made for lying upon, it is susceptible to uncleanness and may not be used for sukkah roofing. But if it was made for sukkah roofing, it may be used for sukkah roofing and it is not susceptible to uncleanness. 2. If a man slept under a bed in the sukkah, he has not fulfilled his obligation. 8. R. Judah said, it was our custom to sleep under the bed in the presence of the elders, and they said not to us. R. Simeon said, Tabi, the slave of Rabban Gamaliel, once slept under the bed, and Rabban Gamaliel said to the elders, Ye have seen Tabi, my slave, that he is a learned scholar, and knows that slaves are exempt 9 from the law of the sukkah, and so he sleeps under the bed. So, incidentally, we learn that if a man slept under a bed, he has not fulfilled his duty. 2. If a man propped up his sukkah with the legs of a bed, it is valid. R. Judah says, if it cannot stand of itself, it is not valid. If the roofing of a sukkah is loosely fashioned 10 yet what is shaded is more than what is unshaded, it is valid. If the roofing is close-knit, like that over a house, it is valid, even though the stars cannot be seen through it. 3. If a man built his sukkah on the top of a wagon or on the deck of a ship, it is valid, and they may go up into it on a festival day. 11. If he built it on the top of a tree or on the back of a camel, it is valid, but none may go up into it on a festival day. If 2 sides of the sukkah were a tree and one was made by men's hands, or if 2 were made by men's hands and one was a tree, the sukkah is valid, but they may not go up 12 into it on a festival day. If 3 sides were made by men's hands and one was a tree, it is valid and they may go up into it on a festival day. This is the general rule. If the sukkah could stand of itself, if the one, even though the lower edge of the wall is more than 3 handbreadths from the ground, 2 measuring horizontally. 2 is often in the Mishnah. House has the sense of a single chamber on the ground floor, 4 still served by the remains of the original roof. Thus leaving only the center of the courtyard open to the sky. 6 of valid material and of the prescribed extent, namely, 7 handbreadths square. 2 cf. Kel 17 inches. Zo. It would be a booth within a booth. Mame see below. 2 10 or ill arranged. 1 see bets. 5. 12. Since the booths were often built on the flat roofs of houses, the term go up is commonly used for enter. Cf. 4. Tree was taken away, it is valid, and they may go up into it on a festival day. 4. If a man built his sukkah between trees and the trees formed its sides, it is valid. They that are sent forth on a pious duty are exempt from the law of the sukkah. The sick and they that attend on them are exempt. Men may eat and drink at haphazard outside the sukkah. 5. Once when they brought cooked food to Rabban Johanan b Zakkai to taste and 2 dates and a pail of water to Rabban Gamaliel, they said, bring them up to the sukkah. 1 And once, when they gave our Zadok less than an egg's bulk of food, he took it in a towel and ate it outside the sukkah and did not say the benediction after it. 3:6. Our Eliezer said, a man is bound to eat 14 meals in the sukkah, 1 each day and 1 each night. But the sages say, there is no prescribed number save that he must eat within the sukkah, on the night of the first festival day of the feast. Moreover, our Eliezer said, if a man has not eaten a meal in the sukkah, on the night of the first festival day, he must fulfill the lack on the night of the last festival day. But the sages say, the lack cannot be fulfilled, for it is written, that which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be reckoned. 7. If a man's head and the greater part of his body are within the sukkah, but his table is within the house, the school of Shammai declare it invalid, and the school of Hillel declare it valid. The school of Hillel said to the school of Shammai, did not the elders of the school of Shammai and the elders of the school of Hillel once go to visit Rs Johanan bs Haharoni, and find him sitting with his head and the greater part of his body within the sukkah while his table was within the house? 6. The school of Shammai answered, is there proof from that? But they indeed said to him, if such has been thy custom, thou hast never in thy life fulfilled the law of the sukkah. 8. Women, slaves, and minors are exempt from the law of the sukkah, but a minor that no more needs his mother must fulfill the law of the sukkah. The daughter-in-law of Shammai the elder once bore a child during the feast, and he broke away some of the roof plaster and made a sukkah roofing over the bed for the sake of the child. 9. Throughout the 7 days of the feast, a man must make his sukkah a regular abode and his house a chance abode. If rain fell, when may he empty out the sukkah? When the porridge would spoil. They propounded a parable. To what can it be compared? To a slave who came to fill the cup for his master, and he poured the pitcher over his 7 face. 3. 1. If a palm branch was got by robbery, ate or was withered, it is not valid. 1. They would not eat and drink even haphazard outside the booth, because he had not washed his hands, even though this was not necessary for less than an egg's bulk of food. 3. Implying that the benediction after food was, on the ground of Dut 81, called for only if thou shalt eat and be full. Cf. also Ber 7. Red Diamonds Card Suit. Eccles IU. S. Some texts omit Rabbi and B. Son of 6. Some texts add, and they said not to him are the slaves. At the Feast of Tabernacles, rain is a sign of God's anger. Tanai 1. The slave, Israel, would perform his duties, the observance of the divinely ordained feasts and living in booths, but his master, God, only shows his displeasure. Lev 23 inches is interreated. Ye shall take only of what is yours, the palm branch, myrtle branch, and willow branch discussed in this and the following paragraphs constitute the lulb. See App I-20, which, with the citron, see below. 3. Must be carried during the feast. If it came from an Asherah 1 or from an apostate city. 2. It is not valid. If its tip was broken OTF or if its leaves were split, it is not valid. If its leaves were spread apart, it is valid. R. Judah says, it may be tied up at the end. The thorn palms of the iron mount 5 are valid. A palm branch 3 handbreadths in length, long enough to shake, is valid. 2. If a myrtle branch was got by robbery or was withered, it is not valid. If it came from an Asherah or from an apostate city, it is not valid. If its tip was broken off or if its leaves were severed or if its berries were more numerous than its leaves, it is not valid. If a man lessened the number of berries, it is valid, but he may not lessen them on a festival day. 3. If a willow branch was got by robbery or was withered, it is not valid. If it came from an Asherah or from an apostate city, it is not valid. If its tip was broken off or if its leaves were severed, or if it was a mountain willow, it is not valid. If it was shriveled or had lost some of its leaves, or had grown in a field, 4. It is valid. 4. R. Ishmael says, 3 myrtle branches are needful, 5 and 2 willow branches and 1 palm branch and 1 citron. 6. But even if 2 of the myrtle branches have their tips broken off while one has not, they are valid. R. Tarfon says, even if all the three have their tips broken off. R. Akiba says, like as one palm branch and one citron are alone needful, so also but one myrtle branch and one willow branch are needful. 5. If a citron ras got by robbery or was withered, it is not valid. If it came from an Asherah or from an apostate city, it is not valid. If it was orla fruit 7 or unclean heave offering, 8 it is not valid. If it was clean heave offering it should not be carried, but if it is carried it is valid. If it was produce the school of Shammai declare it invalid, but the school of Hillel declare it valid. If it was second tithe 10 it should not be carried even in Jerusalem, but if it is carried it is valid. 6. If the larger part of the citron was covered with scars, if its nipple was gone, if it was peeled, split, or had a hole and lacked whatsoever, it is not valid. If the smaller part of it was covered with scars, if its stalk was gone, or if it had a hole yet lacked whatsoever, it is valid. A dark-colored citron is not valid. A citron green like a leek our Meir declares valid and our Judah declares it invalid. 7. The smallest size for the citron, according to our Meir, is that of a walnut. Our Judah says, that of an egg. The largest size is such that 2 can be held in one hand. So our Judah. But our Jose says, even one, that can only be held in the 2 hands. 8. The lulab may 12th only be bound up with strands of like species. So our Judah. But our Meir says, it may be bound up, even with a cord. Our Meir said, the men of Jerusalem used to bind up their lulab with threads of goyd. They answered, but below these, they bound it up with strands of like species. A tree worshipped by the heathen. Dute 12 feet. Dute 13 inches. A hill near Jerusalem red diamonds card suit. And not by a brook. Lev 23. The word rendered field denotes unirrigated land. CP 41. And 3s to be tied up together to make up the lulab which combines the 3 species of branches prescribed in Lev 23 inches. This represents the fruit of goodly trees. Lev 23, Ap I 32, C Teruma, Ap I 48, Ap I 6, 10 CP 73, and 6. Lit. Cushite, Ethiopian 11 lit palm branch, but here denoting the bunch of palm, myrtle, and willow branches. 9. And where do they shake the lulab? At the beginning and the end of the psalm. O give thanks unto the Lord. 1 And it save not. We beseech thee, O Lord. 1 So the school of Hillel, the school of Shammai say, also it O Lord, we beseech thee, send now prosperity. 3 Our Akiba said, I once watched Rabban Gamaliel and our Joshua, and while all the people were shaking their lulabs, they shook them only at save now, we beseech thee, O Lord. If a man was on a journey and could not carry the lulab, when he returns home he must carry it even, if he only remembered it, while at table. If he had not carried it in the morning he must carry it in the afternoon, for the whole day. 4 is valid for carrying the lulab. 10. If a slave, a woman, or a minor recited the Hallel, 5 to him he must repeat after them what they say, and let it be a curse to him. 6 If one that was of age recited it to him he responds only with Hallelujah. 7:1:1, where the custom is to repeat. 6 They repeat, where the custom is to say it once only, they say it once only, where the custom is to say the benediction after it. 6 They say the benediction after it. All should follow local use. If a man bought a lulab from his fellow during the 7th year he must give him a citron as a gift, for he is not permitted to buy it during the 7th year. 10:12 Before time the lulab was carried 7 days in the temple, but in the provinces 1 day only. After 11 the temple was destroyed. Rabban Johanan B. Zakkai ordained that in the provinces it should be carried 7 days in memory of the temple. Also, he ordained that on the whole of the day of waving 12 it should be forbidden to eat of new produce. 13:13 If the first festival day of the feast falls on a Sabbath all the people bring their lulabs to the synagogue on the day before. The next day they come early and each man discerns his own lulab and carries it, for the sages have said, none can fulfill his obligation on the first festival day of the feast with his fellow's lulab, but on other days of the feast a man may fulfill his obligation with his fellow's lulab. 14. Our Jose says, if the first festival day of the feast fell on a Sabbath and a man forgot and brought out the lulab into the public domain, he is not culpable since he brought it out with intent to fulfill a licit act. 14. 15. A woman may take it out of the hand of her son or out of the hand of her husband and put it back in water on the Sabbath. Our Judah says, on a Sabbath it may be put back, in the same water. On a festival day, water may be added, and during mid-festival, the water may be changed. If a boy that is not of age 15 knows how to shake it, he must carry the lulab. 16:4. 1. The rights of the lulab and the willow branch. 17. Continue. 6:1 Ps 118. CSS. Tabernacles. P98. 1 Ps are 8 inches 3 Ps. But not the night. SPSS 113 118. C5. 5. Tabernacles. P96 FF0 that he has not learnt to read 7 at the end of every verse. CF. Sot 5. 8 The last 9 verses of Ps 118. 0 The benediction before the Hallel. CSS. Tabernacles. P90. Is obligatory. For the form of the concluding benediction see opposite. P99. Bottom. 10 Lev. CF Shebi 711 RSH 4 feet. Men IO. Second day of Passover. Lev 23 inches 13 reaped that spring and first permitted for use after waving of the sheaf on the 16th of Nisan, but Rabban Johanan forbade it until the day following. Or, a meritorious act, not yet aged 13-16 cf above. 2t The priests used to go in procession around the altar on the days of the feast bearing willow branches. J 349. And sometimes 7 days, the Hallel 1 and the rejoicing. 2 8 days, the Sukkah and the water libation. 3 7 days, the flute playing. 4 sometimes 5 and sometimes 6 days. 2. The rights of the lulab 7 days. Thus if the first festival day of the feast fell on a Sabbath, the lulab is carried 7 days, but if it fell on any other day, it is carried 6 days only. 5 3. The willow branch 7 days. Thus if the 7th day of the rights of the willow branch fell on a Sabbath, the rights of the willow branch continue 7 days, but if it fell on any other day, 6 days only. 6 4. How was the rite of the lulab fulfilled? On the Sabbath. If the first festival day of the feast fell on a Sabbath, they brought their lulabs to the Temple Mount and the ministers took them and set them in order on the roof of the portico. 7 But the elders set theirs in a special chamber. The people were taught to say, whosoever gets possession of my lulab, let it be his as a gift. 8 The next day they came early and the ministers threw the lulabs down before them and the people snatched at them and beat each other. And when the court saw that they incurred danger, they ordained that every one could carry his lulab in his own home. 5. How was the rite of the willow branch fulfilled? There was a place below Jerusalem called Matzah. 9 Thither they went and cut themselves young willow branches. They came and set these up at the sides of the altar so that their tops were bent over the altar. They then blew on the shofar, a sustained, a quavering and another sustained blast. 10 Each day 11 They went in procession a single time around the altar, saying, Save now, we beseech thee, O Lord, we beseech thee, O Lord, send now prosperity. 12 Our Judah says 13 Ani Zoho save us we pray, Ani Waho save us we pray. But on that day 14 they went in procession 7 times around the altar. When 15 they departed, what did they say? Homage 16 To thee, O altar, homage to thee, O altar. Our Eliezer says, To the Lord and to thee, O altar, to the Lord and to thee, O altar. 6 As was the rite on a weekday, so was the rite on a Sabbath, save that they gathered the willow branches on the eve of the Sabbath and set them in gilded troughs that they might not wither. Our Johanan B. Baroka says, they used to bring palm tufts and beat them on the ground at the sides of the altar, and that day was called the day of beating the palm tufts. 7 Straightway 17 The children used to cast away their lulabs and eat their citrons. 1 See above. 3:11. 2 Dut 16 inches In the prescriptions for the observance of the Feast of Tabernacles says, And thou shalt rejoice in thy feast. 2 After the morning daily whole offering. See below. 4 See below. 51 4 Since the carrying of the lulab overrides the Sabbath only if the first festival day of the feast falls on a Sabbath. 4 The willow branch procession could override the Sabbath only on its most significant, the 7th day, when, see below. 4 They went 7 times around the altar. 7 cf. Shek 8 feet. Pes. Is. Gem 45 A disputes whether above the portico is meant or only on the seats beneath the portico where they would not be liable to wither. 8 cf. Above. 31. There, however, it speaks of a synagogue where confusion was less likely. Cf. 311. Got by robbery. Josh 18:10 CRSH 4. CF PES 5:11 for the first 6 days 11 Ps 118 inches. 13 Instead of the repeated we beseech thee, O Ikes, RD, Ana YHWH, which involves pronouncing the sacred name, they modify the sounds to M Toho, cf. Yom 6. 14 The seventh S. Some texts omit the rest of the paragraph. 14 Lit. Beauty. 17 The Hebrew may be rendered, so Rashi, they took away the lulabs from the children and ate their citrons. 8. The Ha'uel and the rejoicing, 8 days. This is to teach us that a man is bound to recite the Hallel and observe the rejoicing and give the honor, due to the feast, on the last festival. Day 1 of the feast as on all other days of the feast, the Sukkah. 7 days. Thus, after a man has finished eating, the last meal of the feast, 2 He should not pull down the Sukkah, but he should bring down to the contents thereof only in the afternoon and later, because of the honor due to the last festival day of the feast. 9. The water libation. 7 days. 4. What was the manner of this? They used to fill a golden flagon holding 3 logs 5 with water from Siloam. When they reached the water gate they blew, on the shofar, a sustained, a quavering and another sustained blast. The priest whose turn of duty it was, went up the altar, ramp 5 and turned to the right where were 2 silver bowls. R. Judah says, they were of plaster, but their appearance was darkened because of the wine. They had each a hole like to a narrow snout, one wide and the other narrow, so that both bowls emptied themselves together. 7 The bowl to the west was for water and that to the east was for wine. But if the flagon of water was emptied into the bowl for wine, or the flagon of wine into the bowl for water, that sufficed. R. Judah says, with 1 log they could perform the libations throughout 8 days. To the priest who performed the libation they used to say, lift up thine hand, for once a certain one poured the libation over his feet, and all the people threw their citrons at him. 8:10. As was the rite on a weekday so was the rite on a Sabbath, save that on the eve of the Sabbath they used to fill with water from Siloam a golden jar that had not been hallowed. 9 And put it in a special chamber. If it was upset or uncovered, they refilled it from the laver. 10 For wine or water which has been uncovered is invalid for the altar. 5. 1. The flute playing, sometimes 5 and sometimes 6 days. This is the flute playing at the Beth HaShubah. 12 Which overrides neither a Sabbath nor a festival day. They have said, he that never has seen the joy of the Beth HaShubah has never in his life seen joy too. At the close of the first festival day of the feast they went down. 13 To the court of the women. 14 Where they had made a great amendment. 15 There were golden candlesticks there with 4 golden bowls on the top of them and 4 ladders, 16 to each candlestick, and 4 youths of the priestly stock, and in their hands jars of oil holding 120 logs which they poured into all the bowls. 3. They made wicks from the worn-out drawers and girdles of the priests, and with them they set the candlesticks alight, and there was not one the 8th day. See Lev 23 M2 on the morning of the 7th day. 3 CFP 174, and 12. 4 Some texts omit 7 days s about 1.5 pints ap 2d6 c mid 3. 7 Wine flowing out more slowly than water. The incident is told by Josephus, and XM 13. 5. If it had been hallowed the water could not remain overnight. CP 165, and 16. Cf. Me 3 feet, x3 all, ACF. Tur 8:12 Texts varies between this reading and Beth HaShobah. The precise sense of the expression is uncertain. The root has the meaning to draw water. Cf. is 12. Therefore with joy shall ye draw water. The probable sense is the place, or the act, of the W8 or drawing. 13 From the court of the Israelites, which was 15 steps higher. 14 C mid 233 A special women's gallery mid 24. 16 According to the Talmud the candlesticks were 50 cubits high. 180 A courtyard in Jerusalem that did not reflect the light of the Beth HaShubah. 4 Men of piety and good works. 1 Used to dance before them with burning torches in their hands, singing songs and praises, and countless Levites played on harps, lyres, cymbals and trumpets and instruments of music. On the 15 steps leading down from the court of the Israelites to the court of the women, corresponding to the 15 songs of ascents in the Psalms, 2 Upon them the Levites used to stand with instruments of music and make melody. 2 Priests stood at the upper gate. 3 Which leads down from the court of the Israelites to the court of the women, with 2 trumpets in their hands. At cockcrow they blew a sustained, a quavering and another sustained blast. When they reached the 10th step they again blew a sustained, a quavering and another sustained blast. When they reached the court of the Wamenge they again blew a sustained, a quavering, and another sustained blast. They went on until they reached the gate that leads out to the east. When they reached the gate that leads out to the east, they turned their faces to the west and said, Our fathers when they were in this place turned with their backs toward the temple of the Lord and their faces toward the east, and they worshipped the sun toward the east. But as for us, our eyes are turned toward the Lord. Our Judah says, they used to repeat the words we are the Lord's, and our eyes are turned to the Lord. 5. They blew never less than 21 blasts 6 in the temple, in a day, and never more than 48. On all days they blew 21 blasts, 3 at the opening of the gates, 9 at the morning daily holy offering, and 9 at the evening daily whole offering, 7 at the additional offerings 8 they blew 9 more blasts. On the eve of Sabbath they used to blow 6 more blasts, 3 to cause the people to cease from work and 3 to mark the break between the sacred and the profane. 9 If, therefore, the eve of Sabbath fell within the week of the feast, they blew 48 blasts, 3 at the opening of the gates, 3 at the upper gate, 10 3 at the lower gate, 3 at the water drawing, 3 at the altar, 9 at the morning daily whole offering, 9 at the evening daily whole offering, 9 at the additional offerings, 3 to cause the people to cease from work, and 3 to mark the break between the sacred and the profane. 6. On the first festival day of the feast there were offered 13 bullocks, 2 rams and 1 he-goat. 12 There, still, remained the 14 he-lambs for the other 8 courses 13 of priests. On the first day 6 offered 2 each and the remaining 2 1 each. On the second day 14 The sense may be workers of miracles. Cf. Sot 91 and Bur 5 concerning Ar Hanina. B. Dosa 1 PSS 120-34, cf. Mid 2 S3 not that described by this name in Shek 6 feet, mid 2, but the Nicanor gate, CPR 66, and 3, 4 towards the temple building 5 Ezek HU. 4 i.e. 7 times repeating the series a sustained, a quavering and another sustained blast, Sek Tam 7 on Sabbaths, new moons and festival days. Exclamation mark. To mark the entering in of the Sabbath 15 Nicanor gate I that leads out to the east, 16 beasts which together with 14 he-lambs were prescribed, Numzo 13 feet, as additional offerings from the first to the 7th day of tabernacles. The number of bullocks was reduced by 1 each successive day. At the 3 feasts all the 24 courses of priests were present at the temple and shared equally in the offerings 14 there being 1 less bullock to offer. 1 of the 16 courses occupied the first day will now offer 1 of the 14 he-lambs, which, the first day, had been left to the remaining 8 courses, and on the third day there are 2 less bullocks, and 2 of the 16 courses will offer 2 of the 14 lambs, and on. Sukkah, 5, 3, Betza Yom Tov, 1 il 8 l5 offered 2 each and the rest 1 each. On the third day 4 offered 2 each and the rest 1 each. On the fourth day 3 offered 2 each and the rest 1 each. On the sixth day 1 offered 2 and the rest 1 each. On the seventh day 1 all were equal. On the 8th day they once again cast lots as at the other feasts. It was enjoined that whosoever offered bullocks the one day should not offer them on the morrow, but that they should offer them in turn. 7. 3 times 2 in the year all the courses of priests shared equally in the offerings prescribed for the feast and in the division of the showbread. 3 at Pentecost 4 they used to say to the priest, Here is unleavened bread for thee, here is leavened, the course of priests whose time of service was determined for that week. 5 offered the daily whole offerings, vow offerings, freewill offerings, and all other offerings of the congregation. It offered them all, on a festival day which fell next to a Sabbath, either before or after. All the courses of priests shared equally in the division of the showbread. 8. If a day intervened between a festival day and a Sabbath, the course of priests whose time of service was determined for that week, used to take 10 loaves, but they that delayed 0, in the temple, took 2. On other days of the year the incoming course of priests took 6, and the outgoing course took 6. Our Judah says, the incoming course took 7 and the outgoing course took 5. The incoming course divided the showbread to the north and the outgoing course divided it to the south. The course of Bilgah 7 always divided it to the south. 8 since their ring 5 was immovable and their wall, niche 10 blocked up. Yom Tov or Betzah 12. Festival days. 1 if an egg was laid on a festival day. The school of Shammai say 13 it may be eaten. 14 and the school of Hillel say, it may not be eaten. 15. There was one offering each. See Num 29. Fu. For 24 courses. 1 Passover, Pentecost, and Tabernacles 1 Lev 24 1. See Men NM. The 12 loaves were divided among the priests on the Sabbath, for if it fell on a Sabbath there was due to the priests both the 12 unleavened loaves of the showbread and the 2 leavened loaves, the bread of the first fruits, offered at Pentecost. Lev 231 feet whose preordained weekly course fell during the 7 days of the feast. They have the right to all offerings that are not specially prescribed for the feast. 6. After their week of service was completed 7 1 Crone 24 they had lost the usual rights belonging to the courses of priests. The reasons given, T. Suck 4 inches, are that Miriam, the daughter of one among their number, had married a Greek soldier and had denounced the priesthood, or that they had been so dilatory in their duty that the course of Jeshabib replaced them at the north side, at which they should have slaughtered mid 310, in which the priestly vestments were kept tam. 5. It was to the north of the Nicanor gate, on the Tat and 7th days of Passover, the TST and 8th days of Tabernacles, the day of Pentecost, and New Year's Day, all work is forbidden. See Lev 23. Whatever is forbidden on the Sabbath, see Shab 7 feet, is forbidden on a festival day except the prepara Shion of necessary food, x 12, and only such as is necessary for that day. Thus slaughtering, flaying, kneading, cooking, or baking are permissible, but what could equally well have been done the day before, reaping, threshing, grinding, sifting, or hunting, are forbidden. But these permissible acts require that preparation be made for them before the festival day. Objects needed must be set in readiness. Contrariwise, whatever was laid aside, without previous intention of use, may not be used on a festival day. This includes what was not previously in existence, e.g. an egg laid on a festival day, or what first became fit for use on the festival day, or what serves to the performance of some forbidden act, e.g. a needle, or the like. Lit. An egg. This alternative title is given to the tractate from its opening word UC Edu I 414. The same day, is until the day is over. School of Shammai say, an olive's bulk of leaven and a date's bulk of what is leavened. 1. And the school of Hillel say, an olive's bulk of either. 2. If 3. A man slaughtered a wild animal or a bird on a festival day, the school of Shammai say, he may dig with a mattock and cover up the blood. 4. And the school of Hillel say, he should not slaughter unless he had earth set in readiness, to cover up the blood, from the day before, but they agree that if he had slaughtered, he may dig with a mattock and cover up the blood. Moreover they agree, that the ashes of a stove may count as set in readiness. 3. The school of Shammai say, they may not remove a ladder from one dovecot to another's but only incline it from one opening to another, of the same dovecot, and the school of Hillel permit it. The school of Shammai say, a man may not take pigeons for slaughtering on a festival day, unless he stirred them up 6 the day before, and the school of Hillel say, he need only go up and say, this one and this one shall I take. 4. If he had bespoken black ones but found white, or white ones but found black, or 2 but found 3, they are forbidden. But if he had bespoken 3 but found 2, they are permitted. If he had bespoken birds within the nest and found them in front of the nest, they are forbidden. But if none save these were there, they are permitted. 5. The school of Shammai say, they may not take off cupboard doors 7 on a festival day, but the school of Hillel even permit them to be put back. The school of Shammai say, they may not lift up a pestle 8 to hack meat on it, and the school of Hillel permit it. The school of Shammai say, they may not put a hide before the treading place. 9. And they may lift one up only if there is an olive's bulk of flesh on it. 10. And the school of Hillel permit it. The school of Shammai say, they may not carry out a child or a lulab 11 or a scroll of the law into the public domain, and the school of Hillel permit it. 6. The school of Shammai say, they may not take dough offering 12 or priests dues 3 to the priest on a festival day, whether they were set apart on the day before or on the same day, and the school of Hillel permit it. The school of Shammai replied with an analogy. Dough offering and priests dues are a gift to the priest, and the heave offering 14 is a gift to the priest, as they may not bring heave offering, neither may they bring priests dues. The school of Hillel replied, no, as ye argue of heavy offering, which a man has not the right to set apart 15, on a festival day. Would ye also argue of priests dues, which a man has the right to set apart on a festival day? 16:7. The school of Shammai say, Spices may be pounded with the wood and may not be suffered to remain at Passover, referring to X 13 feet. 2. The Cambridge text adds, if a beast was born on a festival day they agree that it is permitted, but if a chicken was hatched from an egg they agree that it is forbidden. 3. Edu I 4 feet 4 Lev 1 712. C. Hull 61 inches. Cf. Big 2. S. To bring down the birds that are to be slaughtered. 4. Handled those which he proposed to eat the next day, to see if they were fat enough. 7. As transgressing the rule forbidding building and pulling down. Shab 7 generally used pounding grain. The rule against grinding would therefore apply to it. Asa doormat, since trampling on it constitutes the work necessary for preparing it for use. 10. Since only what is needful for necessary food may be carried about on a festival day. 11. Ap I 20. 2 Nam, comma lit, gifts. Dut 18. The shoulder, and the 2 cheeks, and the maw. See Hull I Alfal C Num 1811. 1-5 Since it is set apart in concluding the storing of the produce and counts as an act of work. 14 Since slaughtering is permitted. Pestle and salt in a cruse and with a wooden pot stirrer, and the school of Hillel say, spices may be pounded after their usual fashion with a stone pestle, and salt with a wooden pestle. 8. If a man picked out pulse on a festival day, the school of Shammai say, he must, forthwith, eat the edible parts as he picks them out, and the school of Hillel say, he may pick them out after his usual fashion, into his lap or into a basket or into a dish, but not onto a board or into a sifter or sieve. 1 Rabban Gamaliel says, he may even swill them and separate the husks. 9. The school of Shammai say, they may send only prepared portions too as gifts on a festival day, and the school of Hillel say, they may send cattle, wild animals or birds, whether alive or slaughtered, they may send wine, oil, flour, or pulse, but not grain. 3 But our Simeon permits grain. 4:10. They may send articles of apparel whether sewn up. 5 or not yet sewn up. 6 Even though there are diverse kinds of stuff, 7 in them, if they are to serve only the need of the feast. 8 But not a nailed sandal. 9 Or an unsewn shoe. 0 R Judah says, nor even a white shoe, since it requires a craftsman to blacken it. This is the general rule. Whatsoever a man can, forthwith, make use of may be sent, as a present, on a festival day. 2. 1. If a festival day fell on the eve of Sabbath, a man may not cook on the festival day food, intended, from the outset for the Sabbath, but he may cook food, intended solely, for the festival day, and if any is left over, it is left over for the Sabbath, or he may prepare a dish on the eve of the festival day and depend on it for the Sabbath. 11 The school of Shammai say, 2 dishes, and the school of Hillel say, 1 dish, but they agree that a fish covered with an egg counts as 2 dishes. If the dish intended for the Sabbath was eaten or lost, a man may not cook another anew in its stead, but if whatsoever of it remained, he may depend on that for the Sabbath too. If a festival day fell on the day after the Sabbath, the school of Shammai say, all that need it must be immersed on the day before the Sabbath, and the school of Hillel say, vessels must be immersed before the Sabbath, but men may immerse themselves on the Sabbath. 3. Howbeit they agree that, on a festival day, they may render unclean water clean by surface contact. 12 In a stone vessel, but they may not immerse it. 13 And that they may immerse vessels on a festival day, if they are to be changed from one use to another. 14 Or, at Passover, from one company to another one lest he appear to be preparing food for the next day, that must needs be consumed the same day. 3 Which would need to be ground red diamonds card suit. It may be cooked forthwith as ready as clothing, for they can be used as covering. 7 Do 22 inches. See Kill 9 feet degrees registered sign not as clothing but, e.g., as a tablecloth. Shab 6. 10 Which still needs craftsman's labor. 2 This is the rule known as Arab Tabskiyim amalgamation of cooking, by which, by a formal beginning of the cooking for Saturday on Thursday before sunset, the eve of Friday, when this is a festival day, the cooking for Saturday may be continued after sunset, i.e. on the festival day itself. 11 See Mikvah 6. Foodstuffs and liquids once unclean can never be rendered clean. The only exception is water. If this becomes unclean it is sufficient to dip a stone vessel containing the unclean water into clean water, and so soon as the two waters make contact, even by a hair's breadth, the unclean becomes clean. 1J Together with the containing vessel that is unclean. Cf. Hag. 2. cap e.g. if he had immersed them for heave offering and then determined to. 4. The school of Shammai say, they may bring peace offerings on a festival day, and not lay their hands thereon, but they may not bring whole offerings. 2. And the school of Hillel say, they may bring both a peace offering and whole offerings and lay their hands thereon. 5. The school of Shammai say, a man may not heat water ere his feet unless it is also such as could be drunk, and the school of Hillel permit it. A man may make a fire and warm himself before it. 6. In 3 things 3 Rabban Gamaliel gives the more stringent ruling following the opinion of the school of Shammai. Hot food may not be covered up on a festival day for the Sabbath. 4. Nor may a candlestick be put together. 5. On a festival day, nor may bread be baked into large loaves. 6. But only into thin cakes. Rabban Gamaliel said, never did my father's household bake bread into large loaves but only into thin cakes. They said to him, what shall we infer from thy father's household? Which applied the stringent ruling to themselves but the lenient ruling to Israel, so that they might bake the bread both in large loaves and thick cakes. 7. Moreover 7 he gave 3 opinions applying the more lenient ruling. They may sweep up between couches. 8 And put the spices. 5 On the fire on a festival day, and prepare a kid roasted whole on Passover night. 10 But these things the sages forbid. 8. 3 things did our Eleazar be Azariah permit and the sages forbid. A man's cow may go out on the Sabbath with the strap that is between its horns, and they may curry cattle on a festival day, and grind pepper in its proper mill. Our Judah says, they may not curry cattle on a festival day since it may cause a wheel, but they may comb them. And the sages say, they may neither curry them nor comb them. 9. Pepper mills are susceptible to uncleanness by virtue of falling within 3 categories of utensil: a utensil which has a receptacle. 12 A metal utensil. 13 And a utensil used for sifting. 14. 10. A child's cart is susceptible to muffra or uncleanness. 15 And it may be carried by hand on the Sabbath. 16 But it may not be dragged save over other articles. 17 Our Judah says, no articles may be dragged excepting a wagon, since this only presses the earth without breaking the surface. 3. 1. They may not catch fish from a vivarium on a festival day or put food before them, but they may catch wild animals and birds from a vivarium and put food before them. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, immerse them for something of a higher sanctity, e.g. flesh of animal offerings. He may do so on a festival day. So, 2. If he had immersed himself preparatory to joining one company to eat the Passover lamb, and then determined to join himself to another company who required a higher degree of sanctity, he may immerse himself again on the festival day itself. 1 Lev 3. Laying on of hands was done with the exertion of much pressure. Therefore, according to the school of Shammai, it was forbidden in virtue of the rabbinically ordained rules of Sabbath rest. Cf. Arab tens. See Hag 2. 1 Since these cannot count as necessary food as can peace offerings, which, except for their sacrificial portions, are consumed by their owners, free will offerings are here meant. 3 Edui 31:4 It counts as cooking for the Sabbath. See above. 21 It counts as building. Shab 7:6 It involves burdensome labor. Edui 3:8 In the eating hall. Cf. Verse 6:10 The sages forbid this, namely after the destruction of the temple, as seeming to eat of the Passover offering outside of Jerusalem. Cf. Pes 7 inches. 2 Edui 3. Cf. Shad 5:12 C. Kel Il 13 C. Kel 11:14 Cf. Kel 161. 174. 5 Ap I 26. As being an article used within a house, such as matting. Otherwise it breaks the surface of the ground, transgressing the rule. Shab 7. Against plowing. Not all vivaria are alike. This is the general rule. What must still be hunted is forbidden, but what needs not to be hunted is permitted. 2. If traps for wild animals, birds or fish were set on the eve of a festival day, what are caught may not be taken out on the festival day unless it is known that they were caught during the eve of the festival day. A Gentile once brought fish to Rabban Gamaliel. He said, they are permitted but I have no wish to accept them from him. 3. A beast at the point of death may be slaughtered only if there is time enough on that day to eat from it an olive's bulk of roast flesh. 2 Our Akiba says, even an olive's bulk of raw flesh suffices from the slaughtering wound. 3 If it was slaughtered in the field, a man may not bring it in on a pole or a barrow, but he may bring it in piece by piece in his hands. 4. If a firstling fell into a pit, Our Judah says, let a skilled person go down and look at it. If it has incurred a blemish, let him bring it up and slaughter it. Otherwise it may not be slaughtered. Our Simeon says, in that its blemish was not perceived on the day before, it cannot count as what is said in Readiness 5. If a beast died, it may not be moved. They once asked our Tarfon touching this matter, and dough offering 5 that ras become unclean. He went into the house of study and inquired, and they answered, they may not be moved. 6. They may not allot shares 6 in a beast from the outset on a festival day, but if they have done so on the eve of a festival day, they may slaughter it and divide it between them. Our Judah says, they may take the weight of flesh using a vessel or a hatchet for a weight, but the sages say, they may not use scales at all. 7. They may not whet a knife on a festival day, but they may draw it over another knife. A man may not say to the butcher, sell me 7 a denar's worth of flesh, but he may slaughter the beast, and they can share it together. 8. A man may say to a shopkeeper, 8 fill me this vessel, but not with the measure. Our Judah says, if it was a measuring vessel, he may not fill it. It is told how Abbasal B. Batnath used to fill up his measures on the eve of a festival day and give them to his customers on the festival day. Abbasal says, he used also to do so during mid-festival 6 for 10 the sake of clearness of measure. And the sages say, he used also to do so on an ordinary day for the sake of exactness of measure. 11. A man may go to the shopkeeper with whom he is familiar and say to him, give me eggs and nuts by number, for such is the way of a householder to make his reckoning in his own home. 4. 1. If a man took jars of wine from place to place, he should not take them in a basket or hamper. 3. But on his shoulder or in front of him. So. Cf. Shab 13s. Otherwise this would be preparing food on a festival day for another day. 3. If there is no time to flay the beast. Red diamonds card suit, which may be slaughtered outside the temple only if it has incurred a blemish. Dut 1:5 Num is 1. See Pet 3:6 Since, knowing its weight and market price, they would be transacting business. 7. Variant, weigh me out. Variant, his fellow, the 2nd to the 6th days of Passover, and the 2nd to the 7th days of Tabernacles. 10. Some texts omit the rest of the sentence, to avoid measuring in haste. 2. And the shopkeeper trusts him to settle the reckoning after the festival day. 11. Ashwood on a weekday. 2. If a man removed chopped straw, he should not hang the hamper behind him but bring it in his hand. He may newly break into a stack of chopped straw, 1 but not into wood that is stored away in the rear court. 2. 2. They may not take any of the wood from the structure of the sukkah. 3. But only what lies against it. They may bring out of the field wood from what has been collected together and out of an outer area. 4. Even what is scattered about. What counts as an outer area? Any area adjoining the town. So our Judah, our Jose says, any enclosure that one must enter with a key and that is also within the Sabbath limit. 5. 3. They may not split firewood from beams or from a beam broken on a festival day, nor may they split wood with an axe or a saw or a scythe, but only with a chopper. 6. If a house was full of produce and blocked up, but with a breach therein, one may take produce from the breach. Our Mayor says, one may even breach it. 7. From the outset and take therefrom. 4. A man may not make a hole in a lump of clay for a lamp, since he would be making a vessel. They may not make charcoal, or sever a wick into 2. Our Judah says, one may sever it with a flame between 2 lamps. 8. 5. They may not break a potsherd or cut paper to roast salt fish thereon, nor may they clear out an oven or stove, but they may level down the ashes, nor may they put 2 jars close together to set the pot thereon, nor may they prop up a pot with a chip, and the same applies to a door. And they may not lead out cattle with a staff on a festival day, but our Eliezer B. our Simeon permits it. 6. Our Eliezer says, a man may take a wood splinter to clean his teeth from what lies before him, and heap up what is in the courtyard to make a fire, for whatsoever is in the courtyard counts as set in readiness. But the sages say, he may heap up only what lies before him to make a fire. 7. They may not produce fire. 9. Out of wood, 10 stone, earth 12 or water. 13. Nor may they heat tiles white hot to roast thereon. Moreover, our Eliezer said, a man may stand by the rear court. 14. On the eve of a Sabbath. 15. In the 7th year. 16. And say, from this part will I eat tomorrow. But the sages say, only if he marks it out and says, from here to there. 5. They may let down fruit. 17. Through a hatchway. 18. On a festival day, but not on a Sabbath. and they may cover up fruit with vessels because of dripping rain. So, 2. Jars of wine and oil. Even on the Sabbath they may set a vessel to catch dripping rain. 2. Any act that is culpable on the Sabbath, whether by virtue of the for cattle fodder, its use is not confined to the cooking of necessary food, but it might be used for building. 3. Api 42. Cf. Arab 91 SC Arab 5. A smaller implement used for cutting up flesh is here meant. 7. If it was built of loose stones. 8. The two ends of one wick are put into two lamps. The flat saucer-shaped lamps are meant with wick nozzles on the rims, and a light applied to the middle of the wick between the lamps. 7. On the festival day, this would be to bring into existence what was not already in readiness. He may only use flame or brands kindled the day before. 10. By rubbing two sticks together. 11. By friction with metal. 11. Perhaps sulfur or the like. 13. A glass vessel is filled with water and put in a hot sun. The glass emits flame which will kindle a wick brought near to it. Bird. 14. Where fruit is spread out to dry, and since the fruit's preparation is not complete, it is tithe-free as when it is forbidden to tithe. 6. Lev 25 meters. In the 7th year fruit is tithe-free. 17. Spread out on the roof to dry. 8. Opening through the roof. Cf. Ahal to 1. Rules concerning Sabbath rest. 1. Or concerning acts of choice or concerning pious duties, is culpable also on a festival day, and these acts are culpable by virtue of the rules concerning Sabbath rest. None may climb a tree or ride a beast or swim on water or clap the hands or slap the thighs. 2. Or stamp with the feet. 3. And these acts are culpable by virtue of the rules concerning acts of choice. None may sit in judgment or conclude a betrothal or perform halitza for or contract levirate marriage. And these acts are culpable by virtue of the rules concerning pious duties. None may dedicate 6 or make a vow of valuation. 7. Or devote 8 or set apart heave offering. 9. Or tithes. 10. All these things have they prescribed as culpable on a festival day. Still more so are they culpable on the Sabbath. A festival day differs from the Sabbath in not save in the preparing of needful food. 3. A man's cattle and utensils are restricted to the same limits as his feet. If a man committed his beast to his son or to his herdsman, they are restricted to the same limits as his feet. If utensils are for the use in particular of one among brethren that are in a house, they are restricted to the same limits as his feet. But if they are not for his use in particular, they may go only where all the brethren may go. 1, 2, 4. If a man borrowed a vessel from his fellow on the eve of a festival day, it is restricted to the same limits as the feet of the borrower. But if on a festival day, as the feet of the lender. If a woman borrowed from her fellow spices, water, and salt for her dough, these are restricted to the same limits as the feet of them both. 13. R. Judah exempts the water since it has no abiding substance. 14.5. A burning coal is restricted to the same limits as its owner, but the flame may spread anywhere. 15. The law of sacrilege. 16. Applies to a burning coal belonging to the temple. No use may be made of its flame, yet none thereby commits sacrilege. If 17. A man thrust out a burning coal into the public domain on the Sabbath, he is culpable, but if he took out the flame alone, he is not culpable. If a cistern belonged to one person, its water is restricted to the same limits as that person, and if it belonged to the people of that town, its water is restricted to the same limits as the people of that town. 18. And that of them that returned from Babylon. 19. Is restricted to the same limits as the feet of him that draws water therefrom. 6. If a man's produce was in another town and the men of that town made Arab 20 inches order to bring to him some of his produce, they may not 1 see Arab ios 2 or make music 1 or dance. For the ceremony prescribed. Do 25. When a man refuses to contract levirate marriage, i.e. to marry high deceased, childless brother's widow, do s. All these 4 acts are forbidden since they may lead to writing out some document. 6. Such as the produce of high of field. 7. The commuted vows described in Lev 271 feet. 7. See Tractate Arakan. See Iraq 8. See Teruma, App I-48. 10. See Dud, I-4. 11. On a Sabbath or festival day. 12. E.g. if the various brethren have various Sabbath limits. CP 120. N5. Their common property is restricted to the area common to them all. 11. The limit common to both. 14. It is unrecognizable in the doge, e.g. if a lamp is lit from it, the lamp is not restricted to the limits of the owner of the burning coal. Misappropriation. Lev L4U. CP 573, N2. 17. Some texts omit this sentence: 2,000 cubits in every direction beyond the outer area of 70 and 2/3 cubits. Arab SLFL 14. The wells made for the exiles who returned from Babylon. They were ownerless property, and the water from them became the property of him who drew it and lay under the same restrictions as his feet. 20. Appi 8. Bring it to him. 1. But if he himself made Arab, his produce is free to move within the same limits as himself. 7. If a man invited guests to his home, they may not take away portions with them unless he had granted them possession of their portions on the eve of the festival day. They may not give drink to animals of the wilderness or slaughter them, but they may give drink to household animals or slaughter them, which are deemed household animals, such that spend the night in a town, and animals of the wilderness, such that spend the night in more distant pasturage. To Rosh Hashanah, Feast of the New Year. 1. There are 3 New Year days. On the 1st of Nisan is the New Year for kings. 4. And feasts. 5. On the 1st of Elul is the New Year for the tithe of cattle. 6. R. Eliezer and R. Simeon say, the 1st of Tishri. On the 1st of Tishri is the New Year for the reckoning of the year. 7. Of foreign kings, of the years of release and jubilee years. 8. For the planting of trees. 9. And for vegetables. 10. And the 1st of Shabbat is the New Year for fruit trees. So the school of Shammai, and the school of Hilkel say, on the 15th thereof. 2. At 4 times in the year is the world judged. 11. At Passover, through grain, at Pentecost, through the fruits of the tree. On New Year's Day all that come into the world pass before him like legions of soldiers. 12. For it is written, he that fashioneth the hearts of them all, that considereth all their works. 11. And at the Feast of Tabernacles, they are judged through water. 14:3. Because of 6 new moons do messengers go forth, to proclaim the time of their appearing, because of Nisan, to determine the time of Passover. 15. Because of Ab, to determine the time of the fast. 16. Because of Elul, to determine the new year. 17. Because of Tishri, to determine aright the set feasts. 18. Because of Chilv, to determine the time of the feast of the dedication. 19. And because of Adar, to determine the time of Purim. 20. And while the temple still stood they went forth also because of Iyar, to determine the time of the lesser Passover. 21:4. Because of 2 new moons may the Sabbath be profaned. 22. The new moon of Nisan and the new moon of Tishri, for on the messengers the produce, being his private property, lay under the same restrictions as his feet, and so cannot come within the definition of what is said in readiness. 3 of these, the 3rd, the 1st of Tishri, is alone spoken of throughout the rest of the tractate as the new year. This new year is the feast described in Lev 23 as a solemn rest unto you, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, and in Num 291 as a day of blowing of trumpets. Red diamonds card suit, from which date was calculated the years of the reign of Israelitish kings. Thus if a king was enthroned in the preceding month, Adar, he begins his 2nd year of reign on the following 1 street of Nisan. SC Num 28 registered sign. 6 Lev 27. What was born before the 1st of Elul may not be given as tithe for cattle born on and after the 1st of Elul. Cf. Bek 9. 7 i.e. foreign eras. Cf. Git 8 feet 8 Duke 15 feet registered sign. Lev 25 registered sign. Lev 19 inches 10. What was gathered before the 1st of Tishri may not be given as tithe for later produce. 11 God's verdict on the world's worth is shown by the richness or meagerness of the harvest. 11 Or flocks of sheep. Ps 33 inches. CFP 175. N7. S the 15th of Nisan. 16 the 9th of Ab. C Ton 417 which fails on the TST of the following month. 18 the Day of Atonement and the Feast of Tabernacles. Hanukkah, the 25th of Chilv. So the 14th of Adar. 2. 14th of Iyar. C Num 9 registered sign. Pes G1. 2 Any who have seen the new moon may transgress the Sabbath limits to go and give evidence before the court of the appearance of the new moon. Betza Yom Tov. 5. 6. Rosh Hashanah. 2.4189 used to go forth to Syria, and by them the set feasts were determined. And while the temple still stood the Sabbath might also be profaned because of any of the new moons, to determine aright the time of the offerings. 1.5. Whether the new moon was manifestly visible or not, they may profane the Sabbath because of it. R. Jose says, if it was manifestly visible they may not profane the Sabbath because of it. 6. Once more than 40 pairs of witnesses came forward, but our Akiba and Levta restrained them. Rabban Gamaliel sent to him, saying, If thou restrainest the multitude, thou wilt put a stumbling block in their way for the future. 7. If a father and his son saw the new moon, they may both go to bear witness, not that they can be included together as a valid pair of witnesses, but that if one of them is found ineligible, the other may be included to make a pair with some other witness. R. Simeon says, A father and his son, and any that are near of kin, are eligible to bear witness about the new moon. R. Jose said, Once Tobiah the physician saw the new moon in Jerusalem, together with his son and his freed slave, and the priests too accepted him and his son, but pronounced his freed slave ineligible. And when they came before the court, they accepted him and his slave, but declared his son ineligible. 8. These are they that are ineligible: 3. A dice player, a usurer, Pigeon fleers, traffickers in 7th year produce, 4. And slaves. This is the general rule. Any evidence that a woman is not eligible to bring, these are not eligible to bring. 9. If a man saw the new moon but could not walk, he may be taken on an ass, on the Sabbath, or even on a bed, and if any lie in wait for them. 5. They may take staves in their hands. If it was a far journey, they may take food in their hands, since for a journey and during a night and a day they may profane the Sabbath and go forth. 6. To bear witness about the new moon. For it is written, These are the set feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations which ye shall proclaim in their appointed season. 7. 2. 1. If the witness was not known to the judges, another was sent with him to testify of him. Before time they used to admit evidence about the new moon from any man, but after the evil doings of the heretics 8 they enacted that evidence should be admitted only from them that they knew. 2. Before time they used to kindle flares, but after the evil doings of the Samaritans 9 they enacted that messengers should go forth. 3. After what fashion did they kindle the flares? They used to take long cedar wood sticks and rushes and all Easter wood and flax tow, and a man bound these up with a rope and went up to the top of the hill and set light to them, and he waved them to and fro and up and down until he could see his fellow doing the like on the top of the next hill, and so, too, on the top of the third hill. 4. And from what place did they kindle the flares? From the Mount of Olives, they signaled, to Sartiba, and from Sartiba to Agrippina, and Numbers 1-2 CP 245, N14, 3 CF, Son 3 feet C Shebi 7. 3. Or, if they are in any fear, 4 with a burden, CP 100, N2, 7 Lev, S3 4 or sectaries, who tried to confuse the sages by hiring false witnesses. 4. Who kindled misleading flares. From Agrippina to Horon, and from Horon to Beth Balton. 1. They did not go beyond Beth Balton, but there the flare was waved to and fro and up and down until a man could see the whole exile 2 before him like a sea of fire. 5. There was a large courtyard in Jerusalem called Beth Yazuk, where all the witnesses assembled, and there the court examined them, and they prepared large meals for them so that they might make it their habit to come. Before time they might not stir thence the whole day, but Rabban Gamaliel the elder ordained that they might walk within 2,000 cubits in any direction, and not these only, but a midwife that comes to help a deliver, or any that comes to rescue from a burning house or ravaging troops, or from a river flood or a fallen house. They, too, are deemed to be people of the city and may move within 2,000 cubits in any direction. 6. How do they examine the witnesses? The pair which comes first they examine first. They bring in the elder of the two and say to him, Tell us how thou sawest the moon, facing the sun or turned away from it. 3. To the north or to the south, how high was it, to which side was it leaning, and how broad was it? If he said, facing the sun, he has said not. 4. Afterward they bring in the second witness and examine him. If their words are found to agree, their evidence holds good. The other pairs of witnesses were asked only the main points, not because there was need of them, but that they should not go away disappointed and that they might make it their habit to come. 7. The chief of the court says, It is hallowed, and all the people answer after him, It is hallowed, it is hallowed. They acclaim it is hallowed whether it appeared at its proper time or not. R. Eliezer B. Zadok says, If it did not appear at its proper time, they need not acclaim it as hallowed, since heaven has hallowed it already. 8. Rabban Gamaliel 5 had pictures of the shapes of the moon on a tablet and on the wall of his upper chamber. These he used to show to the unskilled and say, Didst thou see it on this wise or on that? It once happened that 2 came and said, We saw it in the east in the morning and in the west in the evening. R. Johanan B. Nuri said, they are false witnesses. But when they came to Jabna, Rabban Gamaliel accepted their evidence. And 2 others came and said, we saw it at its expected time. Yet in the night of the added day 6 it did not appear, and Rabban Gamaliel accepted their evidence. Ardosa B. Harkina said, they are false witnesses. How can they say of a woman that she has given birth if the next day her belly is between her teeth? Our Joshua said to him, I approve thy words. 9. Rabban Gamaliel sent to him, saying, I charge thee that thou come to me with thy staff and thy money on the day of atonement as it falls according to thy reckoning. 7. Our Akiba went to our Joshua and found him sore perplexed. He said to him, I can teach thee, from scripture, that 1 C Nub 42 F2 in Babylon 2 lit. Before the sun or after the sun, for it was either the old moon that he had seen or nothing at all. SCF. Arab 4 feet. A 30th day added to the usual 29 days of the month when the new moon failed to be Eon at its expected time. Cf. Iraq 2. 7. Because Rabban Gamaliel had decided that the Day of Atonement according to our Joshua's reckoning reached by ignoring witnesses whom Rabban Gamaliel accepted was not the Day of Atonement at all, and so it would be permissible to carry a burden. Whatsoever Rabban Gamaliel has done is done aright, for it is written, these are the set feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim, 1 whether in their proper season or not in their proper season. I know none other set feast save these. 2. Our Joshua then went to Ardosa B. Harkinas and said to him, if we come to inquire into the lawfulness of the decisions of the court of Rabban Gamaliel, we shall need to inquire into the decisions of every court which has arisen since the days of Moses until now, for it is written, then went up Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. 3. And why are the names of the elders not expressly set forth if not to teach that every 3 judges, which have risen up as a court over Israel are like to the court of Moses? He took his staff and his money in his hand and went to Jabna, to Rabban Gamaliel on the day which fell according to his reckoning on the Day of Atonement. Rabban Gamaliel stood up and kissed him on the head and said to him, come in peace, my master and my disciple, my master in wisdom and my disciple in that thou hast accepted my words. 3. 1. If for the court itself and all Israel had seen the new moon and the witnesses had been examined, yet night fell before they could proclaim it is hallowed, then it is an intercalated month. If the court alone saw it, 2 of them should stand up and bear witness before them, and then they may say, it is hallowed, it is hallowed. If it was seen by 3 who themselves make up the court, 2 of them must stand up and set 2 of their fellows beside the single other judge, and bear witness before them, and then they may say, it is hallowed, for no single person can be deemed trustworthy in himself. 2. All shofars are valid save that of a cow, since it is a horn. Our Jose said, but are not all shofars called by the name horn? For it is written, when they make a long blast with the ram's horn. 6. 3. The shofar, blown in the temple, at the new year was made from the horn of the wild goat, straight, with its mouthpiece overlaid with gold. And at the sides of them that blew the shofar were 2 that blew upon trumpets. The shofar blew a long note and the trumpets a short note, since the duty of the day fell on the shofar. 4. The shofars, on days of fasting, were ram's horns, rounded, with their mouthpiece overlaid with silver, and between them were 2 that blew upon trumpets. The shofar blew a short note and the trumpets a long note, since the duty of the day fell on the trumpets. 5. The year of Jubilee is like to the new year in the blowing of the shofar and in the benedictions. 7. R. Judah says, at the new year they use ram's horns and at the years of Jubilee wild goat's horns. 6. A shofar that has been split and stuck together again is not valid. If the broken pieces of a shofar have been stuck together again, it is not valid. If a hole had been made in it and it was stopped up again, if it hinders the blowing, it is not valid, but if it does not, it is valid. 1 Lev 23:1, which the court enjoins 3x24. This paragraph logically follows after 2 feet that day, although manifestly the first of the new month is treated as the 30th day of the preceding month. 6 Josh 6 RC below. 4. 192:7. If the shofar was blown in a cistern or in a cellar or in a large jar, 1 and a man heard the sound of the shofar, he has fulfilled his obligation. But if he heard only an uncertain noise, he has not fulfilled his obligation. So, 2. If a man was passing behind a synagogue, or if his house was near to a synagogue, and he heard the sound of the shofar, or 2 the reading of the Megillah, 3. If he directed his heart he has fulfilled his obligation, but if he did not he has not fulfilled his obligation, though one may have heard, and another may have heard, the one may have directed his heart and the other may not have directed his heart. 8. And it came to pass when Moses held up his hand that Israel prevailed, and when he let down his hand Amalek prevailed. 4. But could the hands of Moses promote the battle or hinder the battle? It is, rather, to teach thee that such time as the Israelites directed their thoughts on high and kept their hearts in subjection to their Father in heaven, Thev prevailed, otherwise they suffered defeat. After the like manner the Renaist say, make thee a fiery serpent and set it upon a standard, and it shall come to pass that every one that is bitten when he seeth it shall live. 5. But could the serpent slay or the serpent keep alive? It is, rather, to teach thee that such time as the Israelites directed their thoughts on high and kept their hearts in subjection to their Father in heaven, they were healed, otherwise they pined away. A deaf mute, an imbecile, or a minor cannot fulfill an obligation. 6. On behalf of the many, this is the general rule, any on whom an obligation is not incumbent cannot fulfill that obligation on behalf of the many. 4. 1. If a festival day of the new year fell on a Sabbath they might blow the shofar in the holy city but not in the provinces. After the temple was destroyed Rabban Johanan b Zakkai ordained that they might blow it wheresoever there was a court. 7. R. Eliezer said, Rabban Johanan b Zakkai ordained it so only for Jabna. They replied, it is all one whether it was Jabna or any other place wherein was a court. 2. In this also Jerusalem surpassed Jabna in that they could blow the shofar in any city that could see Jerusalem and that could hear the shofar in Jerusalem, and that was near. 8. And that was able to come. 9. But at Jabna they could blow it only in the court. 3. Before time 0 the lulad was carried 7 days in the temple, but in the provinces 1 day only. After the temple was destroyed, Rabban Johanan b Zakkai ordained that in the provinces it should be carried 7 days in memory of the temple. Also, he ordained that on the whole of the day of waving it should be forbidden to eat of new produce. 4. Before time they used to admit evidence about the new moon throughout the day. 1. Once the witnesses tarried so long in coming that the Levites were disordered in their singing. 12. So it was ordained that evidence could had pithas. Cf. BM 41. Kel 3. At Purim. J. The Book of Esther 4x 17 inches s numit, i.e. such a one may not blow the shofar at the new year. 7. C. Son 1. And within the Sabbath limit to Jerusalem, and not cut off by flood. 10. Sukkot 3. Men to 1. 11 of the new year. After sunset on the night after the 39th of Elul they treated the coming day as a festival day in case witnesses arrived the next day to report that the new moon was visible the previous evening. If they did not come that day, the next day was made a festival day, and the day before was counted as the 30th of Elul. CFT 1. 11 of the Samot the daily whole offering. C. Tam 71. The usual afternoon daily whole offering was slaughtered at 3:30 p.m. but if it was the first of the month additional be admitted only until the afternoon offering, and if witnesses came from the time of the afternoon offering onwards, then this day was kept holy and also the morrow was kept holy. After the temple was destroyed Rabban Johanan b Zakkai ordained that they might admit evidence about the new moon throughout the day. R. Joshua b Karha said, Rabban Johanan b Zakkai ordained this also that wheresoever the chief of the court might be, witnesses should go only to the place of assembly. 5. As for the order of the benedictions a man recites the Father's power, and the hallowing of the name, 1 and combines with them the sovereignty verses. 3. But he does not then sound the shofar, he then recites the hallowing of the day. 4 and sounds the shofar, he then recites the remembrance verses. 5 and sounds the shofar, he then recites the shofar verses. 6 and sounds the shofar, then he recites the benedictions, the tempt service and the thanksgiving. 7 and the benediction of the priests. 8. So R. Johanan b Nuri, R. Akiba said to him, if he does not sound the shofar at the sovereignty verses why does he make mention of them? 6. But, rather, he recites the Father's power, and the hallowing of the name, and combines the sovereignty verses with the hallowing of the day, and sounds the shofar, he then recites the remembrance verses and sounds the shofar, he then recites the shofar verses and sounds the shofar, and then he recites the benedictions, the temple service, and the thanksgiving and the benediction of the priest. 6. They may not recite less than 10 sovereignty verses, 10 remembrance verses, or 10 shofar verses. R. Johanan b Nuri says, if he recites 3 of each he has fulfilled his obligation. They may not make mention of any remembrance, sovereignty, or shofar verses that record divine chastisement. They begin with verses from the law and end with verses from the prophets. R. Jose says, if a man ended with verses from the law, he has fulfilled his obligation. 7. When a man passes before the ark to lead the prayer on a festival day of the new year, naughty but the second 10 blows the shofar, but at the times when the Hallel is recited, the first recites the Hallel. 8. For the sake of a shofar for the new year, none may pass beyond. The offerings must be brought. Nama 811 feet 1. Besides the daily whole offering. Therefore the offering was delayed as long as possible for the arrival of witnesses to know whether or not additional offerings should be brought and whether the Levites should sing the psalm for an ordinary day or for a festival day. This time the delay was so long that there was not time for the prescribed psalm special to the new year and introduced into the tefillah. These are the Malkuai of sovereignty verses, the Zikronoth, remembrance verses, and the Shofaroth, shofar verses. 1. The first 3 benedictions, Singer, pages 44-5, of the Shemona Esra the 18, contained in the tefillah, CJEZI 270 ff. J. The Malkuioth, 10 verses of scripture in which God is described as king. For the modern form of these, CSS, New Year, p. 135 f. The special benediction for all festival days, the prayer now beginning, Thou hast chosen us, f. The Zikronoth, 10 verses of scripture recounting God's remembrance of his creatures. For the modern form of these, CSS, New Year, pages 136-8, 4c5, SR New Year, 139-40, 7. The 17th and 18th of the 18 benedictions, Singer, pages 50, 51. Which precedes the 19th benediction in the daily tefillah, Singer, p. 53, according to our Akiba, the sole object of the interpolations in the tefillah is to provide appropriate introductions to the sounding of the shofar. 19. Who is deputed to lead the additional prayer, said on festival days and Sabbaths, on all festival days, CP 181, N11, except the New Year, the Hallel, PSS 113-18, is in keeping only with the more joyous festivals. 3349. Sabbath limit, or clear away a heap of stones, or climb a tree, or ride on cattle, or swim on the water. 1. Nor may one cut it. 2. Whether in a fashion that transgresses the rules of the Sabbath rest. 3. Or that transgresses a negative command, in the law. 4. But if he wished to pour water or wine therein, he may pour it. They should not hinder children from blowing the shofar, but should engage with them in this until they learn how to blow. But he that is engaged in practice has not fulfilled his obligation, nor has he fulfilled his obligation that hears another engaged in practice. 9. The manner of blowing the shofar is 3 blasts 5 thrice repeated. A sustained blast is 3 times the length of a quavering blast, and a quavering blast is 3 times the length of an alarm 6 blast. If a man blew the first blast, then prolonged the second blast equal to 2, that is reckoned to him only as 1 blast. If a man had recited the benedictions and was then assigned a shofar, he should blow thrice a sustained, a quavering, and another sustained blast. Like as the agent of the congregation 7 is bound to say the daily tefillah, so is each person bound. Rabban Gamaliel says, the agent of the congregation fulfills the obligation that rests upon the many Tanith days of fasting. 1. From what time do they make mention of the power of rain? 8. R. Eliezer says, from the first festival day of the Feast of Tabernacles. 9. R. Joshua says, from the last festival day 10 of the feast. R. Joshua said to him, since rain is but a sign of a curse. 11. At the feast, why should they make mention of it? R. Eliezer answered, I did not, indeed, say pray for, but make mention of the rain, who maketh the winds to blow and sendeth down the rain 1j, in its due season. He said to him, if so a man may make mention thereof at all times. 13.2. They pray for rain only near to the time for rain. R. Judah says, when one passes before the ark on the last festival day of the feast, the last alone. 14 makes mention thereof. On the first festival day of Passover, the first alone makes mention thereof, the last makes no mention thereof. 15. Until what time should they pray for rain? R. Judah says, until Passover is over. R. Meir says, until the end of Nisan, for it is written, and he causeth to come doom for you the rain, the former rain and the latter rain in the first month. 1 Ic bets, 5:1 from a ram's head, or in order to improve it. See Arab to 1 to make a new instrument transgresses the law. To improve it transgresses the rabbinical rules devised to ensure the Sabbath rest. 3. A sustained, a quavering, and another sustained blast head yababa. Onkelos lev 23 inches, gives this as the translation of teruah, here rendered quavering blast. The Gemara, 33b, renders it outcry or moaning. 7 cf. Ber 5 registered sign in the second of the 18 benedictions. Singer, p. 44. See Ber 5s. RSH 4. 9. About this time, latter half of October, the first rain usually falls in Palestine 10 the 8th. Making impossible the observance of the command to dwell in booths. CP 175, N7, RSH 1. 2. Quotation from the second benediction TJ even in summer, red diamonds card suit. Of those who serve as delegates of the congregation in leading the prayers, the last of all, who reads the additional prayer, CFSS, tabernacles, p. 137, should include the mention of rain, since the rain is acceptable only at the latest moment of the feast. 15. Since by that time, Nisan 21, about the middle of April, no more rain normally falls before the following Feast of Tabernacles 16 Joel 2:1. The first month is Nisan, is assumed to mean throughout. Rosh Hashanah, 4:8, Ton 1st, 2 I 195:3. On the 3rd of Mar Heshwan they pray for rain. Rabban Gamaliel says, on the 7th, 15 days after the Feast of Tabernacles, to give time for the last of the Israelites to reach the Euphrates. 4. If the 17th of Mar Heshwan was come and no rain had fallen, single persons too begin to fast, and observe 3 days of fasting. They may eat and drink after nightfall. 3. And they are permitted to work, to wash themselves, to anoint themselves, to put on sandals, and to have marital intercourse. 5. If the first of Chilled 4 was come and no rain had fallen, the court enjoins on the congregation 3 days of fasting. They may eat and drink after nightfall, and they are permitted to work, to wash themselves, to anoint themselves, to put on sandals, and to have marital intercourse. 6. If these days passed by and their prayers were not answered, the court enjoins on the congregation 3 more days of fasting. They may eat and drink, only, while it is yet day. 5. And they are forbidden to work, to wash themselves, to anoint themselves, to put on sandals, or to have marital intercourse, and the bathhouses are shut up. If these days passed by and their prayers were not answered, the court enjoins on the congregation 7 more days of fasting, 13 days in all. These days surpass the first days, in that on these days they blow the shofar and close the shops. On Monday 6 they may partially open the shops when it grows dark, and on Thursdays they are permitted to open the shops the whole day, because of the honor due to the Sabbath. 7. If these days passed by and their prayers were not answered, they must give themselves but little to business, building or planting, betrothals or marriages, or greetings one to another, as becomes men that suffer God's displeasure. Single persons continue to fast until the end of Nisan. If Nisan ended and then the rain fell. 7. It is a sign of God's curse, for it is written, is it not wheat harvest today? 8. I will call unto the Lord that he send thunder and rain, and ye shall know and see that great is your wickedness, which ye have wrought in the sight of God, to ask for yourselves a king. 9:2. 1. How did they order the matter on the last 7 days of fasting? They used to bring out the ark 10 into the open space in the town and put wood ashes on the ark and on the heads of the president and the father of the court, and every one took of the ashes, and put them on his head. The eldest among them uttered before them words of admonition. Brethren, it is not written of the men of Nineveh that God saw their sackcloth and their fasting, but and God saw their works, that they turned from their evil way. 11. And in his protest 12, the prophet says, rend your heart and not your garments, who had come from Babylon to celebrate the feast in Jerusalem. 2. Of outstanding merit and piety on the nights which ushered in their days of fasting late in November. Their fasting must begin with the onset of the nights which usher in their prescribed days of fasting. The series of 3 days of fasting fell on successive Mondays, Thursdays, and following Mondays. See below. 2:2 variant, and no rain had fallen, late in May, when rain is a misfortune. 1 Samai 2:10 containing the scrolls of the law. Jonah 3:2 had Kabbalah. So recent interpreters, older interpreters read Kabbalah, tradition, with the technical sense of a scriptural passage outside the Pentateuch. 1 J Joel 2:u. 2. They stood up in prayer and sent down before the ark an old man, well versed in prayer, one that had children and whose house was empty of sustenance, so that he might be wholehearted in the prayer. He recited before them 24 benedictions, the 18 of daily use, adding to them yet 6 more 3, and these are they, the remembrance and the shofar verses. 1 And in my distress I cried unto the Lord, and he answered me. 2 And I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills. 3 And out of the deep have I cried unto thee, O Lord. Plus and a prayer of the afflicted when he is overwhelmed. Sr. Judah says, he need not recite the remembrance and shofar verses, but he recites in their stead the passages, if there be in the land famine, if there be pestilence, 6 And the word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah concerning the drought, and he seals 8 each of them with its proper ending. 4 Thus, after the first he says, may he that answered Abraham our father in Mount Moriah answer you and hearken to the voice of your crying this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, Redeemer of Israel. After the second he says, may he that answered our fathers at the Red Sea answer you and hearken to the voice of your crying this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, that art mindful of things forgotten. After the third he says, may he that answered Joshua in Gilgal answer you and hearken to the voice of your crying this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, that hearest the blowing of the shofar. After the fourth he says, may he that answered Samuel at Mitzpah answer you and hearken to the voice of your crying this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, that hearest them that cry. After the fifth he says, may he that answered Elijah in Carmel answer you and hearken to the voice of your crying this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, that hearest prayer. After the sixth he says, may he that answered Jonah in the belly of the fish answer you and hearken to the voice of your crying this day. Blessed art thou that answerest in time of trouble. After the seventh he says, may he that answered David and his son Solomon in Jerusalem answer you and hearken to the voice of your crying this day. Blessed art thou, O Lord, that hast compassion on the land. 5 It happened in the days of Arhalapta and Arhananiab, Tiradian 10 that the reader used to go before the ark and finish the whole benediction 11 without their answering amen after him. Blow 12 The Tekiah. 13 Ye priests, blow the Tekiah. May he that answered Abraham our father at Mount Moriah answer you and hearken to the voice of your crying this day. Blow the Teruah. 14 Ye sons of Aaron, blow the Teruah. May he that answered our fathers at the Red Sea answer you and hearken to the voice of your crying this day. 15 And when the matter came before the sages, they said, such was our custom only at the eastern gate. And 16 In the temple mount 1 seat 193, NN 5, 6, Ps 120, Ps 121, 4 Ps 130 Ps 102, 6 1 Kings 83, S7 Jer, I4 LFL 8 C Bur I not of the foregoing 6 only, since the Mishnah here gives 7 concluding formulas. This first refers to the 7th of the 18 benedictions, after which the 6 additional ones were inserted 10 early in the 2nd century, the 7th of the 18. 11 The order was given by the minister of the synagogue. J. The sustained blast described in RSH 4:14, the quavering blast O, and so on with the other benedictions. 16 Some texts omit this clause. 6. On the first 3 days of fasting, the priests of the course 1 fasted but not the whole day, and they of the Father's house 2 did not fast at all. On the second 3 days, the priests of the course fasted throughout the whole day, and they of the Father's house fasted but not the whole day. But on the last 7 days, both of them fasted throughout the whole day. So are Joshua. But the sages say, on the first 3 days of fasting neither fasted at all. On the second 3 days the priests of the course fasted but not the whole day, and they of the Father's house did not fast at all. On the last 7 days, the priests of the course fasted throughout the whole day, and they of the Father's house fasted but not the whole day. 7. The priests of the course were permitted to drink wine during the night but not during the day, and they of the Father's house neither during the night nor during the day. The priests of the course and the men of the Mamad 1 were forbidden to cut their hair or wash their clothes, but on a Thursday it was permitted because of the honor due to the Sabbath. 8. Any day whereof it is written in the scroll of fasting for that none may mourn, it is, also, forbidden to mourn the day before, but it is permitted the following day. R. Jose says, it is forbidden both the day before and the following day, where it is written, none may fast. It is permitted to fast both the day before and the following day. R. Jose says, it is forbidden the day before but permitted the following day. 9. They may not decree a public fast beginning with the Thursday lest they disturb market prices, but they appoint the first 3 days of fasting for a Monday and the following Thursday and Monday, but they may appoint the second 3 days of fasting for a Thursday and the following Monday and Thursday. Our Jose says, like as the first 3 days of fasting may not begin on a Thursday, so the second 3, and the last 7, may not begin on a Thursday. 10. They may not decree a public fast on the first day of a month or during the feast of the dedication 5 or at Purim 6, but if they had begun they may not interrupt the fast. So Rabban Gamaliel, our mayor, said, although Rabban Gamaliel has said, they may not interrupt the fast, he admitted that they need not fast the whole day. So, 2. With the 9th of Ab 7 if it fell on the eve of a Sabbath. 3. 1. The order on these days of fasting as here prescribed applies if the first rainfall is withheld, but if the crops fail they forthwith sound the shofar. So, 2. If rain had failed for 40 days between rainfall and rainfall, they forthwith sound the shofar, since it means the onset of dearth. 2. If rain fell, in fashion good, for the crops but not for the trees, or, good, for the trees but not for the crops, or, good, for them both but not for the cisterns, pits, or caverns, they forthwith sound the shofar. 3. So, 2. If no rain fell upon a city, as it is written, and I caused it to rain upon one city and caused it not to rain upon another city, one piece one which was on duty in the temple for that week, there were 24 courses, 1 crone 24, serving in the temple in rotation each for 1 week. Cf. Suck 5. Each course was divided into families or fathers' houses, cf. Yom 3, who served 1 day each. On their day of duty the rules of fasting on the earlier days were relaxed for their benefit. Ap I-21. See below. 4. For referring to a list of notable days, a similar list is still extant, enumerating 35 days arranged in order of the months, telling briefly the event which marked the day and adding after each the words it is forbidden to fast, or it is forbidden to mourn. 5. The 25th of Chilv. It lasts 8 days, 14th and 15th of Adar 7. See below. 4. Was rained upon, and the piece whereupon it rained not withered. 1. That city fasts and sounds the shofar, and all the places around it fast but do not sound the shofar. Our Akiba says, they sound the shofar but do not fast. 4. So, 2. If a city suffered from pestilence or if its houses fell, that city fasts and sounds the shofar, and the places around it fast but do not sound the shofar. Our Akiba says, they sound the shofar but do not fast. What is deemed a pestilence? If, in a city that can count 300 men of war, 3 dead go forth in 3 days, one after the other, this is deemed a pestilence, but if less than this it is not deemed a pestilence. 5. For these things they sound the shofar in every place, blasting or mildew, locust or caterpillar, 2 wild beasts or the sword, they sound the shofar in that they are an overrunning affliction. 6. The sages once went down from Jerusalem to their own towns and decreed a fast because in Ashkelon there appeared blight the extent of an oven's mouth. Moreover they decreed a fast because wolves devoured 2 children beyond the Jordan. Our Jose says, not because they devoured, but because they were seen. 7. For these things they sound the shofar even on the Sabbath, for a city that is encompassed by Gentiles or by flood, for a ship that is storm-tossed out at sea. Our Jose says, to summon help, not to cry to God. Simeon of Teman says, also for pestilence, but the sages did not agree with him. 8. They sound the shofar because of any public distress, may it never befall, but not because of too great abundance of rain. Once they said to Onias the circle maker, pray that rain may fall. He answered, go out and bring in the Passover ovens 3 that they be not softened. He prayed, but the rain did not fall. What did he do? He drew a circle and stood within it and said before God, O Lord of the world, thy children have turned their faces to me, for that I am like a son of the house before thee. I swear by thy great name that I will not stir hence until thou have pity on thy children. Rain began falling drop by drop. He said, not for such rain have I prayed, but for rain that will fill the cisterns, pits, and caverns. It began to rain with violence. He said, not for such rain have I prayed, but for rain of goodwill, blessing, and graciousness. Then it rained in moderation and continued until the Israelites went up from Jerusalem to the Temple Mount because of the rain. They went to him and said, like as thou didst pray for the rain to come, so pray that it may go away. He replied, go and see if the stone of the strayers 4 has disappeared. Simeon Beshed of 5 sent to him, saying, Hadst thou not been onious, I had pronounced a ban against thee. But what shall I do to thee? Thou importunest God, and he performeth thy will, like a son that importuneth his father, and he performeth his will. And of thee Scripture saith, Let thy father and thy mother be glad, and let her that bare thee rejoice. 6:9. If they fasted and rain fell, and it fell before the sun rose, they do not fast the whole day, but if after the sun rose, they fast the whole day. R. Eliezer says, if it fell before midday, they do not fast the whole day, but if after midday, they fast the whole day. Once they decreed a fast in 1 Amos 4 feet 1 Kings 81 feet 3 made of dried clay. 4 explained as a high stone from which lost articles were proclaimed. CFBM 2. The strayers being those in search of their missing property as circa 80 BC, Prov 23 inches. Lida, and the rain fell before midday. R. Tarfon said to them, Go and eat and drink and keep it as a festival day. And they went and ate and drank and kept it as a festival day. And in the afternoon they came and recited the great Hallel. 1:4 3 times in the year the priests 4 times lift up their hands. During the day, at the morning prayer, 2 at the additional prayer, 3 at the afternoon prayer, 4 and at the closing of the gates, 5 namely, on the days of fasting, at the Mamad 6 and on the day of atonement. 2. What are the Mamads? In that it is written, Command the children of Israel and say unto them, My oblation, my food for my offerings made by fire, of a stowed savor unto me, shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due season. 7. How can a man's offering be offered while he does not stand by it? Therefore the first prophets 8 ordained 24 courses. 9 And for every course there was a Mamad in Jerusalem, made up of priests, Levites and Israelites. When the time was come for a course to go up, the priests and the Levites thereof went up to Jerusalem, and the Israelites that were of the selfsame course came together unto their own cities to read the story of creation. And 10 The men of the Mamad fasted 4 days in the week, from the 2nd until the 5th day, and they did not fast on the eve of the Sabbath because of the honor due to the Sabbath, nor on the 1st day of the week, that they should not go forth from rest and pleasure to weariness and fasting, and so be like to die. 3. On the 1st day they read from in the beginning, to let there be a firmament, and on the 2nd day, from let there be a firmament to let the waters be gathered together, and on the 3rd day from let the waters be gathered together, to let there be lights, and on the 4th day, from let there be lights, to let the water bring forth abundantly, and on the 5th day, from let the waters bring forth abundantly to let the earth bring forth, and on the 6th day, from let the earth bring forth to, and the heaven and the earth were finished. If it was a long section it was read by 2, and if a short section, by 1, both at morning prayer and at the additional prayer. But at the afternoon prayer they came together and recited it by heart, like as they recite the Shema. 11 At the afternoon prayer on the eve of a Sabbath they did not come together, because of the honor due to the Sabbath. 12:4 On a day when the Hallel 13 was appointed. 14 No Mamad assembled. 15 in the morning. 16 When an additional offering would be brought. 17 No Mamad assembled at the closing of the gates, when a wood offering. 18 would be brought. No Mamad assembled in the afternoon. So Akiba. 1 Ps 136. So called to distinguish it from the ordinary Hallel. PSS 113:18. 2 Shaharith 2 Musaf Minha es Nila. These names for the synagogue services are transferred from the temple usage. The first 3 corresponding to the morning daily whole offering, the additional offerings on Sabbaths, new moons, and festival days, and the afternoon daily whole offering, respectively. The Nila. Now the closing prayer on the Day of Atonement preserves the name of the closing ceremony in the temple when the priests dismissed the people at the end of the day. The orograph refers to the use of the priestly benediction. Num 6 U6 C App I 21. Cf. Big 37 Num 28 David and Solomon. See above. 2:10 The rest of the paragraph is omitted by many texts. 11 App I 38. On the eve they needed to busy themselves with the preparations for the Sabbath. JPSS 113:18. Red Diamonds Card Suit. On the 8 days of Hanukkah, the feast of the dedication for the reading of the first chapter of Genesis 16. The references to the use at Jerusalem at the time of the temple. 17 On the first days of a month. 14 See the following paragraph. Ben Azai said to him, Our Joshua taught thus, when an additional offering would be brought no Mamad assembled in the afternoon, when a wood offering would be brought no Mamad assembled at the closing of the gates. Akiba retracted and taught according to Ben Azai. 5. The wood offering one of the priests and the people was brought 9 times, in the year, on the 1st of Nisan, by the family of Erah of the tribe of Judah, 2 on the 20th of Tammuz by the family of David of the tribe of Judah, 3 on the 5th of Ab, by the family of Parosh of the tribe of Judah, 4 on the 7th of the selfsame month, by the family of Jonadab the son of Rechab, on the 10th, by the family of Senah of the tribe of Benjamin, 6 on the 15th, by the family of Zattu 7 of the tribe of Judah together with the priests and Levites and all whose tribal descent was in doubt, 8 and the family of the pestle smugglers and the family of the fig pressers, 9 on the 20th of the same month, it was brought, by the family of Pahath Moab of the tribe of Judah, 10 on the 20th of Elul, by the family of Adin of the tribe of Judah, on the 1st of Taves no Mohammed assembled at all since on that day there was appointed the Halal, 12 an additional offering, 13 and a wood offering, 14 6. 5 things befell our fathers on the 17th of Tammuz and 5 on the Qth of Ab. On the 17th of Tammuz the tables of the 10 commandments were broken, and the daily whole offering ceased, 15 and the city 16 was breached, and Apostomus 17 burnt the scrolls of the law, and an idol was set up 18 in the sanctuary. On the 9th of Ab it was decreed against our fathers that they should not enter into the land of Israel, 19 and the temple was destroyed the first and the second time, 20 and Beth Tor 21 was captured and the city was plowed up. When Ab comes in, gladness must be diminished 7. In the week wherein falls the 9th of Ab it is forbidden to cut the hair or wash the clothes, but it is permitted on the Thursday because of the honor due to the Sabbath. On the eve of the 9th of Ab let none eat of 2 cooked dishes, let none eat flesh and let none drink wine. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, a man need but make some difference. 22 R. Judah says, a man must turn up his couch. 23 But the sages did not agree with him. 8. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel said, there were no happier days for Israel than the 15th of Ab and the Day of Atonement, for on them the 1 C net 10 4, 13 1 ne 7. No such family is mentioned in the 7th chapter of Nehemiah 4 ne 7 s 2 Kings 10 inches 6 ne 7 inches 7 ne 7 inches ne 7. The Tosefta, Ton plus 7, explains how once, when the Greek Syrian overlords forbade the observance of the Jewish rites, the decree was evaded by one who covered up his fresh produce with dried figs, and, equipped with a pestle, contrived to pass the guards and enter into Jerusalem on the pretense of going to a certain person's mortar to stamp his figs into fig cakes, and so he was able to bring his first fruits. O ne 7 U ne 7, 11 Since it fell within the 8 days of the feast of dedication beginning on the 25th of Chilv. U Since it was the first of the month. Num 28. 14 By the family of Parosh H owing to scarcity during the siege by the Romans, or that in the time of Nebuchadnezzar may be meant, Jerusalem. 17 Posthumous. He is said to have been a Syrian general. Nothing is known of him. Variant. He, Apostomus, set up. 14 Num 14 Registered signed 10 by Nebuchadnezzar and by Titus. Or Bether, the present Bidar, south of Jerusalem, the scene of Bar Kokhba's final defeat in AD 135. 11 E.g. eat somewhat less than is his custom, and sleep on the ground, a sign of mourning. Jer 14. Cf. Mcat 3 feet. Daughters of Jerusalem used to go forth in white raiments, and these were borrowed, that none should be abashed which had them not. Hence, all the raiments required immersion. 1 And the daughters of Jerusalem went forth to dance in the vineyards. And what did they say? Young man, lift up thine eyes and see what thou wouldest choose for thyself. Set not thine eyes on beauty, but set thine eyes on family, for favor is deceitful and beauty is vain. But a woman that feareth the Lord she shall be praised. 2 3 Moreover it saith, give her of the fruit of her hands and let her works praise her in the gates. Likewise it saith, go forth ye daughters of Sion, and behold King Solomon with the crown wherewith his mother hath crowned him in the day of his espousals and in the day of the gladness of his heart are in the day of his espousals. This is the giving of the law, and in the day of the gladness of his heart, this is the building of the temple. May it be built speedily, in our days. Amen. Megillah, the scroll of Esther, 1x The scroll of Esther, is read on the nth, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th, of Adar, 6 Never earlier and never later, cities encompassed by a wall. Since the days of Joshua the son of Nun read it on the 15th, 7 villages and large towns read it on the 14th, 8 save that villages, Sometimes, read it earlier on a day of assembly. 02. Thus, if the 14th fell on a Monday, villages and large towns read the scroll on that day, and walled cities on the day after. If it fell on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, villages read it earlier on the day of assembly. 10 and large towns on the day itself, and walled cities on the next day. If it fell on a Thursday, villages and large towns read it on that day, and walled cities on the next day. If it fell on a Friday, villages read it earlier on the day of assembly. 1 large towns and walled cities on the day itself. If it fell on the Sabbath, villages and large towns read it earlier on the day of assembly. 12 and walled cities on the next day. If it fell on the day after the Sabbath, villages read it earlier on the day of assembly, large towns on the day itself, and walled cities the next day. 3. What is deemed a large town? Any in which are 10 unoccupied men. 14. If there are fewer than this, it is a village. Of these, times 15, they have said, they may read it earlier and not later, but the time of the priest's wood offering. 16. The 9th of Ab. 17. The festal offering. 18. And the one before being worn, lest they should have been rendered unclean under the conditions of Levi's registered sign. Variant. The sons of J. Prov 31 S 3 Prov 31 inches Cant 311. 3. Litar scroll, a usual designation of the Book of Esther. The tractate deals with the time and manner of the public reading of the scroll at the Feast of Purim, cfs 9 inches, and it goes on to treat of the times and manner of public reading of other portions of Scripture. 6. Apia. If another month is added to the lunar year, the scroll is read on the corresponding day of this intercalated month, which is known as second Adar. 1. After the precedent of the first celebration in Shushan the fortress, Est 9 U, Est 9 inches R, a Monday or Thursday, then the courts of law were in session, cf. Ket 1 feet, when some learned person could be counted upon to be present to read the scroll. I.e. Monday the 13th or Lath 11 i.e. Thursday the 13th 11 i.e. Thursday the 12th, i.e. Thursday the nth 14 Het Batlam. They can be counted upon to form the quorum of 10 necessary for the saying of the prescribed congregational prayers. See below. 4s. When the 14th or 15th of Adar falls on the Sabbath, see Ton 4. Ton 4 feet 1 dut I 6m. Cf. Haggai. Great assembling may be made later, but they may not be made earlier. 2. Although they have said, they may third read it earlier and not later, they may make lamentation or keep a fast for or make gifts to the poor. 5. R. Judah said, this applies 6 only to a place where they hold assembly on Mondays and Thursdays, but if they do not hold assembly on Mondays and Thursdays they may read it only at its appointed time. 4. If they had read the scroll in first Adar, and the year was intercalated. 7. They must read it again in second Adar. First Adar differs from second Adar only in the reading of the scroll and in giving gifts to the poor. 8. 5. A festival day differs from the Sabbath only in the preparing of necessary food. 9. The Sabbath differs from the Day of Atonement only in that for the wanton profaning of the one, punishment is by man's hand. 10. And for the wanton profaning of the other by extirpation. 6. A man that is forbidden by vow. 12. To have any benefit from his fellow differs from him that is forbidden by vow to take any food from him only in the treading of his foot, in the other's domain, and the use of vessels in which necessary food is not prepared. Vow offerings differ from free will offerings. 3. Only in that he is answerable for vow offerings, and must replace them if they die or are lost, and he is not answerable for free will offerings, and need not replace them if they die or are lost. 7. He that has a flux and suffers 2 issues. 14. Differs from him that suffers 3 only in the bringing of the offering. 5. The leper. 16. That I shoot up differs from the leper that is certified unclean only in unkempt hair and rent garments. The leper that is pronounced clean after having been shot up differs from the leper that has been certified clean only in the cutting off of the hair and the burnt offerings. 8. The books of Scripture differ from phylacteries. 17. And mezuzahs. 18. Only in that the books may be written in any language. 19. While phylacteries and mezuzahs may be written in the Assyrian writing. 20. Only Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, the books, 2. They have only permitted to be written in Greek. 2 feet 9. The high priest anointed with the oil of unction. 22. Differs from him that is dedicated by the many garments. 23. Only in the bullock that is offered for the unwitting transgression of any of the commandments. 24. The high dude. See Sot 7. If they chance to fall on the Sabbath, on the antedated Purim observed by villages. Red diamonds card suit. it is not such a feast when morning I9 forbidden. See Ton 2. Sek est 9 inches. If they give them on the earlier day they are exempt from giving them on the actual date of Purim for that the reading may be advanced. 7. The Jewish lunar year of 354 J days needed the intercalation of a complete month in, approximately, every third year to draw level with the solar year. Such intercalation was sometimes enjoined only late in first Adar. 80. If a man did these in first and not in second Adar he has not fulfilled his obligation. 9 CPL 8I, N11. The following 7 paragraphs illustrate a characteristic mnemonic device in the Mishnah of bringing together topics which, however irrelevant in subject matter, are linked by a similar formula. Cf. in this tractate 24, 4s, and C. Nas 9. BM 4, Men 34 feet 7, Hull, J4 registered sign, Iraq 2 LFL 10 Num is 54, Son 74, 2 Lev 23, CP 562, N 16, 17 Ned 41, JCF, Kin I 1. 14 Lev 151 feet 14 is to which the latter alone is liable. Cf. Zab I, B 16 Lev 131, C negative 8, CP 104, N 16. 18 Ap I 25, and any script 20 in Hebrew and in the square characters. Cf. Meg 21, Yod 4s 11 meaning, of course, in addition to Hebrew. 11 with which high priests were anointed only until the time of Josiah. See Yom 7s. Hor 34 I 4 Lev 4 applies this expressly to the anointed high priest. Priest in office 1 differs from the high priest that is passed from his high priesthood. 2 only in the bullock 1 that is offered on the Day of Atonement and the 10th of the Ephah. 4:10. A great high places differed from a lesser high place. 6 only in the Passover offerings. 7 This is the general rule. What was vowed or freely offered could be offered on a lesser high place. 8 But what was not vowed or freely offered could not be offered on a lesser high place. Zai. Shiloh 6 differed from Jerusalem only in that at Shiloh they could consume the lesser holy things 10 and the second tithe anywhere within sight of Shiloh, but at Jerusalem only within the city wall. But both here and there the most holy things 12 could be consumed only within the curtains. 13 After the sanctification of Shiloh it was permissible to set up high places elsewhere, but after the sanctification of Jerusalem it was not permissible to set up high places elsewhere. 2. 1. If a man read the scroll in wrong order, he has not fulfilled his obligation. If he read it by heart, or if he read it in Aramaic or in any other language, he has not fulfilled his obligation, but it may be read in a foreign tongue to them that speak a foreign tongue, and if one that spoke a foreign tongue heard the scroll read in Hebrew, in a roll written in Assyrian. 14 He has fulfilled his obligation. 2. If a man read it piecemeal or drowsily, he has fulfilled his obligation. If he was copying it, expounding it, or correcting a copy of it, and he directed his heart to the reading of the scroll, he has fulfilled his obligation. Otherwise he has not fulfilled his obligation. If it was written with caustic, red dye, gum, or copperas, 15 or on paper or unprepared leather, he has not fulfilled his obligation, but only if it was written in Assyrian writing, on parchment and with ink. 3. If a dweller in a town went to a city, 16 or a dweller in a city went to a town, and he intended to return to his own place, he should read the scroll as if he was in his own place, but if he did not intend to return, he must read it with them, of the place to which he is come. And from what words must a man read the scroll to fulfill his obligation? R. Meir says, the whole of it. R. Judah says, from there was a certain Jew. 7. R. Jose says, from after these things. L8. 4. All are eligible to read the scroll excepting one that is deaf. 16 or an imbecile or a minor. 20. R. Judah declares a minor eligible. None may read 1 or 3. 2. I.e. one who had served temporarily as the substitute of the high priest on the Day of Atonement. See Yom I 2 Lev 16, Lev 6 inches degrees. Neither may be offered by the substitute. S. For the whole congregation, e.g. at Nob and Gibeon, before the building of the temple in Jerusalem. Cf. Zeb I 44:6 such as were permitted to individuals before the building of the temple in Shiloh, and after the destruction of the latter and before the building of the Jerusalem temple. 7 Which could only be offered at the great high place permitted to individuals. 9 Cf. Zeb 14:10 C Zeb S 8. They were the Passover offerings, private thank offerings and peace offerings. Firstlings and tithe of cattle 11 dut I 4, CP 73, N 6. 12 CZ 51. They were the sin offerings and guilt offerings, whole offerings and the peace offerings of the congregation at Pentecost 12, i.e. the enclosing walls of the temple court. The term is derived from the tabernacle, X 27, CP 474, N 6, cf. Edu I 84, Z 11 feet, 144, 4 see above, 1, see page 474 N. 6. 12 sulfate of iron, cf. Shad 124, Saw 24, Git 2 feet, Par 91, Yod I 14, i.e. from a place where it is read on the 14th to where it is read on the 15th. 17 Est 31, 14 The usual meaning of the word is deaf mute. See Tur 1 S 28 Boy under 13. The scroll, or circumcise, or immerse himself, 1 or sprinkle, the sin offering water, 2. So, 2. She that awaits day against day may 3 not immerse herself, until the sun has risen, but if they had so done, already, after dawn appeared, it is valid. 5. The whole day 4 is valid for reading the scroll, and for reciting the Hallel, and for blowing the shofar, and for carrying the lulab, 1 and for the additional prayer, 8 and for the additional offering, and for the avowal at the offering of the bullocks, 9 and for the avowal concerning the second tithe, 10 and for the confession on the Day of Atonement, 11 for the laying on of hands, 12 for slaughtering, 13 for the waving, 14 for bringing near the meal offering, taking the handful and burning it, 15 for wringing the necks of the burnt offerings, 6 and for receiving the blood, 17 and for sprinkling the blood, 18 and for giving the water to the suspected adulteress, 19 for breaking the heifer's neck, 20 and for the purifying of the leper, 21 6. The whole night 22 is valid for reaping the oner, 23 for burning the fat pieces and the members, 24 This is the general rule. 25 Any act whose fulfillment is prescribed for the day is valid during the whole of the day, and any act whose fulfillment is prescribed for the night is valid during the whole of the night. 3. 1. If the people of a town sell their open space. 26 They must buy a synagogue with the price thereof. If they sell a synagogue they must buy an ark, with the price thereof. If an ark, they must buy scroll, wrappings. If wrappings, they must buy books of the scriptures. If books, they must buy a copy of the law. But if they sold a copy of the law they may not buy books of the scriptures, or if books of the scriptures, they may not buy wrappings, or if wrappings, they may not buy an ark, or if an ark, they may not buy a synagogue, or if a synagogue, they may not buy an open space. So, 2. With the residue of the price of any of these, they may not sell to a private person what was a public possession, for thereby they lower its sanctity. So are Judah. They said to him, if so, they may not sell aught from a larger town to a smaller. 2. They may not sell a synagogue except it is on the condition that when they will they may take it back again. So are Meir. But the sages say, they may sell it for all time except for uses, 4 things, a bathhouse, a tannery, an immersion pool, or a urinal. 27 R. Judah says, they may sell it for a courtyard and the buyer may do with it what he will want after having contracted some uncleanness. 1 Nam. CP 697, N3. 3 CP 147, N4. 4 Sunrise to sunset SPSS 11318. Prescribed for certain festival days. 6 At the New Year Lev 23 inches, and on the Day of Atonement Lev 25. 7 Ap I 20. Supplementary to the usual congregational prayers on Sabbaths, new moons, and festive days, corresponding to the occasions. Num 28 to 29. When additional offerings were offered in the temple. 9 Lev 4. Due 261-1. MSH 510. Lev 16 inches. Yom 3. 4. 612 by one who brings a private offering. Lev 315 of all the offerings excepting those which have a prescribed time, the daily whole offerings and the Passover offering. L Lev 7. 23 U. Num 5. 6. 15 Lev Iu. 517 by the priest in a basin, on the altar. 14 Num S4. Cf. the tractate Sada 20 Due 214. C Sot 9 feet registered sign. 21 Lev I4. T 22 cf. Ber 1 feet 23 Ap I 31. 24 of the offerings brought that day. 28 cf. Ber Isle. Z5s. This paragraph illustrates the principle. Shek 64. Menet 7. What is holy must be raised in honor and not brought down. Some sanctity attaches to the town's open place. Since here the ark of the law was sometimes brought, see Tana 1:27 or, wash house. 3. Moreover our Judah said, even, if a synagogue was in ruins, lamentation for the dead may not be made therein, nor may they twist ropes therein or stretch out nets therein, one or spread out produce, to dry, on its roof, or make of it a short bypath. 2 For it is written, and one will bring your sanctuaries into desolation, their sanctity endures, although they lie desolate. If herbs spring up therein they may not be plucked up, for because of grief of soul. 4. If the first day of the month Adar falls on the Sabbath, they read the section, in the law, shekels. 5. If it falls in the middle of the week they read it earlier on the Sabbath that goes before, and on the next Sabbath they break off, from the reading of the 4 portions prescribed for the month of Adar. 6. On the second Sabbath of the month they read the section, remember what Amalek did. 7. On the third, the section of the red heifer. 8. On the fourth, the section, this month shall be unto you. On the fifth they revert to the set order. 10. At all these times they break off from the set order in the reading of the law, on the first days of the months, at the feast of the dedication. 11. At Purim, on days of fasting, and at Mohammed's Tm and on the Day of Atonement. 5. At Passover they read the section, the set feasts. 13. In the law of the priests. 14. At Pentecost, the section, 7 weeks. 15. At the New Year, in the 7th month in the first day of the month. 16. On the Day of Atonement, after the death. 17. On the first festival day of the Feast of Tabernacles, they read the section, the set feasts in the law of the priests, and, on all the other days of the feast, about the offerings at the feast. 18. 6. At the feast of the dedication they read the section, the princes. 19. At Purim, then came Amalek. 20. On the first days of the months, and on the first days of your month. 21. At the Mohammeds, from the story of creation. 22. On the days of fasting, the blessings and the cursings. 23. They make no break in the reading of the curses, but the one reader reads them all. On Mondays and Thursdays and on Sabbaths at the afternoon prayer they read according to the set order. 24. And these are not taken into account. 25. For it is written, and Moses declared unto the children of Israel the set feasts of the Lord. 26. The law prescribed for them is that they should be read each one in its set time. 4. 1. He that reads the scroll may 27th stand or sit. 28. If one reads it, or if two read it, they 29 have fulfilled their obligation. Where the custom is to say a benediction, after it, they say it. Where it is not the custom, they no manner of work is permitted. These 2 examples are given as work for which a large enclosed space would be sought. 1 cf. Bur 9. J. Lev 26 inches. And used as cattle fodder, for this would signify indifference to the place's sanctity. XO 11 feet 1. Cf. Shek i.e. they do not read on the first Sabbath in the month the portion remember, but leave this for the second Sabbath, and read some other on the first Sabbath. Dut SS 18 num nxi 2 re 10 ie to the ordinary cycle of Sabbath readings from the Pentateuch. 1 Hanukkah, 2 Tth of Chilv, C ton 4 inches, ap I at, variant, the set feasts. The following paragraphs suggest that the text should read, at the set feasts and at Mohammed's. I Lev 23 ls, i.e. the book of Leviticus. Dut. Lev 23 registered sign 7 Lev 16. Cf. Yom. 7 feet. 8 num 29. Num 7. X 1731 num hu. General I. C ton 433 Lev 26. 14. The Pentateuch was divided into weekly portions, to be read in full at each Sabbath morning service. On Sabbath afternoons, Mondays, and Thursdays part of the portion prescribed for the next Sabbath was read. What was read at these times was read again on the following Sabbath. 36 Lev 23 inches 7 of Esther at Purim. Whereas he that reads the law must stand. 19 That read and that listen do not say it. On one a Monday and a Thursday and on the afternoon of a Sabbath the law is read by 3. They may not take from them or add to them, and they do not close with the reading from the prophets. 1 He that begins the reading from the law and he that completes it say a benediction, the one at the beginning and the other at the end. 2. And in the beginnings of the months and during mid-festival. 3 The law is read by 4. They may not take from them or add to them, and they do not close with the reading from the prophets. He that begins the reading from the law and he that completes it say a benediction, the one at the beginning and the other at the end. This is the general rule. When the additional prayer is appointed for and it is not a festival day, the law is read by 4. On a festival day it is read by 5. On the Day of Atonement by 6. And on the Sabbath by 7. They may not take from them but they may add to them. And they close with a reading from the prophets. He that begins the reading from the law and he that completes it say a benediction, the one at the beginning and the other at the end. 3. If there are less than 10 present they may not recite the Shema with its benedictions. 5. Nor may one go before the ark. 6. Nor may they lift up their hands. 7. Nor may they read the prescribed portion of the law or the reading from the prophets. Nor may they observe the stations. 8. When burying the dead, or say the benediction of the mourners or the mourners' consolation. 10. Or the benediction over the newlywed. 11. Nor may they make mention of the name of God in the common grace. 11. Also 13. The redemption value of dedicated immovable property. 14. Is assessed by 9 and a priest, and similarly for the valuation vow. 15. Of men. 4. He that reads in the law may not read less than 3 verses. He may not read to the interpreter. 16. More than 1 verse, or, in a reading from the prophets, 3 verses, but if these 3 are 3 separate paragraphs. 17. He must read them out singly. They may leave out verses in the prophets, but not in the law. How much may they leave out? Only so much that he leaves no time for the interpreter to make a pause. 5. He that gives the concluding reading from the prophets recites also the Shema with its benedictions, and he goes before the ark, and he lifts up his hands, in the benediction of the priests. If he is a minor, his father or his teacher goes before the ark on his behalf. 6. A minor may read in the law and interpret, but he may not recite the Shema with its benedictions or go before the ark or raise his hands, in the benediction of the priests. He whose clothes are ragged may recite the references no longer to Purim and the reading of the book of Esther, but to the regular reading of the law. 1 is on the morning of Sabbaths and festival days. 3 from the 2nd to the 6th days of Passover and the 2nd to the 7th days of Tabernacles. See above, p. 204, n. 8. 5 see Bur 1-4, Singer, pages 37-52. 6 containing the scrolls of the law, to lead the prescribed congregational prayers. 7 in pronouncing the blessing of the priests. Num lit. The standing and the sitting. During the funeral procession it was the custom to stop 7 times and make lamentation over the dead. Cf. Ket 21, bb 6 feet, Ahal 184. 9 on returning from the burial they that take part stand together, and one pronounces a benediction over the mourners. Ket 110 they who visit the mourners stand in lines. Bur 3, of not less than 10 each, family by family, the mourner passes before them and they utter words of consolation. Cf. Bur 2 feet. Psalm 2. Some texts omit or the mourner's consolation. 11 the 7 benedictions. See Singer, p. 299. 12 see Bur 7 feet 15 Psalm 1. See above, p. 202. N 9. Red diamonds card suit. Lev 27 registered sign. 13 Lev 27 feet registered sign. CP 544, N1. M. From the Hebrew into the Aramaic speech of the unlearned. 17 as in as 52 registered sign in the Hebrew text. The Shema with its benedictions and interpret, but he may not read in the law or go before the ark or lift up his hands. He that is blind may recite the Shema with its benedictions and interpret. R. Judah says, he that has never seen the light may not recite the Shema with its benedictions. 7. If a priest has blemishes in his hands, he may not raise his hands, in the benediction of the priests. R. Judah says, moreover if a man's hands are dyed with woad or matter he may not lift up his hands, because the people would gaze on him. 8. If a man said, I will not go before the ark in colored raiment, he may not even go before it in white raiment. If he said, I will not go before it in sandals, he may not even go before it barefoot. If a man made his phylacteries round, 1 it is a danger and is no fulfilling of the command. Mand. If he put them on his forehead or on the palm of his hand. 3 this is the way of heresy. If he overlaid them with gold or put them over his sleeve. 4 this is the way of the sectaries. 9. If 5 a man said, in his prayer, good men shall bless thee, this is the way of heresy. If he said, even to a bird's nest do thy mercies extend, or may thy name be remembered for the good, which thou hast wrought, or we give thanks, they put him to silence. If a man does not read literally the laws about the forbidden degrees. 6 they put him to silence. If a man says, and thou shalt not give any of thy seed to make them pass through the fire, to Moloch. 7. means, and thou shalt not give of thy seed to make it pass to heathendom. 8 They put him to silence with a rebuke. 10 The story of Reuben 9 is read out but not interpreted. The story of Tamar 10 is read out and interpreted. The first story of the calf is read out and interpreted, and the second 12 is read out but not interpreted. The blessing of the priests 13 and the story of David 14 and of Amnon 15 are read out but not interpreted. 16 They may not use the chapter of the chariot 17 as a reading from the prophets, but our Judah permits it. Our Eliezer says, they do not use the chapter caused Jerusalem to Nado, as a reading from the prophets. Mod Katan 19, Mid-Festival Days, 1-1. During mid-festival and during the 7th year 20 an irrigated field may 21st be watered whether from a newly flowing spring 22 or from a spring that is not newly flowing, but it may not be watered from, collected, instead of cube-shaped. CP 104, N 16. The danger of these, according to the older commentators, is that if he knocks against anything around, nut-shaped, head phylactery would pierce the forehead, i.e. wore the head phylactery too low down, instead of above the inside of the elbow to make it conspicuous. 5 Bur 5 Olev 184 1 e.g. if, from prudery, he read shame for nakedness. 7 Lev, I 8 1. 8 i.e. beget children by a Gentile mother. The expression to make pass can here also be translated render pregnant. Cf. Job 21:10. 9 General 35:10 General 38 inches registered sign, X, 321 1. 2 Not Duke Q1, but X, 32 113 Num 6, 414 2 Sam X 17 13 2 Sam 13 18 variant, neither read out nor interpreted. 7 Ezekiel 4 FL, CF, Hag 21, 8 Ezekiel 6 LS. This is the name applied to the days between those festival days, CFP 181. N11, which mark the beginning and end of the feasts of Passover and Tabernacles. Mod Katan signifies minor feast. The more usual term applied to these days ts hoyhot node, meaning the non-sacred days of the feast. The rules governing the observance of festival days apply with less stringency to mid-festival days. Work is permissible that serves the needs of the feast and that is intended to prevent damage that would ensue by postponing the work until after the feast. But heavy labor is forbidden. Mourning, though permissible, must be rendered inconspicuous. 10 Lev 25 inches, CP, 39, N4, 73 that cannot be properly watered by rainfall. 21 that would require some labor to utilize it by the digging of new channels, rainwater or from a swath well, nor may channels be digged around the vines. Zr Eliezer B. Azariah says, during mid-festival and during the 7th year they may not dig a new water channel, but the sages say, during the 7th year they may dig a new water channel, and during mid-festival they may repair what has been broken down. They may repair damaged waterways in the public domain and clean them out, and 1 they may repair roads, open places, and pools of water, and perform all public needs and mark the graves, and they also go forth, to give warning, against diverse kinds. 3. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, they may lead the water from tree to tree provided that they do not water the entire field. Seeds that have not been watered before mid-festival may not be watered during mid-festival, but the sages permit both the one and the other. 4. During mid-festival and during the 7th year they may catch moles and mice from tree-planted fields and from sown fields, if this is not too done after the usual fashion. But the sages say, from a tree-planted field after the usual fashion, but from a sown field not after the usual fashion. During mid-festival they may block up a breach. 3 and during the 7th year they may even build it up after the usual fashion. 5. R. Meir says, during mid-festival they may examine leprosy signs if it will lead to leniency, but not if it will lead to stringency. 5. But the sages say, they may not examine them whether it will lead to leniency or to stringency. Moreover, R. Meir said, a man may gather together the bones of his father or his mother. 6. Since this is to him an occasion for rejoicing. 7. But R. Jose says, it is to him an occasion for mourning. A man may not call for mourning over his dead or make lamentation 8 over him for 30 days before a feast. 6. They may not hew out tomb niches. 9 or tombs during mid-festival, but old niches may be refashioned during mid-festival. During mid-festival they may dig a grave. 10 and make a coffin while the corpse lies in the self-same courtyard. 1 R. Judah forbids it unless a man had the boards sawn in readiness. 7. During mid-festival they may not marry wives, whether virgins or widows, or contract levirate marriage. 12 Since this is an occasion for rejoicing. 13 But a man may take back his divorced wife, and a woman may prepare her adornments during mid-festival. R. Judah says, she may not use lime. 14 Since this is a disfigurement to her 8. He that is not skilled may sew after his usual fashion, but the craftsman may make only irregular stitches. 1 They may twist together the ropes for the bed. 16 R. Jose says, they may even 17 tighten them. 9 They may set up an oven or stove or hand mill. 18 During mid-festival. See Shek I 1. Some texts omit the negative 3 in haphazard fashion. Levi 3ia. Some texts here add for a first time, so as not to impair the man's joy during the feast. Cf. Negative I. Cf. Pes. S. 7 And so not in consonant with the special joy proper to the feast. 3 By hired mourners. Their cost would deprive him of the means necessary for the proper celebration of the feast. BB 610 Less laborious than a rock tomb. Proving that the work is urgent. 11 CP 218. NI 13 Which may eclipse the joy of the feast. Red diamonds card suit. As a depilatory. Lit. So dog-tooth wise. 14 For the underwebbing. For the nature of the bed. See Kel 1s-7. 191 4:7 variant. Only. 18 These were portable, but in use. Veer fixed to the ground with clay. R. Judah says, they may not roughen the rail stones for the first time. 10 They may make a parapet for a roof or a gallery in unskilled fashion, but not in the fashion of a craftsman. They may plaster up cracks and smooth them down with a roller or with the hand or the foot, but not with a trowel. If a hinge or a socket or a roof beam or a lock or a key was broken, it may be repaired during mid-festival, provided that a man had not purposed 1 to do his work during mid-festival, and whatsoever pickled foods a man can eat during mid-festival, he may put in pickle. 2. 1. If a man had turned over his olives 2 and then mourning 3 or aught of constraint befell him, or if laborers had played him false, 4 He may apply the pressing beam to the olives for a first time and then leave it until after the feast. So R. Judah. R. Jose says, he may squeeze out the oil completely and seal it up after his usual fashion, in jars 2. So, 2. If his wine was in the cistern and then mourning or aught of constraint befell him, or if laborers had played him false, he may empty out the wine completely and seal it up after his usual fashion, in jars. So, R. Jose. R. Judah says, he may make for it a covering of shingles so that the wine shall not turn sour. 3. A man may bring in his produce for fear of thieves, or take his flax out of soak lest it perish, provided that he had not purposed to do his work during mid-festival. But in every like case if they had purposed to do their work during mid-festival it must be left to perish. 4. They may not buy houses, slaves, or cattle save for the needs of the feast, or for the needs of the seller if he have not to eat. Goods may not be emptied out from one house into another. 6. But a man may empty them out into another house in his own courtyard. Utensils may not be brought away from the house of a craftsman, but if a man fears for their safety he may remove them into another courtyard. 5. They may cover up fig cakes with straw. R. Judah says, they may even pile them up. Sellers of produce, clothes, and utensils may sell them privately for the needs of the feast. Hunters, groats makers, and gristmillers may do their work privately for the needs of the feast. R. Jose says, they apply the more stringent ruling to themselves. 7. 3. 1. These alone may cut their hair during mid-festival. He that comes from beyond the sea, or from captivity, or out of prison, or he that was under a ban. 8 And was released. 9 By the sages, and so, 2. He that sought of a sage release from a vow. 10 And was released, and the Nazarite and the leper that is come forth from uncleanness to cleanness. 12. 2. And these alone may wash their clothes during mid-festival. He that comes from beyond the sea, or from captivity, or out of prison, or he that was under a ban and was released by the sages, and so, 2. He that 1 deliberately postponed it until the leisure of the mid-festival days, to soften them all over while ripening. In this stage they were ready for immediate pressing and would suffer from delay. J. When for 3 days he is forbidden to work red diamonds card suit. Cf. BM 6. And must sell something to enable him to keep the feast in seemly fashion. 4. If he must pass through a public thoroughfare. 7. And do no work at AU during mid-festival. When it is forbidden to cut the hair or wash the clothes during mid-festival. 10. In which he had vowed not to cut his hair for the stated time. Cf. Net GLB for reasons which enable a sage to grant release from a vow. 11 If the end of his period fell within mid-festival. See Num 6:11 Lev 3349. Sought of a sage release from a vow, and was released. Also it is permitted to wash hand towels, barber's towels, and bath towels, men or women that had a flux, 1 menstruants 2 and women after childbirth, 3 and all that pass from conditions of uncleanness to cleanness are permitted, to wash their clothes, but for all others it is forbidden. 4. 3. And these may be written out during mid-festival: 5 deeds of betrothal, letters of divorce, and quittances, 6 testaments, deeds of gift, prosbals, 7 valuations, 8 deeds of alimony, 9 records of halitza 10 and refusal, 11 deeds of arbitration, decrees of the court, and official deeds, 12 4. Bonds of indebtedness may not be written out during mid-festival. But one may be written out if any man was not deemed trustworthy, or if he had not to eat. They may not write out books of scripture, or phylacteries 13 or mezuzahs 14 during mid-festival, or correct a single letter even in the scroll of the temple court. 15 R. Judah says, a man may write out phylacteries and mezuzahs for himself, or spin on his leg the purple thread for his fringe. 16:5. If a man buried his dead 3 days before the feast, the rule of 7 days mourning is annulled for him. If 8 days before, the rule of the 30 days is annulled for him, for they have said, the Sabbath is included 8 and does not interrupt. 19 But feasts 20 interrupt and are not included. 6. R. Eliezer says, since the destruction of the temple Pentecost is deemed like to the Sabbath. 21 Rabban Gamaliel says, the New Year and the Day of Atonement are deemed like to the feasts. 22 But the sages say, it is not according to the opinion of either of them, but Pentecost is, still, deemed like to a feast, and New Year and the Day of Atonement like to the Sabbath. 7 During a feast, none save the near of kin may rend their garments and bare the shoulder and be given the food of the mourners. 23 And food of the mourners must be given with the couches 24 set up, in usual fashion. They may not take the food to a house of mourning on a plate or a salver or a flat basket, but in common baskets. And they may not say the benediction of the mourners during the feast, but they stand in the row. Lev is 4. J. Lev, I-21. 4 Since they could have done so before the feast, as otherwise dispute or loss may ensue. 6 Usually a woman's receipt for her ketubah, paid to her by her husband when he divorces her. It is here used in a more general sense. 7 Ap I-34. By the court of a debtor's goods, the document to be deposited as security with the creditor undertaking the support of orphans, or a wife's children by another husband. 10 Ap I-12. CP 218. N1. An orphan who had been betrothed by her mother or brothers may, before the onset of puberty, refuse to consummate the marriage, and so secure her freedom without the need of a bill of divorce. See Yed 1311 or, letters written of free choice. IJCP 104, N16, 14 Ap I-23, 14 C Yom 7 feet. Variant, the Book of Ezra, i.e. the Book of the Law is copied by Ezra, the scribe, Na8, which served as the exemplar for future copies. CFP 626, N5. 16 Num 15 inches 17 The rules for mourning were that the first 3 days should be given to weeping, and the first 7 to lamenting the dead. The tokens of mourning were to be worn for 30 days. 18 In the first 7 days. 17 The 7 days spell entirely 70 if part of the time has already been observed. It does not interrupt the 7 days of mourning. 71 And annul the remainder of the 7 days. 2 Sam 374 On which they reclined while eating. These must not be turned up in the usual manner at a time of mourning. Cf. Ton 4 feet. Mode Katan. 3. 2. Hayaga. 1. 3 And offer consolation, and they, forthwith, dismiss them that are gathered together. 8. They may not set down the bier in the open street lest they give occasion for lamentation, and the bier of a woman they may never set down, out of respect. The women may sing dirges during the feast, but they may not clap their hands. R. Ishmael says, they that are near to the bier may clap their hands. 9. On the first days of the months and at the feast of the dedication to and at Purim they may sing lamentations and clap their hands, but during none of them may they wail. After the corpse has been buried they may not sing lamentations or clap their hands. What is a lamentation? When all sing together. And a wailing? When one begins by herself and all respond after her. For it is written, teach your daughters a lament, and every one her neighbor wailing. 3 But for a time that is to come, it says, he hath swallowed up death forever, and the Lord God will wipe away tears from off all faces, and the reproach of his people shall he take away from off all the whole earth. For the Lord hath spoken it. Hayaga, the festal offering. 1:1. All are subject to the command to appear before the Lord. 6. Excepting a deaf-mute, an imbecile, a child, one of doubtful sex, one of double sex. 7. Women, slaves that have not been freed. 8. A man that is lame or blind or sick or aged, and one that cannot go up to Jerusalem on his feet, who is deemed a child. Any that cannot ride on his father's shoulders and go up from Jerusalem to the Temple Mount. So the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel say, any that cannot hold his father's hand and go up on his feet from Jerusalem to the Temple Mount, as it is written. 3. Regalim. 02. The school of Shammai say, the re'i'ia offering 0, must be not less in value than 2 pieces of silver. 1:1. And the festal offering, not less than 1 ma of silver. And the school of Hillel say, the re'i'ia offering, must be not less in value than 1 ma of silver, and the festal offering, not less than 2 pieces of silver. 3. Whole offerings during mid-festival 12 are brought from beasts bought 1 c meg 4 feet 2 Hanukkah, 25th of Chislev, c1 Maccabees 4 inches 2 Jfer 9 inches is 25. The principal subject is the manner of fulfillment of Oed I 6 li. 3 times in a year shall all Tny males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty, i.e. without an offering. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God which he hath given thee. See also X 2314, and note 10, below 6 in fulfillment of the command of X 23 inches. Dut 16 inches 7 androgynous, sec big 4a to exclude those that are half free, e.g. if a slave had 2 owners and only one of them had set him free. 9x 2314. The expression regalim is used in this passage, only again in the Old Testament in Num 22:4, 1m, in the sense of times. On the basis of X 2314 it is often used in the Mishnah of the 3 great feasts, Passover, Pentecost, and Tabernacles. Its usual meaning is feet, so that the quoted passage can convey the sense 3 times on foot. 10 lit. Appearing in the temple. CFPT 1. On the basis of the combined passages Dut I 6u and X 23 inches it is deduced that every male Israelite must bring on the first festival day, a whole offering, here called retaiah, to be wholly burnt on the altar. And 2. A peace offering, here called festal offering, from which the tractate takes its name Hayaga, of which only the fat pieces, the kidneys, and the blood are offered on the altar. See Lev 314, and the rest he consumes himself. 11 i.e. 2 mot. Ap 2, a. 11 as opposed to the festival days. CP 181, NN, P 207, N19. With unconsecrated money, 1 and peace offerings also from what is bought with second tithe money. 3 on the first festival day of Passover, the school of Shammai say, they are brought from beasts bought with unconsecrated money, and the school of Hillel say, also from what is bought with second tithe money. 4. Israelites may fourth fulfill their obligation. 5. By bringing vow offerings and free will offerings. 6. And tithe of cattle. 7. And the priests by bringing sin offerings and guilt offerings. 8. And firstlings. 9. And the breast and the shoulder. 10. But not by bringing burnt offerings. 11. Or meal offerings. 12. 5. He that has many that eat with him, but few possessions may offer many peace offerings and few whole offerings. He that has many possessions but few that eat with him, should offer many whole offerings and few peace offerings. He that has few of either, for such a one they have enjoined 1 ma of silver and 2 pieces of silver, as the value of his offerings. He that has many of both, of such a one it is written, every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God which he hath given thee. 13:6. He that made no offerings on the first festival day of the feast must offer them some other time, throughout the course of the feast, even on the last festival day of the feast. If the time of the feast went by and he had made no offerings, it is not incumbent on him to make them good. Of such a one it is written, that which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be reckoned. 1:7. R. Simeon B. Manasseh says, what is that which is crooked and which cannot be made straight? he that has connection with one of the forbidden degrees 15 and by her begets bastard issue. Wouldest thou say that it applies to the thief or the robber, but he may make restitution and be made straight? R. Simeon ben Yohai says, none can be called crooked excepting one that was first straight and afterward became crooked. And who is this? A disciple of the sages who forsakes the study of the law. 8. The rules about release from vows. 16. Hover in the air and have not to support them. 17. The rules about the Sabbath. 18. Festal offerings and sacrilege. 19. Are as mountains hanging by a hair. 4. Teaching of Scripture thereon is scanty and the rules many. The rules about cases concerning property and the temple service, and the rules about what is clean and unclean and the forbidden degrees, they have that which supports them, and it is they that are the essentials of the law. 2. 1. The forbidden degrees may 20th not be expounded before 3 persons, one as opposed to what is already consecrated as second tithe money, CP 73, and 6. In other words, see Men 7. The whole offering is here deemed an offering of obligation, one of which the flesh is available for the pilgrim's use to enable him to keep the feast suitably. 1. The Gemara points out that there is here a lacuna, and that it should read, on the 14th of Nisan, a festal offering, cf. Pes 6 may be brought from beasts bought with second tithe money, but on the first festival day of Passover. Red Diamonds card suit, i.e. those who are not priests, to bring peace offerings and to rejoice at the feast. See Meg 1:7 Lev 27:8, which only the priests may eat. Numai 8. 9. The flesh of which is to be eaten by the priests and their families. Numai 8:7. Degrees. See Lev 7. 11. See Tractate Kinim 12 Lev 21 feet 1. What is left after burning the handful belongs to the priests. 13. Dud. I 61 feet. Red Diamonds card suit. Eccles 11. Lev is 1. 16. BV resort to a sage. See Ned Kiss. To 117 they have no basis except Num 30118. See Tractate Shabbath. Cf. Arab to 1. 19 Lev S 14 1 feet. See Tractate Mila 10 Lev 18 8. Nor the story of creation 1 before 2, nor the chapter of the chariot 2 before 1 alone, unless he is a sage that understands of his own knowledge. Whosoever gives his mind to 4 things, it were better for him if he had not come into the world. What is above, what is beneath, what was before a timer, and what will be hereafter? And whosoever takes no thought for the honor of his Maker, it were better for him if he had not come into the world. 2. Jose ben Joser 3 says, on a festival day a man may not lay his hands on the offering for before it is slaughtered. Joseph ben Johanan says, he may. Joshua b. Pirahiah says, he may not. Nittay the Arbalite says, he may. Judah b. Tabe says, he may not. Simeon b. Shetta says, he may. Shemaiah says, he may. Abtalion says, he may not. Hillel and Menachem did not differ, but Menachem went forth 5 and Shammai entered in. Shammai says, he may not lay on his hands. Hillel says, he may. The former, of each of these several pairs, were presidents, and the others were fathers. 6 of the court. 3. The school of Shammai say 7 they may bring peace offerings on a festival day, and not lay the hands thereon, but they may not bring whole offerings. And the school of Hillel say, they may bring both peace offerings and whole offerings and lay their hands thereon. 4. If the feast of Pentecost fell on the eve of a Sabbath, the school of Shammai say, the day for slaughtering 8 is after the Sabbath, and the school of Hillel say, it needs no other day for slaughtering. 9. But they agree that if the feast fell on a Sabbath, the day for slaughtering is after the Sabbath. 10. The high priest may not put on his high priestly vestments, and mourning and fasting are permitted, to lend no support to the words of them that say, Pentecost falls on the day after the Sabbath. 125. 4. The eating of food that is unconsecrated or second tithe. 13. Or heave offering. 14. The hands need but to be rinsed, and for hallowed things. 16. They need to be immersed. 17. And in what concerns the sin offering water. 18. If a man's hands are unclean, his whole body is deemed unclean. 4. General I1 cap Ezek I4. Cf. Meg 4 inches on him and the other pair. See Abai 44 Red Diamonds card suit. Cf. Lev I4. The controversy turns on whether it is permissible on a festival day, to which apply the same rules about work as apply to the Sabbath, except for the preparing of necessary food, to lay the hands on the beast that is to be sacrificed, since this act is performed with a man's whole weight. so that he makes use of an animal in making it bear his burden, to profaning the Sabbath rule. 5. Into King Herod's service. According to another tradition he became an Essene 6 vice presidents. 7 Betx 24. The Retiyah whole offering. According to Die School of Shammai it could not be offered on the festival day itself nor on the following Sabbath. Therefore Pentecost, though lasting but one day, is, for purpose of offerings, to be prolonged. Since it is permissible to slaughter it on the festival day, some texts add, after the Sabbath. 10 Since, among private offerings, only the Passover offering overrides the Sabbath. 11 The 8 mentioned in Yom 7:14, i.e. the Sadducees, who maintained that it must always fall on a Sunday, because Lev 23, it is said that the Omer is offered on the morrow after the Sabbath, after which they were to number 50 days unto the morrow of the 7th Sabbath, when they keep the Feast of Pentecost. Cf. Men.io. They took Sabbath literally, and not, the Pharisees, in the sense of the first festival day of Passover. CP 73, and 6. 4 CFI 48, Tenina, CFP 714, and 3. Washed in the manner prescribed in Yad I 1, 16 such that need to be offered in the temple, and are partly or in their entirety devoted to the altar, and may only be consumed within the temple court. 17 In a valid immersion pool containing 40 c's of undrawn water. See Tractate Mikwayoth. Num 8, RV, the water of expiation. See Num I 91 feet 4, p 697, and 3. 6. If a man immersed himself to render himself fit to eat of unconsecrated produce, and his intention was confined to unconsecrated produce, he may not touch, second, tithe. If he immersed himself to render himself fit to eat of, second, tithe, and his intention was confined to, second, tithe, he may not touch heave offering. If he immersed himself to render himself fit to eat of heave offering, and his intention was confined to heave offering, he may not touch hallowed things. If he immersed himself to render himself fit to eat of hallowed things, and his intention was confined to hallowed things, he may not touch sin offering water. If he immersed himself for the sake of what has a higher degree of sanctity, he is permitted to touch what is of lower degree. If he immersed himself but without special intention, it is as though he had not immersed himself at all. 7. For Pharisees the close of an imharetz 2 count as suffering murdrar unclean as 3 For them that eat heave offering the close of Pharisees count as suffering mafrar uncleanness. For them that eat of hallowed things the close of them that eat heave offering count as suffering midrar uncleanness. For them that occupy themselves with the sin offering water the close of them that eat of hallowed things count as suffering wmrar uncleanness. Joseph B. Joser was the most pious in the priesthood, yet for them that ate of hallowed things his apron counted as suffering mdrar uncleanness. Johanan B. Gujada always ate his common food, in accordance with the rules governing the cleanness of hallowed things, yet for them that occupied themselves with the sin offering water his apron counted as suffering midram uncleanness. 3:1. Greater stringency applies 5 to hallowed things than to heave offering, for vessels within vessels may be immersed together for heavy offering, but not for hallowed things. The outside and inside and handle of vessels are deemed separate. 6 For heave offering, but not for hallowed things. He that carries aught that has contracted me, rar uncleanness may carry 7 heave offering but not hallowed things. 4. Them that eat of hallowed things the close of them that eat heave offering count as suffering midrar uncleanness. The rule for the immersion of garments. 4. Them that would eat of heave offering is not like the rule for them that would eat of hallowed things, since for hallowed things, a knot must be unloosed and dried and immersed and then retied, but for heavy offering it may be immersed while it is yet untied. 2. Utensils that have been completed and kept free of uncleanness require immersion before their use for hallowed things, but not before their use for heave offering. With hallowed things a vessel unites all that is therein, but it is not so with heave offering. Hallowed things can be rendered invalid by uncleanness at a fourth remove. 9 But heave 1. Those who accept the law according to its strictest interpretation. To their body belong those who undertake to be associates. Cf. Dem Z1 lit. People of the land. Cf. I 3. 3 App I 26. Cf. Dem 25 Red Diamonds Card Suit. Priests in the 11 cases that follow. 6 If one of these parts was made unclean by contact with an unclean liquid the others are not accounted unclean. See Kel 25. 7 At the same time a vessel containing heave offering, But he must not touch the heavy offering, as if one portion is unclean it renders everything in the vessel unclean, even when they are not in contact. See App IV 17, CFP 714, and 3, Ta 2 feet. If A is a father of uncleanness cf. Offering only at a third remove. With heave offering, if one hand of a man contracted uncleanness, the other remains clean, but with hallowed things he must immerse them both. For the one hand renders the other unclean for hallowed things but not for heave offering. 3. Dry foodstuffs that are heave offering may be consumed with unwashed hands, but it is not so with hallowed things. He that mourns his near of kin one, even though he has not contracted corpse uncleanness and he whose atonement is yet incomplete, needs to immerse himself for hallowed things, but not for heave offering. 4. Greater stringency may apply to heave offering, for in Judea they are deemed trustworthy throughout the year in what concerns the cleanness of wine and oil. 3. But in what concerns heave offering, they are deemed trustworthy only at the seasons of wine presses and olive vats. 4. If the season of the wine presses and olive vats was past, and they brought to the priest a jar of heave offering wine, he may not accept it. Howbeit, the owner may leave it until the next season. But if he 5 had said to him, I have set apart a quarter log as a hallowed thing, 6. He is deemed trustworthy. 7. They may be deemed trustworthy concerning jars of wine and jars of oil that are mixed with heave offering. 8. During the season of wine presses and olive vats and 70 days. 9. Before the season of wine presses. 5. From Modi'ith 10 and inwards men may be deemed trustworthy. 12. In what concerns earthenware vessels, from Modi'ith and outwards they may not be deemed trustworthy. Thus, if the potter himself sold the pot and came in hither from Modi'ith, in what concerns himself the potter, the self-same pots, and the self-same buyers. 3. He may be deemed trustworthy. If he went out beyond Modi'ith, he may not be deemed trustworthy. 6. If tax collectors entered a house. 14. So, 2. If thieves restored stolen vessels, they may be deemed trustworthy if they say, we have not touched. In Jerusalem men may be deemed trustworthy in what concerns hallowed things and, at the time of a feast. 15. In what concerns heave offering also. 7. If a man opened his jar of wine, or broke into his dough, to sell them, for the needs of the feast. 6. R. Judah says, he may finish selling them after the feast, but the sages say, he may not finish. 17. When the feast p. 137, n1, app IV 3ff, and touches b, and b touches c, and c touches d, if d is a hallowed thing it becomes invalid, and if c is heave offering it becomes invalid, but if d was heave offering it would not become invalid. 1 CP 147, n6. I see Kura. They are such who, having passed through the time of uncleanness prescribed in their case, have duly immersed themselves and awaited sunset, but have not yet brought their prescribed offerings. J. If an Imharetz averred that he had prepared them in conditions of cleanness they are reckoned valid for drink offerings and meal offerings. For when it is assumed that all has been done in cleanness, because of the sanctity of the heave offering, see talk you the Imharetz to the priest. 6. I have put so much wine in this vessel to be used as a drink offering. 7. As to its cleanness. 8. Which must be sold to a priest at the price of heave offering, except for the value of the heave offering, which is the priest's by right. See Tur SLB. 7. When they begin to clean the vessels for the wine. 10 PCs Q11 towards Jerusalem. 2. The Imharetz is to be believed if he avers that they have been prepared in cleanness. TS who themselves saw him come in and bought from him. 14 CF. Ta 7. When all are assumed to be in a condition of cleanness. Registered sign when men could buy from him, although he was an Imharetz, without fearing that his wares had been rendered unclean by him or others. 17 i.e. the scrupulous may not buy from him afterwards, since it can no longer be assumed that the wares remain clean. Was over, they entered upon the cleansing of the temple court, but they did not do so if the feast ended on a Friday because of the honor due to the Sabbath. R. Judah says, nor yet on a Thursday, for the priests had not, as yet, the leisure. 2:8. How did they enter upon the cleansing of the temple court? They used to immerse the vessels that were in the temple and say, to the priests, 3. Take heed lest ye touch the table 4 and render it unclean. For all the utensils that were in the temple they had a second and a third set, that if the first contracted uncleanness they might bring a second in their stead. All the utensils that were in the temple required immersion, excepting the altar of golds and the altar of bronze. 6. For they were reckoned as like to the ground. 7. So R. Eliezer. But the sages say, because they were plated with metal. 81 Rashi, they used to remove the utensils from the temple court, to clean them lest they had been touched by any priest who was an Mhaaretz. 2 They must first clear the altar of ashes. 3 Who were suspected of not being clean. 4 The table of the showbread is manned. Some texts add, and the candlestick SX 301 S 6 liters Kings 8:7, and as such they were not susceptible to uncleanness. Cf. Shebi 07, Uqts 30. Cf. Kelri. 3rd Division Nashim Women Yebamoth Ketubath Nedarim Nazir Sada Gittin Kiddushin. Yebamoth, sisters-in-law, 1 I-15 women being near of kin to their deceased childless husband's brother, 1 render their co-wives, 2 and the co-wives of their co-wives, and so on, without end, exempt from halitza and levirate marriage, and these are they, his daughter, his daughter's or son's daughter, his wife's daughter and her son's or daughter's daughter, his mother-in-law, and his mother-in-law's mother, his father-in-law's mother, his sister by the same mother and his mother's sister, his wife's sister and the wife of his brother by the same mother, and the wife of his brother who did not live at the same time as he, and his daughter-in-law, these render their co-wives, and the co-wives of their co-wives, and so on, without end exempt from halitza and levirate marriage. But if any among these died, or exercised right of refusal, 3 or were divorced, or were found sterile, their co-wives are not exempt. Howbeit, thou canst not say of a man's mother-in-law or mother-in-law's mother or father-in-law's mother that they were found sterile or that they exercised right of refusal. 2 How comes it that they render their co-wives exempt? If a man's daughter, or any women within the forbidden degrees, was married to his brother, who had yet another wife, and this brother died, then as his daughter is exempt so is her co-wife exempt. If his daughter's co-wife went and married a second, surviving, brother, who had yet another wife, and this brother died, then as his daughter's co-wife is exempt, so is the co-wife of his daughter exempt, and so on, even if they are 100 brothers. How comes it that if they died their co-wives are not exempt? If a man's daughter, or any woman within the forbidden degrees, was married to his brother who had yet another wife, and his daughter died or was divorced, and afterward his brother died, her co-wife is not exempt from halitza and levirate marriage. Any that had power to exercise right of refusal but did not, and her husband died, her co-wife must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage. 3 to 6 Other women within the forbidden degrees greater stringency applies than to these, since they may only be married to others. 4 And their co-wives are permitted, in marriage to the deceased husband's brother, namely, his mother, his father's wife, his father's sister, his sister by the same father, his father's brother's wife, and the wife of his brother by the same father. 4. The school of Shammai 5 permit, levirate marriage, between the co-wives 6 and the surviving brothers, but the school of Hillel forbid it. If this tractate treats of the laws of levirate marriage, levir, a brother-in-law of Dud. As 4, which require a man to take to wife his brother's widow if his brother had died childless, she may not be married to another unless he has refused to marry her. If he refuses he must submit to the ceremony of halitza, the drawing off of the shoe, in the manner prescribed in Dud 25. He must, however, have lived, no matter how short a time, in his deceased brother's lifetime. The widow must not be among those enumerated. Lev. Is 7, among the forbidden degrees. Furthermore, if the deceased husband had 2 or more wives of whom one was within the degrees forbidden to the surviving brother, she renders the other wives exempt from the obligation of levirate marriage, without need of halitza. This limitation is deduced by interpretation of Lev 18, on the prevalence of the custom of levirate marriage. Cf. Beck I 7, see Lev 18 inches, 1 Sam 1, where the word is rendered rival. TC below, p. 237, n 5. For they were unlawfully married to the deceased brother, Mame 5 Edui 4 feet, enumerated in Par 1. They had performed halitza. The school of Shammai declare them ineligible to marry a priest. 1 But the school of Hillel declare them eligible. If they had been taken in levirate marriage the school of Shammai declare them eligible. 2 But the school of Hillel ineligible. 1 Notwithstanding that these forbid what the others permit, and these declare ineligible whom the others declare eligible, yet the men of the school of Shammai did not refrain from marrying women from the families of the school of Hillel, nor the men of the school of Hillel from marrying women from the families of the school of Shammai. despite all the disputes about what is clean and unclean, wherein these declare clean what the others declare unclean, neither scrupled to use aught that pertained to the others in matters concerned with cleanness. 2. 1. How comes it that the wife of his brother who did not live at the same time as he, exempts the co-wife, if there were 2 married brothers, and the first one died, childless, and a third brother was then born, and afterward the second brother took in levirate marriage his deceased brother's wife and then himself died, the wife of the first brother is exempt from levirate marriage with the third brother, in that she was the wife of his brother who did not live at the same time as he, and the wife of the second brother is exempt from levirate marriage with the third brother, in that she was her co-wife. If the second brother had only bespoken her for himself and then died, his first wife must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage with the third brother. 2. If there were 2 married brothers and the first one died, childless, and the second took in levirate marriage his deceased brother's wife, and afterward a third brother was born and then the second brother died, the wife of the first brother is exempt from levirate marriage with the third brother, in that she was the wife of his brother who did not live at the same time as he, and the wife of the second brother is exempt in that she was her co-wife. If the second brother had only bespoken her for himself and then died, his first wife must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage with the third brother. R. Simeon says, he may contract levirate marriage with which of them he will, or submit to halitza from which of them he will. 3. A general rule have they laid down about a childless brother's widow: if she is exempt by virtue of the forbidden degrees, she need neither perform halitza nor contract levirate marriage. If she is exempt by virtue of an ordinance of the scribes, or by virtue of the holiness of the levir, she must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage. If her sister is also her sister-in-law, 5, she may either perform halitza or contract levirate marriage. 4. Exempt by virtue of an ordinance of the scribes, to wit, the secondary grades of forbidden degrees, enjoined by the scribes. 6 by Lev 21 feet. Such count, according to the school of Shammai, as put away, divorced. 1. If widowed. J. Since the levirate marriage was invalid, they count as harlots. Lev 21 feet, i.e. had not consummated the levirate union as required by Duke 25s, but had formally, before witnesses, accepted her as betrothed to him. See below. 3s. Gemata gives these as t. Father's mother. 2. Mother's mother. 3. Father's father's mother. 4. Mother's father's mother. S. Father's father's wife. 6. Mother's father's wife. 7. Mother's father's brother's wife. 8. Father or mother's mother's brother's wife. 9. Son's daughter's daughter. 10. Daughter's daughter's daughter. 11. Son's son's daughter. Virtue of the holiness of the levir, to wit, a widow, is forbidden in marriage to a high priest. 1. A divorced woman or one that had performed halitza is forbidden to a common priest. 2. A woman that is a bastard. 3. Or a nethina. 4. Is forbidden to an Israelite. 5. And a daughter of an Israelite is forbidden to a nathan or a bastard. 5. If a man has any kind of brother. 6. Such a brother imposes on his brother's wife the duty of levirate marriage, and he counts as his brother in every respect. 7. Unless he was the son of a bondwoman or a Gentile woman. 8. If a man has a kind of son, such a son renders the wife of his father exempt from levirate marriage. He is culpable if he strikes or curses his father. 9. And he counts as his son in every respect unless he was the son of a bondwoman or a Gentile woman. 6. If a man betrothed one of 2 sisters and he does not know which of them he betrothed, he must give a bill of divorce to each of them. If he died and had but one brother, such a one must submit to halitza from each of them. If he had 2 brothers, one of them must submit to halitza from the one, and the other may, then, contract levirate marriage with the other, though if the 2 brothers had already taken them in marriage, none can take them from them. 7. If 2 men betrothed 2 sisters and neither of them knows which of the 2 he betrothed, each of them must give 2 bills of divorce. If they died, and each had a brother, each of these must submit to halitza from the 2 sisters. If one had 1 brother and the other 2 brothers, the one brother must submit to halitza from both sisters, and of the 2 brothers one must submit to halitza from the one, and the other may, then, contract levirate marriage with the other. But if the 2 brothers had already taken them in marriage, none may take them from them. If each of the 2 men that died had 2 brothers, then a brother of the first must submit to halitza from one of the sisters, and a brother of the second must submit to halitza from the other of the sisters, and the other brother in each case may then contract levirate marriage with the sister at whose hands his brother submitted to halitza, though if the two brothers of the first man had already submitted to halitza, the other two brothers may not then both contract levirate marriage, but the one must submit to halitza and the other may, then, contract levirate marriage, but if they had already taken the two sisters in marriage, none can take them from them. 8. The duty of levirate marriage falls on the elder, surviving brother, but if the younger brother forestalls him, his marriage is valid. If a man was suspected of intercourse with a slave who afterward was freed, or with a Gentile woman who afterward became a proselyte, he may not marry her, but if he married her, none can take her from him. If a man was suspected of intercourse with a married woman and the court dissolved her marriage with her husband, even though he married her, they must take her from him. 10. 12. Daughter's son's daughter. 13. Wife's daughter's daughter. 14. Wife's son's daughter. 15. Wife's mother's mother. 16. Wife's father's mother. 17. Wife's mother's mother. 18. Wife's father's mother. 19. Son's daughter-in-law. 20. Daughter's daughter-in-law. Some also add. 21. Father's mother's wife. 22. Father's brother's wife. 23. Father or mother's father's sister. And 24. Mother's sister. 1 Lev 211 2 Lev 21 feet. Cf above. P 210. N1 TC Yed 4 U Red Diamonds Card Suit. On the ground of Dut 7. C App I 29. A non-priest 6 Even a bastard 1 he can inherit from him, and, if he is a priest, can Lev 21. Contract uncleanness because of him. In both cases the child has only the mother's status. Exatu. 10 According to Sot 5 she is forbidden also to the paramour. Yebamoth. 2, 4, 3, 5 Q If a man brought a bill of divorce from a man beyond the sea, 1 and said, "It was written in my presence and it was signed in my presence," he may not marry the man's wife. If he said, "He is dead," or, "I killed him," or, "We killed him," he may not marry the man's wife. R. Judah says, if he said, "I killed him," she may not marry again, but if he said, "We killed him," she may marry again. 10. If a sage pronounced a woman forbidden to her husband because of her vow, 2 The sage may not marry her. If in her presence she exercised right of refusal or performed halitza, he may marry her, since he was but a member of the court. 3 And in every case, if they had wives and these afterward died, the other women may be married to them. And in every case, if the women were married to others and afterward were divorced or became widows, they may be married to them. And in every case they may be married to their sons or brothers. 4-3. 1. Ifstwif 4 brothers married 2 sisters, and the 2 that married the 2 sisters died. The sisters must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage, and if the brothers had already married them they must put them away. R. Eliezer says, according to the school of Shammai they may continue the marriage, but according to the school of Hillel they must put them away too. If one of the sisters was forbidden to one of the brothers by virtue of the forbidden degrees, 6 he may not marry her, but he may marry her sister. 7 The second brother may not marry either. If one of the sisters was forbidden by virtue of an ordinance of the scribes, or by virtue of the holiness of the Levir, she must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage. 3. If one of the sisters 8 was forbidden to one of the brothers by virtue of the forbidden degrees, and the other sister was forbidden to the other brother by virtue of the forbidden degrees, the sister forbidden to the first brother is permitted to the second, and the sister forbidden to the second is permitted to the first. This is the case whereof they have said, if her sister is also her sister-in-law she may either perform halitza or contract levirate marriage registered signed. 4. If 2 of 3 brothers married 2 sisters, or a woman and her daughter, or a woman and her daughter's daughter, or a woman and her son's daughter, and the 2 brothers died childless, the 2 widows must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage with the third brother. R. Simeon declares them exempt even from halitza. If one of the sisters was forbidden to him by virtue of the forbidden degrees, he is forbidden to her but he is not forbidden to the other. But if by virtue of an ordinance of the scribes, or by virtue of the holiness of the Levir, she must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage. 5. If 10 there were 3 brothers, 2 married to 2 sisters and 1 unmarried, and one of the married brothers died and the unmarried one bespoke 11 the widow, and then his second brother died. The school of includes nigh place beyond the borders of the land of Israel. She vowed that he should have no benefit from her, and the husband did not annul the vow. Num. 38 of 3, see Psalm 1. Of the messengers, witnesses, or sages Sedui 5 if, e.g., she was his mother-in-law 7 since she is not a sister to one bound to him by the levirate tie. 8 mentioned in par 1, see above. 2. Degrees Edui 4, cp 219, n4. Shammai say, his bespoken wife abides with him and the other is free as being the wife's sister, and the school of Hillel say, he must put away his bespoken wife both by bill of divorce and by halitza, and his brother's wife by halitza. This is the case whereof they have said, woe to him because of the loss of his wife, and woe to him because of the loss of his brother's wife. 1:6. If there were 3 brothers, 2 married to 2 sisters and the other to a woman not near of kin, and the husband of one of the sisters died, and the brother married to the woman not near of kin married the widow and then died, the widow is free from levirate marriage with the surviving brother, in that she is the sister of his wife, and the woman not near of kin is free in that she was her co-wife, if he had only bespoken her for himself, and then died. The woman not near of kin must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage with the surviving brother. If there were 3 brothers, 2 married to 2 sisters and the other to a woman not near of kin, and the brother married to the woman not near of kin died, and the husband of one of the sisters married the widow and then died, the first woman is free from levirate marriage with the surviving brother, in that she is the sister of his wife, and the other woman in that she was her co-wife, if he had only bespoken her for himself and then died. The woman not near of kin must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage with the surviving brother. 7. If there were 3 brothers, 2 married to 2 sisters and the other to a woman not near of kin, and the husband of one of the sisters died and the husband of the woman not near of kin married the widow and then the wife of the other husband died, and afterward the husband of the woman not near of kin died also, then she too is forbidden to him for all time since she was forbidden to him during a certain time. If there were 3 brothers, 2 married to 2 sisters and the other to a woman not near of kin, and the husband of one of the sisters divorced his wife and the brother married to the woman not near of kin died, and then the brother who divorced his wife married the widow and then died, such is a case whereof they have said, 3 if any among them died, or were divorced their co-wives are not exempt. 8. And in every case 4 if their betrothal or divorce was in doubt, the co-wives must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage. How can the betrothal be in doubt? If when he threw to her the betrothal gift it was in doubt whether it lay nearer to him or nearer to her, such is a case where the betrothal was in doubt. How can the divorce be in doubt? If a man wrote out the bill of divorce in his own handwriting but there were no witnesses, or if there were witnesses but no date was given, or if there was a date given but only one witness was present, such is a case where the divorce was in doubt. 9. If 3 brothers were married to 3 women not near of kin and one of the brothers died and the second brother only bespoke the widow for himself and then died, the 2 widows must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage with the third brother, for it is written, if brethren dwell together, and one of them die, her husband's brother shall go in unto her. 5. Thus she is bound only to one brother-in-law and is not one cf. Yet 13 feet 3 the surviving third sister. 3 above, I1. 4 of the 15 enumerated above, ILS do 2s4. Bound to 2 brothers-in-law. R. Simeon says, he may contract levirate marriage with which of them he will and submit to halitza from the other. If 2 brothers were married to 2 sisters and one of the brothers died and afterward the wife of the other brother died, the wife of the first brother is forbidden to him for all time since she was forbidden to him during a certain time. 10. If 2 men had betrothed 2 women and when they entered into the bride chamber the 2 women were exchanged, then both are culpable by virtue of the law of thy neighbor's wife. 1 An. If they were brothers, by virtue of the law of thy brother's wife. 2 An. If they were sisters, by virtue of the law of a woman and her sister. 3 An. If they were both menstruants, by virtue of the law of the menstruant. 4 They must be kept apart for 3 months lest they be with child. If they were minors and not like to bear children, they may forthwith be restored to their proper husbands. If they were priests' daughters they are rendered ineligible to eat of heave offering. 5 4. 1. If a man submitted to halitza from his deceased brother's wife and she was then found with child and gave birth, if the child was like to live. 6. The halitza is deemed void. Each is permitted to marry the other's kindred. 7 and he has not rendered her ineligible for marriage with a priest. But if the child was not like to live, neither is permitted to marry the other's kindred, and he has rendered her ineligible for marriage with a priest. 2. If a man consummated marriage with his deceased brother's wife and she was found, already, with child and gave birth, if the child was like to live, he must put her away and they must offer a sin offering. 8. But if the child was not like to live, he may continue the marriage if it is in doubt whether what is born is a 9 months child of the former husband, or a 7 months child of the latter husband. He must put her away. The child is deemed legitimate, but they must offer a suspensive guilt offering. 9.3. If 0 awimanating levirata mariajan inherited property, the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel agree that she may sell it or give it away and the act will be valid. If she died, what should be done with her ketubah? 12 and property that comes in and goes out with her. 3 The school of Shammai say, the heirs of her deceased husband. 14 share with the heirs of her father is, and the school of Hillel say, her $sign on Barzil. 16 property falls equally to them, both. The ketubah falls to the deceased husband's heirs, and the property that comes in and goes out with her falls to her father's heirs. 4. But if 17 the brother-in-law had consummated marriage with her, she counts as his wife in all respects save that her ketubah is a charge on her first husband's goods. Lev 18 inches, Lev 18 inches, J Lev 18 inches, red diamonds card suit. Lev I 81 feet on the ground of Lev 2211 6 not a premature birth. 7 see below. Par 7. Because of a forbidden connection in error. Cf. Cur tx. As prescribed in Lev S. Cf. Cur I. Ket 8 feet 11 tied to the surviving brother by the levirate bond, but not yet knowing whether he will take her or submit to halitza. NC App 1. 16. 13 Milog property. C App I 24. Cf. Yeb 71. 14 on the ground of BB 81. S according to Gem 39 of the case here is one where the brother-in-law had bespoken her. CP 219. N4. And it is in doubt whether he can be accounted her husband. An heir. C App I 41. 17 Ket 8 feet. 224 5. The duty of levirate marriage falls on the eldest surviving brother. If he was not willing, it passes in turn to each of the other brothers, and if they were not willing, they come again to the eldest and say to him, the duty falls on thee, submit to halitza or contract levirate marriage. 6. If he would hold his decision in suspense until a brother that was not of age should have come of age, or until an elder brother should have returned from beyond the sea, or until a brother that was a deaf, mute or an imbecile should recover, they do not listen to him but say, the duty falls on thee, submit to halitza or contract levirate marriage. 7. If a man submitted to halitza from his deceased brother's wife, he still counts as one of the brothers in what concerns inheritance. 1. But if the father was living, the property falls to him. 2. If he consummated marriage with his deceased brother's wife, he thereby acquires title to the property of his brother. R. Judah says, in either case, if the latter was living, the property falls to him. If a man submitted to halitza from his deceased brother's wife, neither may marry the kindred of the other, namely, he may not marry her mother, her mother's mother, or her father's mother, her daughter's daughter, or her son's daughter, or her sister, such time as the deceased brother's wife is living, but his brothers may marry her, and she may not marry his father's father, or his mother's father, his son, or his son's son, or his brother, or his brother's son. A man may marry one that is near of kin to the co-wife of his deceased brother's wife at whose hands he has submitted to halitza, but not the co-wife of one that is near of kin to his deceased brother's wife at whose hands he has submitted to halitza. 8. If a man submitted to halitza from his deceased brother's wife and his brother married her sister and then died, the sister must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage with the first brother. But if a man divorced his wife and his brother married her sister and then died, the sister is exempt both from halitza and from levirate marriage. 9. If a woman awaited levirate marriage with a man whose younger brother betrothed her sister, the sages said in the name of R. Judah B. Bathira, they must say to the younger brother, wait until thine elder brother shall decide. 3. If the elder brother submitted to halitza or consummated the marriage, the younger brother may consummate the marriage with his betrothed, wife. And if the sister-in-law died, the younger brother may consummate the marriage with his betrothed wife. But if the elder brother died, he must put away his betrothed wife by a bill of divorce and submit to halitza from his brother's wife. 3 months of her widowhood must pass by before the wife of the deceased brother may perform halitza or contract levirate marriage. So, too, other widows may not, again, be betrothed or married before 3 months have passed, whether they are virgins or not virgins, whether they are divorced or widows, whether they were married or only betrothed. Our Judah says, they that had been married may forthwith be betrothed, and they that had been only betrothed may forthwith be married, excepting betrothed women in Judea, since there the bridegroom is less shamefaced for before her. Our Jose says, all women may be won from his deceased brother. 1 CBB 8. 3 Since the levirate tie applies to every brother, and in the event of the elder brother's failure to contract levirate marriage or to release her by halitza, the younger brother will be bound to 2 sisters. Cf. Ket I 5. Betrothed, again forthwith, excepting the widow, because of her prescribed time of mourning. 111. If 4 brothers married 4 women and then died, and the eldest of the brothers that remained was minded to contract levirate marriage with all the widows, it is his right. If a man was married to 2 women and died, consummation or halitza with the one wife exempts the co-wife. If one of them was eligible for marriage with a priest, and the other ineligible, if the brother-in-law submitted to halitza, it must be from her that was ineligible, and if he contracted levirate marriage, it must be with her that was eligible. 12. If a man remarried his divorced wife, one or married one at whose hands he had submitted to halitza, or one that was near of kin to her, he must put her away, and any child that is born is a bastard. So are Akiba. But the sages say, the child is not a bastard, but they agree that if a man married one that was near of kin to his divorced wife, any child that is born is a bastard. 13. Who is accounted a bastard? 3. The offspring from any union of near of kin which is forbidden in the law. So are Akiba. Simeon of Teman says, the offspring of any union for which the partakers are liable to extirpation for at the hands of heaven, and the halakha 5 is accord ing to his words. Our Joshua says, the offspring of any union for which the partakers are liable to death at the hands of the court. 6 R. Simeon b. As A said, I found a family register in Jerusalem, and in it was written, such a one is a bastard through a transgression of the law of thy neighbor's wife. 7 Confirming the words of our Joshua, if a man's wife died, he is permitted to marry her sister. If he divorced her and she afterward died, he is permitted to marry her sister. If she was married again to another man and afterward died, he is permitted to marry her sister. If a man's deceased brother's wife died, he is permitted to marry her sister. If he submitted to halitza from her and she afterward died, he is permitted to marry her sister. Registered sign 5. 1. Rabban Gamaliel said, no bill of divorce has validity after another bill of divorce. 6 And no statement of betrothal after another statement of betrothal. 10 And no act of consummation after another act of consummation, and no act of halitza after another act of halitza. 11 But the sages say, a bill of divorce has validity after another bill of divorce, and a statement of betrothal after another statement of betrothal, but not can validly follow consummation or halitza. 11.2 Thus if a man bespoke for himself his deceased brother's wife and then gave her a bill of divorce, he must still submit to halitza. If he 30 days one after she had married again. See Duke 24. J. Duke 23. Red Diamonds Card Suit. Levi 8M. See also Kid 31 S. App I 11. 6 on 7. T. Lev 18 inches. Some texts add, if she afterward married another and then died, he is permitted to marry her sister, and in every case he is forbidden to marry her near of kin, i.e. if a man left 2 widows and the levir gave a bill of divorce to the first widow and afterwards another to the second has no power, and the near of kin of the second are not forbidden to him. 10 If he bespoke one of them and then the second needs no bill of divorce to release her. So, 2. If 2 brothers bespoke the same widow one after the other, the word of the second brother has no binding force. 1 The second does not render the widow ineligible for marriage into the priestly stock. 11 The one act is the clinching of the levirate tie, the other is its final severance. 3349. 226 Bespoke her and then submitted to halitza, she still requires of him a bill of divorce. 1. If he bespoke her and then consummated the marriage, such is her due. 3. If he gave her a bill of divorce and then bespoke her, she must receive of him a bill of divorce and must still perform halitza. If he gave her a bill of divorce and then consummated the marriage, she must receive of him a bill of divorce and she must still perform halitza. If he gave her a bill of divorce and then submitted to halitza, not can validly follow the halitza. If he submitted to halitza and then bespoke her, or gave her a bill of divorce and then consummated the marriage, or consummated the marriage and then bespoke her, or gave her a bill of divorce and then submitted to halitza, not can validly follow the halitza, and it is all one whether there was one deceased brother's wife to one brother-in-law, or two deceased brothers' wives to one brother-in-law. 4. Thus if a man bespoke both deceased brothers' wives he must give 2 bills of divorce and submit to halitza, from one of them. If he bespoke one and gave a bill of divorce to the other, he must give the one a bill of divorce and submit to halitza from the other. If he bespoke the one and consummated marriage with the other, he must give 2 bills of divorce and submit to halitza, from one of them. If he bespoke the one and submitted to halitza from the other, the first must be given a bill of divorce. If he gave a bill of divorce to each, he must submit to halitza from one. If he gave a bill of divorce to one and bespoke the other, he must give a bill of divorce to one and submit to halitza from one. If he gave a bill of divorce to one and submitted to halitza from the other, then after halitza not can validly follow. 5. If he submitted to halitza from both or submitted to halitza from one and bespoke the other, or gave a bill of divorce to one and consummated marriage with the other, or consummated marriage with both, or consummated marriage with one and bespoke the other, or gave a bill of divorce to one and submitted to halitza from the other, not can validly follow the halitza, whether there was one brother-in-law to 2 deceased brothers' wives, or 2 brothers-in-law to one deceased brother's wife. 6. If he submitted to halitza from her and then bespoke her, or gave her a bill of divorce or consummated marriage with her, or consummated marriage and then bespoke her or gave her a bill of divorce or submitted to halitza from her, then not can validly follow halitza, whether this came in the beginning or in the middle or at the end. If the consummation came in the beginning, not can validly follow, but if it came in the middle or at the end, somewhat else can validly follow. 2R Nehemiah says, it is the same with consummation as with halitza, whether in the beginning or in the middle or at the end, not can validly follow. 6. 1. If a man had connection with his deceased brother's wife, whether in error or wantonness, whether under constraint or willingly, or even if he acted in error and she in wantonness, or he in wantonness and she in error, or he under constraint and she not under constraint, or she under constraint and he not under constraint, whether the act was partial or complete, he has thereby acquired her to wife, and there is no distinction respecting the manner of connection. 1. To annul the bespeaking, which has the force of betrothal p. 219, and 4. 2. If consummation was not valid the levirate tie is still neither severed nor complete. 2. So, 2. If a man had connection with one from among the forbidden degrees spoken of in the law, or from among them that are ineligible, to wit, 1. A widow, who is forbidden in marriage, to a high priest, a divorced woman or one that had performed halitza to a common priest, a woman that is a bastard or a nethina to an Israelite, and a daughter of an Israelite to a bastard or a nothin, he has thereby rendered her ineligible. 2. And there is no distinction respecting the manner of connection. 3. If a widow was betrothed to a high priest, or a divorced woman or one that had performed halitza to a common priest, they may third not eat of heave offering. 4. R. Eliezer and R. Simeon declare them eligible. If they became widows or were divorced after wedlock, they are ineligible, but if after betrothal only, they remain eligible. 4. A high priest may not marry a widow. 5. Whether she had become a widow after betrothal or after wedlock, and he may not marry one that is past her girlhood. 6. But R. Eliezer and R. Simeon declare one that is past her girlhood eligible. He may not marry one that is not virgo intacta. If he had betrothed a widow and was afterward appointed high priest, he may consummate the union. It once happened that Joshua b. Gamla betrothed Martha the daughter of Bothus, and he consummated the union after that the king appointed him high priest. If a woman awaited levirate marriage with a common priest and he was appointed high priest, although he had bespoken her, he may not consummate the union. If the brother of the high priest died, the high priest must submit to halitza and may not contract levirate marriage. 7. 5. A common priest may not marry a sterile woman unless he already had a wife or children. R. Judah says, although he already had a wife or children, he may not marry a sterile woman, for such is the harlot spoken of in the law. 8. But the sages say, the harlot refers only to a female proselyte, or to a freed bondwoman, or to one that suffered connection of the nature of fornication. 6. No man may abstain from keeping the law, be fruitful and multiply. 9. Unless he already has children, according to the school of Shammai, 2 sons, according to the school of Hillel, a son and a daughter, for it is written, male and female created he them. 10. If he married a woman and lived with her 10 years and she bare no child, it is not permitted him to abstain. If he divorced her, she may be married to another, and the second husband may live with her for 10 years. If she had a miscarriage, the space of 10 years is reckoned from the time of the miscarriage. The duty to be fruitful and multiply falls on the man but not on the woman. R. Johanan B. Baroka says, of them both it is written, and God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply. 7. 1. If a widow was married to a high priest, or if a divorced woman or one that had performed halitza was married to a common priest. 12. And she brought him in as her dowry Meligli slaves and Fon Barzil 14 slaves. The Milog slaves may not eat of heave offering. 15. But the on Barzil slaves may first see above. 4. To marry a priest, or to eat of heave offering. J. Being of priestly stock, red diamonds card suit in their father's house, since they had married unlawfully. 5. Lev 21 inches head Bajarath, ripe for childbearing. C. Nid 5, i.e. over 12 years, and C. month 7 cf. Sana 1, Lev 21 feet 7 general T. 10 general 5 11 general 1 inches 11 c above. 2. Apia plus. Api 41. The chapter deals with cases arising out of Lev 22 LW. See also below. 9. Eat thereof. Milog slaves are such that, if they die, the wife suffers the loss, and if their value increases, the wife enjoys the increase. Though the husband is responsible for their maintenance, they may not eat of heave offering. Son Barzil slaves are such that, if they die, the loss is suffered by the husband, and if their value increases, the husband enjoys the increase. Since his obligation is to restore them in full, they may eat of heave offering. 2. If the daughter of an Israelite was married to a priest, and, as her dowry she brought him in slaves, be they Milog or John Barzil property, they may eat of heave offering. But if a priest's daughter was married to an Israelite and brought him in either Milog slaves or son Barzil slaves, they may not eat of heave offering. 3. If the daughter of an Israelite was married to a priest and he died leaving her with child, her slaves may not eat of heave offering by virtue of the portion that falls to the unborn child, for the unborn child can deprive a woman of the right to eat of heave offering, but it cannot bestow 3 on her the right. So R. Jose, the sages said to him, after thou hast affirmed this to us of the daughter of an Israelite married to a priest, wouldest thou also affirm of the daughter of a priest married to a priest who died childless, and left her with child, that her slaves may not eat of heave offering by virtue of the portion that falls to the unborn child? 4. An unborn child, a lever, betrothal, a deaf mute, or a boy 9 years old and a day can deprive 5, a woman, of the right to eat of heave offering, but they cannot bestow on her the right, even if it is in doubt whether he is 9 years old and a day or not. 6. Or whether he has produced 2 hairs or not. 7. If a house fell upon a man and his wife who was his brother's daughter, and it is not known which of them died first, her co-wife must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage. 5. The violator 8 and the seducer 9. And he that is an imbecile cannot deprive the woman with whom they have connection of the right to eat of heave offering. 10. Nor can they bestow on her the right, but if they are such that are not fit to enter into the congregation of Israel. 12. They can deprive the woman of the right to eat. 13. Thus if an Israelite had connection with the daughter of a priest, she may still eat of heave offering. If she was got with child, she may not eat of heave offering. If the unborn child in her bowels was cut out, she may eat. If a priest had connection with the daughter of an Israelite, she may not eat of heave offering. If she was got with child, she may not eat. If she gave birth, she may eat. Thus, the power of the child is greater than that of the father. A slave disqualifies a woman from eating of heave offering by virtue of congress, but not by they count during the marriage as his property. See Lev 22 inches. 2. If a priest's daughter was with child by an Israelite who died childless, she does not return to her father's house, there to eat of Hivot turned. If an Israelite's daughter was with child by a priest who died childless, the unborn child does not empower her to eat of heave offering, and the restriction applies equally to her slaves. 4. A reductio ad absurdum. If the reason was that an unborn child grants no rights, R. Jose's reason, however, was that what is within the body of one of non-priestly stock counts as non-priestly stock in all respects. 5. The priest's daughter is tied to the levir, a non-priest, and so cannot eat heavy offering in her father's house. By betrothal the man acquires her as his property. Marriage to a deaf mute is reckoned valid. Intercourse with one 9 years and a day old renders her ineligible to marry a priest. Cf. Nid 5. But cf Yeb 10 FCF. Son 81. Nid 6 inches do 22 9 x 2214 1 feet 10 if she is the daughter of a priest 11 if they are priests. 12 do 23 L. Lev 22 inches. Virtue of offspring. Thus if the daughter of an Israelite was married to a priest, or a priest's daughter to an Israelite, and she bore a son by him, and the son went and had connection with a bondwoman, and she bore a son by him, such a child is a bondman, and if his father's mother was the daughter of an Israelite married to a priest she may not eat of heavy offering, but if she was a priest's daughter married to an Israelite she may eat of heave offering. A bastard may deprive a woman of the right to eat of heave offering, and also bestow the right. Thus if the daughter of an Israelite was married to a priest, or a priest's daughter to an Israelite, and she bore a daughter by him and the daughter went and married a slave or a Gentile and bore a son by him, such a child is a bastard, and if his mother's mother was the daughter of an Israelite married to a priest she may eat of heave offering, but if she was a priest's daughter married to an Israelite she may not eat of heave offering. 6. There are times when a high priest can deprive a woman of the right to eat of heave offering. Thus if a priest's daughter was married to an Israelite and she bore a daughter by him, and the daughter went and married a priest and bore a son by him, such a child is lit to become a high priest, to stand and minister at the altar. He bestows on his mother one the right to eat of heave offering, but he deprives his mother's mother of the right, and she may say, let there not be the like of my grandson, the high priest, who deprives me of the right to eat of heavy offering. 8. 1. The uncircumcised too and all they that are unclean may not eat of heave offering, but their wives and their slaves may eat of heave offering. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off. 3. They and their slaves may eat of heave offering but their wives may not eat, but if such a one did not thereafter have connection with his wife, 4. She may eat of heave offering. 2. Who is deemed wounded in the stones? He whose testicles are wounded or one only of them. And who is he that hath his privy member cut off? He whose member is cut, but if so much as a hair thread of the crown remains he is eligible to eat of heave offering. He that is wounded in the stones or hath his privy member cut off is permitted to marry a female proselyte or a freed slave, only he may not enter into the assembly, for it is written, he that is wounded in the stones or hath his privy member cut off shall not enter into the assembly of the Lord. 3. 3. An Ammonite or a Moabite is forbidden and forbidden for all time to marry an Israelite, but their women are permitted forthwith. An Egyptian or an Edomite 7. Whether male or female is forbidden only for 3 generations. R. Simeon declares their women forthwith permitted. R. Simeon said, it is an inference from the less to the greater, if where the menfolk registered sign are for all time forbidden their women are forthwith permitted, how much the more where the menfolk are forbidden for but 3 generations should their women be forthwith permitted. They answered, if this is halakha 9, which thou hast received, we receive it, but if it is but an inference of thine own, a counter-inference may rebut it. He answered, 1. When his father is dead. 1 Gem 64b, a priest suffered to remain so, because his 2 brothers died of the appenstion. J. Duke 23:4 but she was married to him prior to his disability. S. Duke 231, i.e. may not marry an Israelite. Duke 23, cf. Yod 4. Duke 237, and male offspring ap I, it. Not so, but I declare what is halakha. Bastards 1 and Nathans 2 are forbidden and forbidden for all time, whether they are males or females. 4. R. Joshua said, I have heard a tradition that a eunuch submits to Halitza and his brothers submit to Halitza from his wife. Also, I have heard a tradition that a eunuch does not submit to Halitza nor do his brothers submit to Halitza from his wife, and I cannot explain it. Ar Akiba said, I will explain it. If he was a man-made eunuch, he submits to Halatzah, and his brothers submit to Halatzah from his wife, because there was a time when he was potent. But if he was a eunuch by nature, he does not submit to Halatzah, nor do his brothers submit to Halatzah from his wife, because there never was a time when he was potent. R. Eliezer says, not so, but a eunuch by nature submits to Halatzah, and his brothers submit to Halatzah from his wife, since he may be healed. But a man-made eunuch does not submit to Halatzah, nor do his brothers submit to Halatzah from his wife, since he cannot be healed. R. Joshua B. Bathera testified of Ben Meguseth, who lived in Jerusalem, and was a man-made eunuch, that they contracted levirate marriage with his wife, confirming the words of R. Akiba. 5. A eunuch, by nature, does not submit to Halatzah or contract levirate marriage. So, too, a woman that is sterile does not perform Halatzah or contract levirate marriage. If a eunuch submitted to Halatzah from his deceased brother's wife, he does not disqualify her for marriage with a priest. But if he had connection, he disqualifies her, since such connection is of the nature of fornication. So, too, if brothers submitted to Halatzah from a woman that is sterile, they do not disqualify her, since connection with her is of the nature of fornication. 6. If a priest that was a eunuch by nature married the daughter of an Israelite, he gives her the right to eat of heave offering. R. Jose and R. Simeon say, if a priest that was of double sex married the daughter of an Israelite, he gives her the right to eat of heave offering. R. Judah says, if one of doubtful sex was found to be a male when the impediment was removed, he may not submit o Halatzah, since he is accounted a eunuch by nature. One that is of double sex may marry a wife, but none may marry him. R. Eliezer says, through connection with one that is of double sex, the penalty of stoning is incurred as with a male. 3:9. 1. Some women are permitted in marriage to their husbands and forbidden to their brothers-in-law. Some are permitted in marriage to their brothers-in-law and forbidden to their husbands. Some are permitted to both, and some are forbidden to both. These are the cases in which the women are permitted in marriage to their husbands and forbidden to their brothers-in-law. A common priest who married a widow and has a brother that is a high priest. A man of impaired priestly stock 4 who married a woman that was eligible for marriage with a priest, and has a brother of unimpaired priestly stock. An Israelite who married the daughter of an Israelite and has a bastard brother. A bastard who married a woman that is a bastard and has a brother who is an Israelite. These are the cases in which the women are permitted in marriage to their husbands and forbidden to their brothers-in-law too. These are the cases in which the women are permitted in marriage to 1 YCB 4U2 App I29. JSON 74. 4 lit. Profaned. CF Lev 2 I4C Kid 4. Such are the offspring of a union that transgresses the laws governing the marriage of the priestly stock. Lev ZV. L. 14. Their brothers-in-law and forbidden to their husbands. A high priest who betrothed a widow and has a brother who is a common priest. A priest of unimpaired priestly stock who married a woman of impaired priestly stock and has a brother of impaired priestly stock. An Israelite who married a woman that was a bastard and has a brother who is a bastard. A bastard who married the daughter of an Israelite and has a brother who is an Israelite. These are the cases in which the women are permitted in marriage to their brothers-in-law and forbidden to their husbands. These are the cases in which the women are forbidden in marriage both to their husbands and to their brothers-in-law. A high priest who married a widow and has a brother who is a high priest or a common priest. A priest of unimpaired priestly stock who married a woman of impaired priestly stock and has a brother of unimpaired priestly stock. An Israelite who married a bastard and has a brother who is an Israelite. A bastard who married the daughter of an Israelite and has a bastard brother. These are the cases in which the women are forbidden in marriage both to their husbands and to their brothers-in-law. All other classes of women are permitted in marriage both to their husbands and to their brothers-in-law. 3. In what concerns the secondary grade of forbidden degrees, enjoined by the scribes. 1. If a woman is within the secondary grade of kinship to the husband but not within the secondary grade of kinship to the brother-in-law, she is forbidden in marriage to the husband, and permitted to the brother-in-law. If she is within the secondary grade of kinship to the brother-in-law but not within the secondary grade of kinship to the husband, she is forbidden in marriage to the brother-in-law and permitted to the husband. If she is within the secondary grade of kinship to both, she is forbidden in marriage to both, and she cannot lay claim to her ketubah, or to the increase on her milog property, or to alimony. 3. Or to indemnity for loss on her milog property. A child that is born is eligible for the priesthood, but they compelled the husband to put her away. If she was for a widow married to a high priest, a divorced woman or one that had performed halitza married to a common priest, a bastard or a nethina married to an Israelite, or the daughter of an Israelite married to a bastard or a nuthin, she can lay claim to her ketubah. 4. If the daughter of an Israelite was betrothed to a priest, or was got with child by a priest, or awaited levitate marriage with a priest, and the same applies to a priest's daughter and an Israelite, she may not eat of heave offering. If the daughter of an Israelite was betrothed to a Levite, or was got with child by a Levite, or awaited levirate marriage with a Levite, and the same applies to a Levite's daughter and an Israelite, she may not eat of tithe. If a Levite's daughter was betrothed to a priest, or was got with child by a priest, or awaited levirate marriage with a priest, and the same applies to a priest's daughter and a Levite, she may not eat of heavy offering or of tithe. 5. If the daughter of an Israelite was married to a priest, she may eat of heave offering. If he died and she had a son by him, she may eat of heave offering. If she was married to a Levite, she may eat of tithe. If he died and she had a son by him, she may eat of tithe. If she was then married to an Israelite, she may not eat of heave offering or of tithe. If he died and 1/2 above. 2. From the husband's property after his death. 1 Appi 16. 4c2. She had a son by him, she may not eat of heave offering or of tithe, but if her son by the Israelite died, she may, again, eat of tithe. If her son by the Levite died, she may, again, eat of heave offering. If her son by the priest died, she may not eat of heave offering or of tithe. 6. If a priest's daughter was married to an Israelite, she may not eat of heave offering. If he died and she had a son by him, she may not eat of heave offering. If she was married to a Levite, she may eat of tithe. If he died and she had a son by him, she may eat of tithe. If she was married to a priest, she may eat of heave offering. If he died and she had a son by him, she may eat of heave offering. If her son by the priest died, she may not eat of heave offering. If her son by the Levite died, she may not eat of tithe. If her son by the Israelite died, she may return to her father's house. And of her it is written, if she is returned unto her father's house, as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's bread. 110. If a woman's husband had gone beyond the sea and it was told her, thy husband is dead, and she married again and her husband then returned, her marriage with them both is annulled, and she must receive a bill of divorce from each of them, and from neither of them can she lay claim to her ketubah, or to the increase of her milog property, or to alimony, or to indemnity for loss on her milog property. If she had taken aught from either of them, she must restore it. A child begotten by either husband is a bastard. Neither of them may contract uncleanness. 3 For her, if she died, and neither has a claim to aught found for by her or to the work of her hands, or the right to set aside her vows. 5 If she was the daughter of an Israelite, she becomes ineligible for marriage with a priest, or, if the daughter of a Levite, to eat of tithe, or, if the daughter of a priest, to eat of heave offering. The heirs of neither husband may inherit her ketubah. If the husbands die, their brothers must submit to halitza and may not contract levirate marriage. R. Jose says, her ketubah remains a charge on her first husband's goods. R. Eliezer says, the first husband has a claim to aught found by her and to the work of her hands, and the right to set aside her vows. R. Simeon says, if the first husband's brother consummated levirate marriage with her or submitted to halitza from her, she renders her co-wife exempt from levirate marriage, and a child begotten by him is not a bastard. But if she had married again without the consent of the court being needful, 6 She may return to her first husband. 2. If she had married again with the consent of the court, and her first husband then returned, the second marriage is annulled, and she is not liable to a sin offering. 7 But if she had married again, without the consent of the court, the marriage is annulled and she is also liable to a sin offering. Thus, the authority of the court exempts from the sin offering. If the court gave her instruction that she could marry again but she contracted a forbidden union, she is liable to the sin offering. 8 Since their permission was but that she could marry again. 3. If a woman's husband and son had gone beyond the sea and it was told her, thy husband died and then thy son died also, and she married again and they then said to her, it was otherwise, thy son died first and 1 Lev 221 1 See above. 9s 3 If they were priest. See Lev 2 IU. 4 CBMTS Num 307 feet 6 if 2 had testified to her of her husband's death 7 since it was an unwitting transgression as the result of the court's decision. See Hor I1. For unwitting transgression Lev 4 registered sign, of Lev 18. Then thy husband, the marriage must be annulled and a child born before or after. The second testimony is a bastard. If they had said to her, thy son died and then thy husband died also, and she thereupon contracted levirate marriage, and they then came and said, it was otherwise, the marriage must be annulled, and a child born before or after. The second testimony is a bastard. If they had said to her, thy husband is dead, and she married again, and they then came and said, he was then alive but he has since died, the marriage must be annulled, and if a child was born before the second testimony it is a bastard, but if it was born afterward it is not a bastard. If they had said to her, thv husband is dead, and she became betrothed and her husband then returned, she is permitted to return to him, although her betrothed husband gave her a bill of divorce. He has not thereby disqualified her for marriage with a priest. This did R. Eliezer B. Mattei expound. It is written, neither shall they take a woman put away from her husband, and not from a man that is not yet fully her husband. 4. If a man's wife had gone beyond the sea and it was told him, thy wife is dead, and he married her sister, and his wife then came back, she is permitted to return to him, and he is permitted to marry the near of kin to the second woman, and the second woman is permitted to marry his near of kin, and if the first died he is permitted to marry the second. If they had said to him, thy wife is dead, and he married her sister, and they then said to him, she was then alive but she has since died. If a child was born before the second testimony it is a bastard, but if it was born afterward, it is not a bastard. R. Jose says, whosoever disqualifies his wife for marriage with others, disqualifies her for himself, and whosoever does not disqualify her for marriage with others does not disqualify her for himself. 5. If they had said to him, thy wife is dead, and he married her sister by the same father, and they then said to him, she too is dead, and he married her sister by the same mother. 3. And they then said to him, she too is dead, and he married her sister by the same father, and they then said to him, she too is dead, and he married her sister by the same mother. 3. And it is then found that they are all alive, he is permitted to continue with the first, with the third, and with the fifth. 4. And these render their co-wives exempt from levirate marriage, and he is forbidden to continue with the second and the fourth, and although he consummated the union with either of them they do not render their co-wives exempt. If he had connection with the second after the death of the first, he is then permitted to marry the second and the fourth, and these render their co-wives exempt, but he is then forbidden to continue with the third and with the fifth, and although he consummated the union with either of them they do not render their co-wives exempt. 6. A boy 9 years old and a day can render a deceased brother's wife ineligible for marriage with his brothers 5 and his brothers can render her ineligible for marriage with him, save that he can render her ineligible 1 Lev 2I but another mother 3 and another father and so unrelated to the previous wife but one since these are not related to each other, though the third is sister to the second. The second's marriage is no marriage, and the near kin of a woman who has had extramarital relations with a man are still permitted to that man. See below. 111. As if he had connection with her or had bespoken her. P. 219. N. 4. Only from the outset, whereas they can render her ineligible whether from the outset or at the end. Thus if a boy 9 years old and a day had connection with his deceased brother's wife, he renders her ineligible for marriage with his brothers, although they had bespoken her, but whether the brothers had connection with her, or bespoke her, or gave her a bill of divorce, or submitted to halitza from her, they render her ineligible for him. 7. If a boy 9 years old and a day had connection with his deceased brother's wife, and then his brother who was 9 years old and a day had connection with her, he renders her ineligible for the former. R. Simeon says, he does not render her ineligible. 8. If a boy 9 years old and a day had connection with his deceased brother's wife, and he then had connection with her co-wife, he renders both ineligible for marriage with himself. R. Simeon says, he does not render them ineligible. If a boy 9 years old and a day had connection with his deceased brother's wife, and he then died, she must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage. If he had married some other woman and then died, she is exempt from halitza and levirate marriage. 9. If boy 9 years old and a day had connection with his deceased brother's wife and after he was come of age he married another woman and then died, if he had not known the first one after he has come of age, the first one must perform halitza and may not contract levirate marriage. And the second may either perform halitza or contract levirate marriage. R. Simeon says, he may contract levirate marriage with which of them he will and submit to halitza from the other. It is all one whether he is 9 years old and a day or whether he is 20 years old and has not grown 2 hairs. 111. 1. A man may marry the near of kin of a woman that was violated or seduced by him. He that violates or seduces the near of kin of his married wife is culpable. 2. A man may marry a woman that was violated or seduced by his father, or a woman that was violated or seduced by his son. R. Judah forbids a man to marry a woman that was violated or seduced by his father. 2. If the sons of a female proselyte became proselytes with her, they 3 are not subject to the law of halitza or of levirate marriage, even if the one son was born in holiness 4 but not conceived in holiness while the second was both born and conceived in holiness. So, 2. If the sons of a bondwoman have been freed with her. 3. If the newly born children of 5 women were confused together and grew up still confused, and married wives and then died. 4. Of their other brothers who were not confused, must submit to halitza from one of the wives, and the one other brother may then contract levirate marriage with her. Then he and 3 others of the surviving brothers must submit to halitza from the next wife, and another brother may then contract levirate marriage with her, and so, 2, with the 3 remaining wives. Thus each wife 4 times performs halitza and once contracts levirate marriage. 1. If he had not the recognized signs of puberty he still counts as not of age. See Nid 5:2 lit. Liable, namely to death by burning or extirpation. Lev 201. 18 inches. 3. If one of the sons died childless, i.e. after the mother became a proselyte. 5. And each had another son not confused. 4. If a woman's newly born child was confused with the newly born child of her daughter-in-law, and they grew up still confused, and married wives and then died, the unconfused sons of the daughter-in-law must submit to halitza and may not contract levirate marriage, since, for each, it is in doubt whether the widow is the wife of his brother or of his father's brother. But the unconfused sons of the grandmother may either submit to halitza or contract levirate marriage, since, for each, it is only in doubt whether the widow is his brother's wife or his brother's son's wife. If the unconfused sons died, the confused sons must submit to halitza from the widows of the sons of the grandmother, and may not contract levirate marriage, since, for each, it is in doubt whether the widow is his brother's wife or his father's brother's wife. And, as touching the widows of the sons of the daughter-in-law, of the 2 confused sons, one submits to halitza and the second may then contract levirate marriage with the other 5. If the child of a priest's wife was confused with the child of her bondwoman, both may eat of heave offering and take their share together at the threshing floor. They may not contract uncleanness because of the dead. 2. And they may not marry women that are eligible or that are ineligible for marriage with a priest. 3. If they grew up still confused and then freed one another, they may only marry women eligible for marriage with the priestly stock. 4. And they may not contract uncleanness because of the dead, but if they do contract uncleanness they do not incur the 40 stripes. 5. They may not eat of heave offering, but if they have eaten thereof they do not pay the value and the added. 5. 6. They may not share at the threshing floor, they may sell the heave offering. 7. And keep the price. They may take no share in the hallowed things. 8. Of the temple, none may give them hallowed things, but none may take away from them what they have. They are exempt from giving to the priests the shoulder, and the 2 cheeks and the maw. 9. And their firstlings 10 must be left to pasture until they suffer a blemish, and the more stringent rulings touching priests and touching Israelites apply to them. 6. If a woman had not delayed 3 months after separation 12 from her husband and married again and gave birth, and it is not known whether it was a 9 months child by the former husband, or a 7 months child by the latter husband. If she has sons both by the earlier and the later husbands, these must submit to halitza from the widow of the son whose father is in doubt, and may not contract levirate marriage. So, 2. He whose father is in doubt must submit to halitza from their widows and may not contract levirate marriage. If he has brothers by both the first husband and the second husband, but not by the same mother, he may either submit to halitza or contract levirate marriage. But as for them, if he died childless and left a widow, a son, by the first or else by the one where the portion for heave offering was allotted, according to Lev 22 inches, a priest's bondman may eat of heave offering to Lev 21, since either may be a priest. Since each might be a priest or might be a slave. 4 Kid 4 feet registered sign. J.C. Maclock 31. Stripes are the punishment incurred for transgression of a negative command where the law has not specified a particular punishment. Lev 2211. CBM 47. From their own harvest, not even the hides of the offerings or what is devoted, num x 8 inches, to the temple. C. Dut 18 feet. Holiofel 10 num 181. They cannot consume them since they may not be priests, and they cannot be forced to give them to priests since they themselves may be priests. 11. According to Gem 100, this refers to the meal offering, and both Leva 1-1 and 6 LJ apply by divorce or death. Second husband must submit to halitza, then a son, by the second or else by the first husband, may contract levirate marriage. 7. If one of these husbands was an Israelite and the other a priest, he, whose father is in doubt, may marry none save a woman eligible for marriage with a priest, and he may not contract uncleanness because of the dead, but if he contracts uncleanness he does not incur the 40 stripes. He may not eat of heave offering, but if he has eaten thereof he does not pay the value in the added. 5th, he may take no share at the threshing floor. He may sell the heave offering and keep the price. He may take no share in the hallowed things of the temple. None may give him hallowed things, but none may take away from him what he has. He is exempt from giving to the priests the shoulder, and the 2 cheeks and the maw, and his firstlings must be left to pasture until they stiffer a blemish, and the more stringent rulings touching priests and touching Israelites apply to him. If both the husbands were priests, he must perform mourning for them and they must perform mourning for him, but he may not contract uncleanness because of them, nor may they contract uncleanness because of him. He may not inherit from them, but they may inherit from him. 2. And he is not culpable if he smites or curses either of them. 3. He may go up to serve in the temple during the weekly course 4 of either of them. He may not share with them in the offerings, but if they both serve in the same course he may take a single portion. 12. The rite of halitza must be performed before 3 judges, even though the 3 are laymen. If the woman performed halitza with a shoe it is valid, but if with a felt sock it is not valid. If with a sandal that has a heel piece it is valid, but if with one that has no heel piece it is not valid. If the straps of the sandal were fastened below the knee, her halitza is valid, but if above the knee, it is not valid. 2. If she performed halitza with a shoe that did not belong to the brother-in-law, or with a wooden sandal, or with a left foot shoe worn on the right foot, her halitza is valid. If she performed it with a shoe that was too large for him but such that he could walk in it, or with a shoe that was too small for him but such that it covered the greater part of his foot, her halitza is valid. If she performed it by night her halitza is valid, but R. Eliezer declares it invalid. If she performed it with the left foot her halitza is invalid, but R. Eliezer declares it valid. 3. If she drew off the shoe and spat but did not pronounce the prescribed words her halitza is valid. If she pronounced the words and spat but did not draw off the shoe, her halitza is invalid. If she drew off the shoe and pronounced the words but did not spit, according to R. Eliezer her halitza is invalid, but according to R. Akiba it is valid. R. Eliezer said, it is written, so shall it be done. 6 Hence aught that is a deed, if unperformed, impairs the validity of the rite. R. Akiba answered, my proof is from the same verse, so shall it be done to the man. Hence, the validity of the rite depends on any deed that needs to be done to the man. For, if halitza was performed on a deaf mute or by a woman that was a deaf mute, or if a woman performed halitza on a minor, her halitza is not valid. If a girl that was still a minor performed halitza she must 1. If they or he died on the day of the death of his near of kin, a priest is forbidden to minister in the temple or to eat of hallowed things. BB 8. 3 Xai 1-4 Tana S on 1-6-25. Again, perform halitza when she is of age, and if she does not do so her first halitza becomes invalid. 5. If she performed halitza before 2 judges only, or before 3 of whom one was found to be near of kin or ineligible as a judge, her halitza is invalid. Our Simeon and our Johanan the sandal maker declare it valid. Once a man submitted to halitza when he and she were alone together in prison. The case came before our Akiba and he declared it valid. 6. This is the prescribed right one of halitza. When the man and his deceased brother's wife are come to the court, the judges proffer such advice to the man as befits him. For it is written, Then the elders of the city shall call him and speak unto him, and she shall say, My husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of a husband's brother to me. And he shall say, I like not to take her. And they used to say this in the holy language. 2. Then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders and loose his shoe from off his foot and spit in his face, such spittle as can be seen by the judges. And she shall answer and say, So shall it be done unto the man that doth not build up his brother's house. Thus far used they to rehearse the prescribed words. But when our Hyrcanus under the Terebinth in Kepher Edom 3 rehearsed it and completed it to the end of the section, the rule was established to complete the section. 4. To say the words, and his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that hath his shoe loosed, was a duty that fell upon the judges and not upon the disciples. But our Judah says, it was a duty that fell upon all them that stood there to cry out, The man that hath his shoe loosed, the man that hath his shoe loosed, the man that hath his shoe loosed. 13. 1. The school of Shammai say, Only they that are betrothed may exercise right of refusal. 5. And the school of Hillel say, Both they that are betrothed and they that are married. The school of Shammai say, They may exercise the right, against a husband, only, and not against a brother in-law. 6. And the school of Hillel say, Either against a husband or against a brother-in-law. The school of Shammai say, It must be exercised in his presence. And the school of Hillel say, Either in his presence or not. The school of Shammai say, It must be before the court. And the school of Hillel say, Either before the court or not. The school of Hillel said to the school of Shammai, While she is yet under age she may exercise right of refusal 4 or 5 times. The school of Shammai answered, The daughters of Israel are not such ownerless property, but rather she exercises right of refusal and waits until she is come of age, or she exercises right of refusal and forthwith marries some other. 2. Who is the minor that must exercise right of refusal? Any whose mother or brothers have with her consent given her in marriage. If they did so without her consent she need not exercise right of refusal. R. Hanina B. Antigonus says, Any girl that is unable to keep safe her betrothal gift 7 does not need to exercise right of refusal. R. Eliezer says, The act of a minor is in no wise valid. She is but as one that has been one due to S. WCF. Sot 732 Cron 11 to include verse 10. If a girl that was a minor was, after her father's death, given in marriage by her mother or brothers, she may abjure the contract before 2 witnesses, and be set free without the need of a bill of divorce, with whom she is bound by the levirate tie. Seduced. If she was the daughter of an Israelite and married to a priest she may not eat of heave offering, and if she was a priest's daughter married to an Israelite she may eat of heave offering. 1-3. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, If any hindrance in the marriage arose from the husband, it is accounted as though she had been his wife, but if any hindrance arose not from the husband, it is accounted as though she had not been his wife. 4. Thus, if she exercised right of refusal against a man, he is permitted to marry her near of kin, and she is permitted to marry his near of kin, and he has not thereby disqualified her for marriage with a priest. If he gave her a bill of divorce, they are forbidden to marry each other's near of kin, and he thereby disqualifies her for marriage with a priest. If he gave her a bill of divorce and afterward remarried her, or if she exercised right of refusal against him and married another and then became a widow, or was divorced, she is permitted to return to him. If she exercised right of refusal against him and he afterward married her, or if he gave her a bill of divorce and she married another, and she then became a widow or was divorced, she is forbidden to return to him. This is the general rule. If the bill of divorce followed after that she exercised right of refusal she is forbidden to return to him. If she exercised right of refusal after the bill of divorce, she is permitted to return to him. 5. If she exercised right of refusal against a man and married another and he divorced her, and she was, then, given in marriage to another, and she exercised right of refusal against him, and she then married another and he divorced her, and she was then given in marriage to another and she exercised right of refusal against him. From whatsoever man she was separated by a bill of divorce, to him she is forbidden to return. But if she was separated by her exercise of right of refusal, to him she is permitted to return. 6. If a man divorced his wife and married her again, she is permitted to marry her deceased husband's brother, but our Eliezer forbids it. So, 2. If a man divorced his wife who was an orphan and married her again, she is permitted to marry her deceased husband's brother, but our Eliezer forbids it. If a minor was given in marriage by her father and she was divorced, she is deemed an orphan in her father's lifetime. 2. If he married her again, all agree that she is forbidden to marry her deceased husband's brother. 7. If two brothers were married to two sisters that were minors and orphans, and the husband of one of them died, she is exempt from levirate marriage, by virtue of being the sister of his wife. 3. So, 2. With two sisters that were deaf-mutes, if one was of age and the other a minor and the husband of the minor died, she is exempt from levirate marriage, by virtue of being the sister of his wife. If the husband of her that was of age died, our Eliezer says, the minor is instructed to exercise right of refusal against her husband. Rabban Gamaliel says, if she does so, the refusal is valid, but if she does not, she may wait until she is of age, and then the other is exempt from levirate marriage, by virtue of being the sister of his wife. Our Joshua says, woe to him, for because of the loss of his wife and one Lev 22l, she still counts as in her father's control. 2. She does not count as within her father's control, and he cannot give her in betrothal. Cf. Net N. J. Lev Thu Red Diamonds Card Suit. Yed 3 feet. Woe to him because of the loss of his brother's wife. He must put away his wife by a bill of divorce, and from his brother's wife he must submit to halitza. 8. If a man was married to two orphans that were under age and he died, consummation or halitza with the one exempts her co-wife. So, 2. With two deceased brothers' widows that were deaf-mutes, 1. But if the one was a minor and the other a deaf-mute, consummation with the one does not exempt her co-wife. But if one was of sound senses and the other a deaf-mute, consummation with the first exempts the second, but consummation with the second does not exempt the first. If one was of age and the other a minor, consummation with the first exempts the second, but consummation with the second does not exempt the first. 9. If a man was married to two orphans that were minors, and he died, if the deceased husband's eldest surviving brother had connection with the first and then again with the second, or if his brother had connection with the second, this does not render the first ineligible to continue the levirate marriage. So, 2. With two that were deaf-mutes, if one was a minor and the other a deaf-mute, and the deceased husband's eldest surviving brother had connection with the minor and then again with the deaf-mute, or if his brother had connection with the deaf-mute, this does not render the minor ineligible to continue the levirate marriage. If the deceased husband's brother had connection with the deaf-mute and then again with the minor, or if his brother had connection with the minor, this renders the deaf-mute ineligible to continue the levirate marriage. 10. If one of the deceased husband's widows was of sound senses and the other a deaf-mute, and the deceased husband's brother had connection with her of sound senses and then again with the deaf-mute, or if his brother had connection with the deaf-mute, this does not render ineligible her of sound senses. But if the deceased husband's brother had connection with the deaf-mute and then again with her of sound senses, or if his brother had connection with her of sound senses, this renders the deaf-mute ineligible. 11. If one was of age and the other a minor and the deceased husband's brother had connection with her that was of age and then again with her that was a minor, or if his brother had connection with the minor, this does not render her that was of age ineligible. But if the deceased husband's brother had connection with the minor and then again with her that was of age, or if his brother had connection with her that was of age, this renders the minor ineligible. Our Eliezer says, the minor is instructed to exercise against him her right of refusal. 12. If a deceased husband's brother that was a minor had connection with his deceased brother's wife that was a minor, they must wait together until they are of age. If he had connection with his deceased brother's wife that was of age, she must wait until he is of age. If during 30 days a deceased brother's wife said, of the deceased husband's brother, I have not been granted consummation, they compel him to submit to halitza from her. If she said so after 30 days, they may only ask of him to submit to halitza from her, but if he admitted her charge they compel him to submit to halitza from her, even if it is after 12 months. 13. If in her husband's lifetime a woman vowed to have no benefit from one, though halitza cannot be valid with deaf mutes. Her husband's brother, they compel him to submit to halitza from her, but if she had so vowed with this intent during her husband's lifetime, they may only ask of him to submit to halitza from her. 14. If a man that was a deaf mute married a woman that was of sound senses, or if a man that was of sound senses married a woman that was a deaf mute, if he will, he may put her away, and if he will, he may continue the marriage, like as he married her by signs one, so he may put her away by signs. If a man of sound senses married a woman of sound senses and she became a deaf mute, if he will, he may put her away, and if he will, he may continue the marriage. If she became imbecile, he may not put her away. If he became a deaf mute or imbecile, he may never put her away. Our Johanan B. Gshuri said, why should it be that if the woman became a deaf mute she may be put away, yet if the man became a deaf mute he cannot put her away? They answered, the man that divorces is not like to the woman that is divorced. For a woman is put away with her consent or without it, but a husband can put away his wife only with his own consent. 2. Our Johanan 2b Gujata testified of a woman that was a deaf mute and that was given in marriage by her father, while she was yet a minor, that she could be put away by a bill of divorce. The sages said to him, 3. In such case, 2. The same rule applies. 3. If 2 deaf mute brothers were married to 2 deaf mute sisters, or to 2 sisters of sound senses, or to 2 sisters of whom one was a deaf mute and the other of sound senses, or if 2 deaf mute sisters were married to 2 brothers of sound senses, or to 2 deaf mute brothers, or to 2 brothers of whom one was a deaf mute and the other of sound senses, such women, if their husbands died childless, are exempt from halitza and levirate marriage. But if the women were not near of kin, they must be taken in marriage by their brother-in-law, and they may not perform halitza, and if it is their wish to put them away, they may put them away. For if 2 brothers, of whom one was a deaf mute and the other of sound senses, were married to 2 sisters of sound senses, and the deaf mute husband of the wife of sound senses died, what shall the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses do? Nothing, because the widow is exempt from levirate marriage, by virtue of being the sister of his wife. If the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses died, what shall the deaf mute husband with the wife of sound senses do? He must put away his wife by a bill of divorce, and his brother's wife is for all time forbidden to him in marriage. 5. If 2 brothers of sound senses were married to 2 sisters of whom one was a deaf mute and the other of sound senses, and the husband of sound senses with the deaf mute wife died, what shall the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses do? Nothing, because the widow is exempt from levirate marriage, by virtue of being the sister of his wife. If the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses died, what shall the husband of sound senses with the deaf mute wife do? He must put away his wife by a bill of divorce and submit to halitza from his brother's wife. 6. If 2 brothers of whom one was a deaf mute and the other of sound cf. Git 5 feet 2 Git 55, Edui 7 feet, Nehuniah Johanan B. Nuri. Senses were married to 2 sisters of whom one was a deaf mute and the other of sound senses, and the deaf mute husband with the deaf mute wife died. What shall the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses do? Nothing, because the widow is exempt from levirate marriage, by virtue of being the sister of his wife. If the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses died, what shall the deaf mute husband with the deaf mute wife do? He must put away his wife by a bill of divorce, and his brother's wife is for all time forbidden to him. 7. If 2 brothers, of whom one was a deaf mute and the other of sound senses, were married to 2 women not near of kin, of sound senses, and the deaf mute husband with the wife of sound senses died, what shall the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses do? He may either submit to halitza or contract levirate marriage. If the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses died, what shall the deaf mute husband with the wife of sound senses do? He must take her in marriage, and he may never put her away. 8. If 2 brothers of sound senses were married to 2 women not near of kin, of whom one was of sound senses and the other a deaf mute, and the husband of sound senses with the deaf mute wife died, what shall the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses do? He must marry her, and if he would put her away he may. If the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses died, what shall the husband of sound senses with the deaf mute wife do? He may either submit to halitza or contract levirate marriage. 9. If 2 brothers, of whom one was a deaf-mute and the other of sound senses, were married to two women not near of kin, of whom one was a deaf-mute and the other of sound senses, and the deaf-mute husband with the deaf-mute wife died, what shall the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses do? He must marry the widow, and if he would put her away he may. If the husband of sound senses with the wife of sound senses died, what shall the deaf-mute husband with the deaf-mute wife do? He must marry the widow, and he may never put her away. 15. 1. If a woman and her husband went beyond the sea, and there was peace between him and her and peace in the world, and she came back and said, my husband is dead, she may marry again. If she said, my husband died, childless, she may contract levirate marriage. If there was peace between him and her but war in the world, or contention between him and her but peace in the world, and she came back and said, my husband is dead, she may not be believed. Our Judah says, she may never be believed unless she returns weeping and with garments rent. The sages answered, it is all one, whether she does so or not, she may not marry again. 2. The school of Hillel once say, we have heard no such tradition save of a woman that returned from the harvest and within the same country, and of a case that happened in fact. The school of Shammai answered, it is all one, whether she returned from the harvest or from the olive picking or from the vintage, or whether she came from one country to another. The sages spoke of the harvest only as of a thing that happened in fact. The 3349 school of Hillel changed their opinion and taught according to the opinion of the school of Shammai. 3. The school of Shammai say, she may marry again and take her ketubah. 1. And the school of Hillel say, she may marry again but she may not take her ketubah. The school of Shammai answered, since ye have declared permissible the graver matter of forbidden intercourse, 2. Should ye not also declare permissible the less important matter of property? The school of Hillel answered, we find that brothers may not enter into an inheritance on her testimony. 3. The school of Shammai answered, do we not learn from her ketubah scroll that he thus prescribes for her, if thou be married to another thou shalt take what is prescribed for thee? And the school of Hillel changed their opinion and taught according to the opinion of the school of Shammai. 4. All may be deemed trustworthy when they testify to a woman that her husband is dead, excepting for her mother-in-law, her mother-in-law's daughter, her co-wife, her husband's brother's wife, and her husband's daughter, wherein 5 does evidence of divorce differ from evidence of death. The written document in divorce affords proof. If one witness said, he is dead, and the wife married again and another came and said, he is not dead, she need not be put away. If one witness said, he is dead, and afterward 2 witnesses said, he is not dead, even if she had married again before the second testimony she must be put away. If 2 witnesses said, he is dead, and 1 afterward said, he is not dead, even if she had not married again she may still do so. 5. If one woman said, my husband is dead, and the other wife said, he is not dead, she that said, he is dead, may marry again and take her ketubah, and she that said, he is not dead, may not marry again or take her ketubah. If one said, he is dead, and the other said, he has been killed, our Meir says, since they contradict one another neither may marry again. Our Judah and our Simeon say, since both admit that he is not alive, they may both marry again. If one man testified and said, he is dead, and another man testified and said, he is not dead, and one woman said, he is dead, and another woman said, he is not dead, she may not marry again. 6. If a woman and her husband went beyond the sea and she came back and said, my husband is dead, she may marry again and take her ketubah, but her co-wife is forbidden to marry. If the co-wife was the daughter of an Israelite married to a priest she may eat of heave offering. So our Tarfon. Our Akiba says, this is not the way to put her beyond the reach of transgression, but, rather, she should be forbidden to marry again and forbidden to eat of heave offering. 7. If she said, my husband died and then my father-in-law died, she may marry again and take her ketubah, but her mother-in-law is forbidden to marry again. If she was the daughter of an Israelite married to a priest she may eat of heave offering. So our Tarfon. Our Akiba says, this is not the way to put her beyond the reach of transgression, but, rather, she should be forbidden to marry again and forbidden to eat of heave offering. If a man betrothed one of 5 women and he does not know which of them I 16, despite the danger of transgressing Lev 18. 3. But require 2 witnesses of the death. Any evidence of one witness suffices to permit her to remarry only. See below. 167. Cf. Gita s. Git z. He betrothed. And each said, he betrothed me. He should give a bill of divorce to each one of them and leave the amount of the ketubah among them, and go away. So our Tarfon, our Akiba says, this is not the way to put him beyond the reach of transgression, but, rather, he should give a bill of divorce and the full amount of the ketubah to each one of them. If a man robbed one of 5 people and he does not know which of them he robbed, and each says, he robbed me, he must leave the amount of the robbery between them and go away. So our Tarfon, our Akiba says, this is not the way to put him beyond the reach of transgression, but, rather, he should pay to each one the full amount of the robbery. 8. If a woman and her husband and her son went beyond the sea and she came back and said, my husband died and then my son died, she may be believed if she said, my son died and then my husband died, she may not be believed, yet they have regard to her words, and she must perform halitza and she may not contract levirate marriage. 9. If she said, a son was born to me while I was beyond the sea, and she then said, my son died and then my husband died, she may not be believed, yet they have regard to her words, and she must perform halitza. And she may not contract levirate marriage. 10. If she said, a brother-in-law was born to me while I was beyond the sea, and then said, my husband died and then my brother-in-law died, or my brother-in-law died and then my husband died, she may be believed, if she and her husband and her brother-in-law went beyond the sea and she said, my husband died and then my brother-in-law died, or my brother-in-law died and then my husband died, she may not be believed, for a woman may not be believed if she says, my brother-in-law is dead, so that she may marry again, nor, if she says, my sister is dead, so that she may enter his house, nor may a man be believed when he says, my brother is dead, so that he may contract levirate marriage with his wife, nor, when he says, my wife is dead, so that he may marry her sister. 16. 1. If a woman's husband and her co-wife went beyond the sea and it was told her, thy husband is dead, she may not marry again or contract levirate marriage until she knows whether her co-wife is with child. If she has a mother-in-law she need not have regard to her. 2. But if she went away while with child she must have regard to her. Our Joshua says, she need not have regard to her. 2. If there were 2 sisters-in-law, wives of 2 brothers, and each said, my husband is dead, each is forbidden to remarry because of the other's husband. 3. If one had witnesses and the other had no witnesses, she that had witnesses is forbidden. 4. But she that had no witnesses is permitted to remarry. If the one had children but the other had none, she that had children is permitted to remarry and she that had none is forbidden to remarry. If they had contracted levirate marriage with the brothers-in-law, and these brothers-in-law died, the widows are forbidden to remarry. Our Eliezer says, since they were permitted to marry their brothers-in-law they are allowed to marry anyone, releasing her from the levirate tie. 2. I.e. fear lest she bear a male child who would bind her to the levirate obligation. 3. Who may yet be living and under levirate obligation towards his brother's widow. 4. Lest the first husbands be yet alive. 3. Evidence may not be given of the identity of a corpse, save from proof afforded by the face together with the nose, even though there were other marks of identity on its body or its clothing. Evidence of a man's death may be given only after his soul is gone forth, even though he was seen mortally wounded or crucified or being devoured by a wild beast. Evidence of the identity of a corpse may be given only during the first 3 days after death, but our Judah B. Baba says, decay in corpses is not alike in all men, in all places, and at all times. 4. If a man had fallen into the water, whether or not within sight of shore, his wife is forbidden to marry another. Our Meir said, once a man fell into a large well and came up again after 3 days. But our Jose said, once a blind man went down into a cave to immerse himself and his guide went down with him, and they've waited time enough for life to become extinct and then permitted their wives to marry again. Again it once happened in Asaya that a man was let down by a rope into the sea and they drew up again not save his leg. The sages said, if the part of the leg recovered included the part above the knee his wife may marry again, but if only the part below the knee she may not marry again. 5. Even if a man only heard women saying, such a one is dead, that suffices. 1. Our Judah says, even if he only heard children saying, we are going to bewail and bury such a one, that suffices. whether or not he had an intention to give evidence thereof. R. Judah B. Baba says, if it was an Israelite, even though he had the intention to give evidence, his evidence would be valid, but if it was a Gentile and he had the intention to give evidence, his evidence would not be valid. 6. They may give evidence of identity, if they have but seen the corpse, by the light of a lamp or by the light of the moon, and they may suffer a woman to marry again, solely on evidence afforded by an echo. Once a man stood on the top of a hill and called out, such a one, the son of such a one, from such a place is dead, and although when they went they found no man there, they suffered his wife to marry again. Moreover, it once happened at Zaman that a man called out, a serpent has bitten me, such a one, the son of such a one, and I am dying, and although when they went to him, they did not recognize him, they suffered his wife to marry again. 7. R. Akiba said, when I went down to Nehardia to ordain a leap year, there met me Nehemiah of Beth-Deli, and he said to me, I have heard that in the land of Israel the sages, excepting R. Judah B. Baba, 2 do not suffer a woman to marry again on the evidence of one witness. I answered, it is so. He said to me, tell them in my name, ye know that this country is in confusion by reason of ravaging troops. I received a tradition from Rabban Gamaliel the elder that they may suffer a woman to marry again on the evidence of one witness, and when I came and recounted the matter before Rabban Gamaliel 3, he rejoiced at my words and said, we have now found a fellow disciple, for R. Judah B. Baba. Whereupon Rabban Gamaliel remembered that certain men were killed at Tel Arza, and Rabban Gamaliel the elder suffered their wives to marry again on the evidence of one witness. 5. And the rule was established to suffer a woman 1 to justify him in giving evidence of death or in marrying the widow. 3 cf. Edui 6-3 grandson of Gamaliel the elder cf. Arab 2. 5. Some texts add, and the rule was established to suffer a woman to marry again on the evidence of one witness. Yebamoth 16. 3. Kedubath 1. 5 245 to marry again on the evidence of one witness, who testifies what he has heard from another witness, or from a slave, or from a woman, or from a bondwoman. R. Eliezer and R. Joshua say, they may not suffer a woman to marry again on the evidence of one witness. R. Akiba says, nor on the evidence of a woman, one or of them that are near of kin. The sages answered, once certain Levites went to Zor, to the city of palms, and one of them fell sick by the way, and they brought him to an inn. When they returned thither, they asked the mistress of the inn, where is our companion? She answered, he is dead and I buried him, and they suffered his wife to marry again. The sages said to R. Akiba, and should not a priest's wife be deemed as trustworthy as the mistress of an inn? He answered, only when the mistress of an inn could be deemed trustworthy, for in this case, the mistress of the inn brought out to them his staff 3 and his bag and the scroll of the law that had belonged to him. Kedubath. Marriage deeds. 1. 1. A virgin should be married on a Wednesday and a widow on a Thursday, for in towns the court sits twice in the week, on Mondays and on Thursdays. 4. So that if the husband would lodge a virginity suit, 5. He may forthwith go in the morning to the court. 2. The ketubah 6 of a virgin is 200 denars. 7. And of a wida 1 mina the ketubah of a virgin who after betrothal only became a widow or was divorced or performed halitza 9 is 200 denars, and a virginity suit may be lodged against her. The ketubah of a female proselyte, captive, or slave, who was redeemed, proselytized, or freed under the age of 3 years and a day is 200 denars, and a virginity suit may be lodged against her. 3. If he that was of age had connection with her that was a minor. 10. Or if he that was a minor had connection with her that was of age or through accident. 12. Not virgo intacta, her ketubah is 200 denars. So are Meir, but the sages say, the ketubah of her that through accident is not virgo intacta is 1 mina. 4. The ketubah of a virgin who after wedlock became a widow or was divorced or performed halitza is 1 mina, and no virginity suit may be lodged against her. The ketubah of a female proselyte, captive, or slave who was redeemed, proselytized, or freed after the age of 3 years and a day is 1 mina, and no virginity suit may be lodged against her. 5. If in Judea 13 a man ate in the house of his father-in-law and had no witnesses, he may not lodge a virginity suit against her, since he had already remained alone with her. It is all one whether a woman is the widow of an Israelite or the widow of a priest. Her ketubah is 1 mina. The court of the priests 14 used to levy 400 zazn as ketubah for a virgin, and the sages did not reprove them. 1. Some texts add, or of a bondman or of a bondwoman, see Noob, p. 256. Some texts add, and his shoes. 4 cf. Megis against die alleged virgin, see Dut ZJU. 4 c App I16, 7 App 2, A8 100 denars, also used as a weight, see Ket 59 App I12, 10 less than 3 years and a day, less than 9 years and a day. 17 lit, hurt by a piece of wood, cf. Yed 4 inches 14 cf. Ket 13, Ahal 17s, sons of the high priests. The reference is probably to a Sanhedrin dominated by Sadducaic or high priestly influence, as opposed to the Pharisaic school of thought represented by Hillel, cf. RSH1 feet or denars. 246-6. If a man married a woman and found not in her the tokens of virginity, and she said, after thou didst betroth me I was forced and thy field was laid waste, and he said, not so, but, it befell, before I betrothed thee, and my bargain was a bargain made in error, Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer say, she may be believed, but R. Joshua says, we may not rely on her word, but she must be presumed to have suffered intercourse before she was betrothed and to have deceived her husband unless she can bring proof for her words. 7. If she said, it was through accident, and he said, not so, but thou hast been trampled of man, Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer say, she may be believed, but R. Joshua says, we may not rely on her word, but she must be presumed to have been trampled of man unless she can bring proof for her words. 8. If they saw her speaking with some man in the street and said to her, what manner of man is this? And she answered, his name is NN and he is a priest, Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer say, she may be believed. But R. Joshua says, we may not rely on her word, but she must be presumed to have suffered intercourse with a Nathan 2 or a bastard 3 unless she can bring proof for her words. 9. If she was found with child and they said to her, what manner of unborn child is this? And she answered, it is by one named NN and he is a priest, Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer say, she may be believed. But R. Joshua says, we may not rely on her word, but she must be presumed to be with child by a Nathan or a bastard unless she can bring proof for her words. 10. R. Jose said, a young maid once went down to draw water from the spring and she was forced. R. Johanan B. Nuri said, if most of the men of the town were eligible to give their daughters in marriage to the priestly stock, for she too may be married into the priestly stock. 2. 1. If a woman was left a widow or was divorced and said, to the heirs or to the husband, I was married as a virgin. 5. And the husband, 6 said, no, but I married thee when thou wast already a widow, if there are witnesses that she went forth to the marriage, in a litter 7 and with hair unbound, her ketubah shall be 200 denars. R. Johanan B. Baroka says, the sharing out of roast corn likewise affords proof. 8-2. But R. Joshua agrees. 9. That if a man said to his fellow, this field belonged to thy father and I bought it from him, he may be believed, since the mouth that forbade is the mouth that permitted. 10. But if there are witnesses to say that it belonged to that man's father and he says, I bought it from him, he may not be believed. 3. If witnesses said, this is indeed our handwriting, but we acted under constraint, or we were minors, or we were not eligible to bear witness, they may be believed. But if there are witnesses to say that it is there. 1 Duke 22 U1 App I29. 3 Yed 4 UC Kid 4 feet claiming 200 denars as her ketubah. 6 Who divorced her 7 or a veil. Heb Kenuma May equals Vchveus. The bridal song customary at a virgin's marriage. 8 That at her marriage she was deemed a virgin as against his attitude in I10 cf. Dem 6U. Edu I3. According to Gem 17b, the case here cited is that of one who held land by use of caption, CBB 31, and claimed to possess it by purchase. He thus partially and voluntarily admits the counterclaim of the original owner's son, and in this his statement can be accepted, but if that statement is in any event provable by others, his statement affords no proof of his credibility. Handwriting, or if it is manifestly their handwriting from its likeness to their handwriting elsewhere, they may not be believed. For, if a man said, this is my handwriting and that is my fellow's handwriting, and the other says, this is my handwriting and that is my fellow's handwriting, they may be believed. If one said, this is my handwriting, and another said, this is my handwriting, they must add to themselves another witness. So Rabbi, but the sages say, they need not add to themselves another witness, but a man may be believed when he says, "This is my handwriting." 5. If a woman said, 1. I have been married but am now divorced, she may be believed, since the mouth that forbade is the mouth that permitted. But if there are witnesses, to say, that she was married and she says, "I am divorced," she may not be believed. If she said, "I was taken captive yet I remain clean," she may be believed, since the mouth that forbade is the mouth that permitted. But if there are witnesses, to say, that she was taken captive and she says, "Yet I remain clean," she may not be believed. But if such witnesses come after that she is married, she may not be put away. 6. If 2 women had been taken captive and one said, "I was taken captive yet I remain clean," and the other said, "I was taken captive yet I remain clean," they are not to be believed, but when they testify thus of each other they are to be believed. 7. So, 2. If there were 2 men and one said, "I am a priest," and the other said, "I am a priest," they may not be believed, but when they testify thus of each other they may be believed. 8. R. Judah says, they may not admit any to the standing of a priest 2 on the evidence of a single witness. R. Eliezer 3 says, this applies only when there are some that protest, but when none protests they may admit any to the standing of a priest on the evidence of a single witness. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel in the name of R. Simeon the son of the prefect 4 says, they admit any to the standing of a priest on the evidence of a single witness. 9. If a woman was imprisoned by Gentiles for an offense concerning property she is still permitted to her husband, but if it was for a capital offense she is forbidden to her husband. If a city was overcome by a besieging troop all women therein of priestly stock 5 become ineligible for marriage with a priest, but if they had witnesses, even a bondman or a bondwoman, these may be believed, but none may be believed when he testifies of himself. R. Zechariah b. Hakazab 6 said, by this temple, her hand stirred not out of mine from the time the Gentiles entered Jerusalem until they left it. They said to him, none may testify of himself. 10. These when they come of age may be believed when they testify of what they saw while they were yet minors. A man may be believed when he says, this is my father's handwriting, or this is my teacher's hand writing, or this is my brother's handwriting. I remember that woman and that she left her father's house in a litter and with hair unbound. 7. Or such a one went out from the school to immerse himself to eat of heave offering, or he used to share with us at the threshing floor. 8. Or 1 Edu I 3 1 C Kid 41. Some texts read Eliezer. Red diamonds card suit. The second to the high priest in rank. C. Sot 7 feet 5 or eligible for marriage with a priest. 6. The butcher. C. Sot 51. Edu I 8. See above. 2. Cf. Yeb. I's. Both statements are offered in evidence that he was of priestly stock. This place is a grave area. 1. Or thus far used we to come on the Sabbath. 2. But none may be believed when he says, such a one had a right of way in this place, or in this place such a one had the right of halting and holding. Lamentation. 33. 1. These are girls 4 through whom 5 a fine 6 is incurred by their seducer. If a man has connection with a girl that is a bastard, a Nethina, or a Samaritan, or with a female proselyte, captive, or bondwoman that was redeemed, proselytized, or freed before the age of 3 years and a day, or with his sister or his father's sister or his mother's sister or his wife's sister, or his brother's wife or his father's brother's wife or a menstruant, through them a fine is incurred, although they that so transgress are liable to punishment by extirpation. 7. They are not subject to any death penalty imposed by the court. 2. These are girls through whom no fine is incurred. If a man has connection with a female proselyte, captive, or bondwoman that was redeemed, proselytized, or freed after the age of 3 years and a day. R. Judah says, if a female captive was redeemed she is still accounted virgin. 8. Even if she was of age. If a man had connection with his daughter or his daughter's daughter or his son's daughter or his wife's daughter or her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter, through them no fine is incurred, because he that so transgresses forfeits his life, for his death is at the hands of the court, and he that forfeits his life pays no money, for it is written, if no damage befall he shall be surely fined. 10.3. If a girl was betrothed and afterward divorced, R. Jose the Galilean says, through her no fine is incurred, but R. Akiba says, a fine is incurred and the fine falls to her. 1. 4. The seducer must pay on 3 counts and the violator on 4. The seducer must pay compensation for indignity and for blemish and the prescribed fine. The violator adds thereto in that he must pay compensation for the pain. Wherein does the violator differ from the seducer? The violator pays compensation for the pain and the seducer does not pay compensation for the pain. The violator must pay forthwith, but the seducer only if he puts her away. The violator must drink out of his earthen pot, but if the seducer is minded to put her away, he may put her away. 5. How does he drink out of his earthen pot? He must marry her, even if she was lame, even if she was blind, and even if she was afflicted with boils. But if she was found unchaste or was not fit to be taken in marriage by an Israelite, he may not continue his union with her, for it is written, and she shall be to him for a wife. 11. A wife that is fit for him. 6. If an orphan was betrothed and then divorced. 13. R. Eliezer says, he that seduces her is exempt, but he that violates her is culpable. 7. How much is the compensation for indignity? It is in accordance with the condition of life of him that inflicts and her that suffers. The 1 Cahal 171, Arab 5 CP 206, N8. Red diamonds card suit. Head Narath, such as are between the age of 12 and 12 and a half. After that age a woman counts as Bajarath, past her girlhood. 5. Even though they are not eligible for marriage with Israelites. Kid 4 feet 6 50 shekels due 22 inches 7 Lev 18 8 lit. Continues in her sanctity. 9. They are to be burned. Psalm 9 feet 10 E 21 11 and not to her father. Her statusus that of an orphan in her father's lifetime. Yed 13. Ned 2 inches 11 due 22 inches. Some text read, was violated or seduced. Indignity. 1. And the compensation for blemish? She is looked upon as if she was a bondwoman that was to be sold. How much was she worth before and how much is she worth now are to the prescribed fine. 3. Remains the same for all. Wherever a fixed sum is enjoined in the law, it remains the same for all. 8. Wherever there is right of sale, no fine is incurred, and wherever no fine is incurred, there is no right of sale. She that is a minor 4 is subject to right of sale. 5. And no fine is incurred through her. 6. But through a girl that is of age. 7. A fine is incurred and she is not subject to right of sale, if she is past her girlhood. 8. She is not subject to right of sale, nor can a fine be incurred through her. 9. If a man said, I have seduced the daughter of such a one, he must pay compensation for indignity and blemish on his own admission, but he does not pay the prescribed fine. If a man said, I have stolen 6, he must repay the value on his own admission, but he does not make double 10 or fourfold or fivefold restitution. 11. If he said, my ox has killed such a one, or the ox of such a one, he must make restitution on his own admission. If he said, MV ox has killed the bondman 12 of such a one, he does not make restitution on his own admission. This is the general rule. Whosoever must pay more than the cost of damage done does not pay on his own admission. 4. 1. If a girl 13 was seduced, compensation for indignity and blemish and the prescribed fine fall to her father, and also compensation for pain because of a girl that was violated. If she gained her suit before her father was dead, the dues fall to her father. If her father was dead, they fall to the brothers. If her father died before she gained her suit, they fall to her. 14. If she gained her suit before she passed her girlhood, they fall to her father. If her father was dead, they fall to the brothers. If she passed her girlhood before she gained her suit, they fall to her. R. Simeon says, if she passed her girlhood 1-5 before she could collect the dues, they fall to her, but the work of her hands or aught found by her. 16. Even if she had not collected the dues and her father died, these fall to the brothers. 17. 2. If a man gave his daughter 18 in betrothal and she was divorced, or if he gave her in betrothal and she was left a widow, her ketubah falls to him. If he gave her in marriage and she was divorced, or if he gave her in marriage and she was left a widow, her ketubah falls to her. R. Judah says, in the former case 16 it falls to the father. They said to him, after her father has given her in marriage he has no claim on her. 3. If the daughter of a female proselyte became a proselyte with her and committed fornication. 20. She is liable to death by strangling. 21. To her does cf. Iraq 3:1 cf. BK 8. J. The 50 shekels enjoined in due 22. For less than 12 years old her father may sell her as a slave for by her violator or seducer. 7. Het Nara, aged 12 to 12 and a half. Het Bajarath, more than 12 and a half. For some texts add, and killed or sold. CBK 71 registered sign, X2211 X221, 11 for which he is liable to a fine of 30 shekels X2T. 11 aged 12 to 12 and a half 14 variant, R. Simeon says, if her father died before she could collect the dues they fall to her. Variant, if her father died. 16 cf. BM1. 17 who must provide her with maintenance 8 not yet 12 and a half years old 14 divorce after marriage of 1 under 12 years and a half. 20 while betrothed to another and still an R 11 and not, due 22 U, by stoning, since she was not born in Israel. Not apply to the door of her father's house 1 or the 100 Selas. 2 But if she was conceived while her mother was yet a Gentile and born after her mother became a proselyte, she is liable to death, by stoning. To her does not apply to the door of her father's house, or the 100 Selas, but if she was both conceived and born after her mother became a proselyte, she is regarded as a daughter of Israel in every respect. If she has a father but no door of her father's house, or if she has a door of her father's house but no father, in either case she is yet liable to death, by stoning, for the law of the door of her father's house is only enjoined as a religious duty, in addition to stoning 4. The father has control over his daughter 3 as touching her betrothal 4 whether it is effected by money, by writ, or by intercourse whereby betrothal is effected, and he has the right to aught found by her and to the work of her hands. 5 and the right to set aside her vows. 6 and he receives her bill of divorce, but he has not the use of her property 7 during her lifetime. When she is married the husband exceeds the father in that he has the use of her property during her lifetime, and he is liable for her maintenance and for her ransom aid and for her burial. R. Judah says, even the poorest in Israel should hire not less than 2 flutes and 1 wailing woman. 5. She continues within the control of the father until she enters into the control of the husband at marriage. If the father delivered her to the agents of the husband, she is deemed within the control of the husband, but if the father went with the agents of the husband or if the agents of the father went with the agents of the husband, she is deemed within the control of the father, but if the agents of the father delivered her to the agents of the husband, she is deemed within the control of the husband. 6. The father is not liable for his daughter's maintenance. R. Eliezer B. Azariah thus expounded at 9 before the sages in the vineyard at Jabneh. The sons inherit and the daughters receive maintenance, but like as the sons inherit only after the death of their father so the daughters receive maintenance only after the death of their father. 7. If the husband had not written out a ketubah for his wife, she may still claim 200 denars if she was a virgin, at marriage, or 1 mina if she was a widow, since that is a condition enjoined by the court. If he assigned her a field worth 1 mina instead of 200 zaz, and did not write 10 all my goods are surety for thy ketubah, he is still liable, for the payment of the whole 200 zaz, since that is a condition enjoined by the court. 8. If he had not written for her, if thou art taken captive I will redeem thee and take thee again as my wife, or, if she was the wife of a priest, I will redeem thee and will bring thee back to thine own city, he is still liable, so to do, since that is a condition enjoined by the court. 9. If she was taken captive he must ransom her, and if he said, lo, here is her bill of divorce and her ketubah, let her ransom herself, he has not 1 due 22. 2. If she was wrongfully accused, due 22. 2. Not yet 12 and a half years old 4. C. Kidai 1 as he has the right to sell her so he has the right to her labor. 6. Num 30s L7 which she has inherited from e.g. her mother 8. If she was captured 9. The quotation from the Karawi scroll formula is expounded as though it was a scriptural passage. Cf. Shek 6. C. Ket 13s. BB 91. 10. The conditions in the following paragraphs are quoted in Aramaic 11 since, by being taken captive, she becomes unlit to remain his, a priest's, wife, and so must return to her father's house. The right, so to do. If she received injury he is liable for her healing, but if he said, lo, here is her bill of divorce and her ketubah let her heal herself, he has the right, so to do. 10. If he had not written for her, male children which thou shalt have by me shall inherit thy ketubah besides the portion which they receive with their brethren, he is still liable, thereto, since this is a condition enjoined by the court. Ix. If he had not written for her, female children which thou shalt have by me shall dwell in my house and receive maintenance from my goods until they marry husbands, he is still liable, thereto, since this is a condition enjoined by the court. 12. If he had not written for her, thou shalt dwell in my house and receive maintenance from my goods so long as thou remainest a widow in my house, he is still liable thereto, since this is a condition enjoined by the court. Thus used the people of Jerusalem to write, and the people of Galilee used to write after the same fashion as the people of Jerusalem. But the people of Judea used to write until such time as the heirs are minded to give thee thy ketubah. Therefore if the heirs were so minded they could pay her ketubah and let her go. 5. 1. Although they have said 1 the ketubah of a virgin is 200 denars and of a widow 1 mina, if a man is minded to add thereto, even 100 minas, he may do so. If she was left a widow or was divorced, whether after betrothal or after wedlock, she may lay claim to the whole. F. Eliezer. B. Azariah says, if after wedlock, she may lay claim to the whole, but if after betrothal only, a virgin may lay claim but to 200 denars and a widow to 1 mina, since he assigned her the whole, only on the condition that he married her. R. Judah says, if he was so minded a man may write out a bond for 200 denars for a virgin while she writes, I have already received from thee 1 mina, and he may write out a bond for 1 mina for a widow, while she writes, I have already received from thee 50 zuz. R. Meir says, if they assign less than 200 zuz for a virgin or less than 1 mina for a widow, such is accounted fornication. 2. After the husband has demanded her, a virgin is granted 12 months wherein to provide for herself, and like as such time is granted to the woman so is it granted to the man to provide for himself, and a widow is granted 30 days. If after such time they have not married, the woman may eat from his goods, and eat of heave offering, if he is a priest. R. Tarfon says, they may give her all her food of heave offering. R. Akiba says, 1/2 common food and 1/2 heave offering. 3. The lever 2, that is a priest, may not give heave offering to his deceased brother's wife to eat, if she had lived 6 months with her husband and 6 months awaiting marriage with the lever, or even if she lived the whole 12 months with her husband less 1 day awaiting marriage with the lever, or the whole 12 months awaiting marriage with the lever less 1 day lived with her husband, she may not eat of heave offering. So 3 was it enjoined in the first Mishnah 4 but after them Ket ICP 218, N1. The anonymous ruling in the second sentence of part 2 above 4 C Na 6 liters, Git S, Son 3 feet, Edu I 7. It may refer either to a complete compilation of tradition, like the extant Mishnah of R. Judah the Patriarch, or it may be rendered an earlier Mishnah, or teaching, and refer to a previously accepted ruling on the present point alone. The court taught, the woman may not eat of heave offering until after she has entered the bride chamber. 4. If a man dedicated his wife's handiwork 1 to the temple, nevertheless she has the right of maintenance while she labors, but if he had dedicated the surplus 2 only, R. Meir says it is validly dedicated, but R. Johanan the sandal maker says, it is not validly dedicated. 5. These are works which the wife must perform for her husband, grinding flour and baking bread and washing clothes and cooking food and giving suck to her child and making ready his bed and working in wool. If she brought him in 1 bondwoman she need not grind or bake or wash. If 2, she need not cook or give her child suck. If 3, she need not make ready his bed or work in wool. If 4, she may sit all the day in a chair. R. Eliezer says, even if she brought him in 100 bondwomen he should compel her to work in wool, for idleness leads to unchastity. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, moreover if a man put his wife under a vow to do no work he should put her away and give her ketubah. 4. Idleness leads to lowness of spirit. 6. If a man 3 vowed to have no intercourse with his wife, the school of Shammai say, she may consent for 2 weeks, and the school of Hillel say, for 1 week only. Disciples of the sages may continue absent for 30 days against the will of their wives, while they occupy themselves in the study of the law, and laborers for 1 week. The duty of marriage enjoined in the law 4 is, every day for them that are unoccupied, twice a week for laborers, once a week for ass drivers, once every 30 days for camel drivers, and once every 6 months for sailors. So R. Eliezer 7. If a woman will not consent 5 to her husband he may reduce her ketubah by 7 denars for every week. R. Judah says, 7 trapaics, 6 for how long may 7th he reduce it, for a time, corresponding to the sum of her ketubah. R. Jose says, he may go on reducing it continually, that if perchance an inheritance falls to her from elsewhere he may claim it from her. So, too, if a husband will not consent to his wife, her ketubah may be increased by 3 dinars a week. Our Judah says, 3 trepaics. 8. If a husband maintained his wife at the hands of a third person, he may not grant her less than 2 cabs 8 of wheat or 4 cabs of barley, every week. Our Jose said, only our Ishmael provided her with barley, at such an estimation because he lived near Edom. 9. He must also give her half a cab of pulse and half a log 10 of oil and a cab of dried figs or a mina 11 of fig cake, and if he has none of these he must provide her with other produce in their stead. He must also give her a bed and a bed cover, and if he has no bed cover he must give her a rush mat. He must also give her a cap for her head and a girdle for her loins, and shoes at each of the 3 feasts. 12. And clothing to the value of 50 zuz every year. They may not give her new clothes for summer or worn-out clothes for winter, but he should 1 see below. Par 9. Her work that she may do in excess of the equivalent of the cost of her maintenance. According to the Gemara, 58b, the Mishnah here treats of dedicating the surplus after her death. It is not a valid dedication since none can dedicate what is not yet in existence. T. 4 inches x2 11 5 to marital intercourse 6 half denary 7. Some texts read, up to what sum? Ap 2. D. 9 where barley was more plentiful than wheat. Cf. P8s 10 Ap 2. D. Ap 2. B1 Passover, Pentecost, and Tabernacles. Give her clothes to the value of 50 zuz for winter, and she may clothe herself with the rags thereof in the summer time, and the discarded garments belong to her. 9. He must give her a silver ma too for her needs, and she should eat with him on the night of every Sabbath. If he does not give her a silver ma for her needs, what she earns by her own work shall belong to herself. And how much work must she do for him? She must spin for him 5 selas weight of warp in Judea, which is 10 selas in Galilee, 4 or 10 selas weight of woof, which is 20 selas in Galilee. But if she was suckling a child they should lessen her handiwork and increase her maintenance. This applies to the poorest in Israel, but with folk of the better sort all should be according to the honor due to him. 6. 1. Aught found by a wife and the work of her hands belong to her husband, and during her lifetime he has the use of her inheritance. If she received compensation for indignity and blemish, it falls to her. 5. Our Judah B. Bathva says, if it was done to a hidden part in her body, 2/3 of the compensation falls to her and 1/3 to him. If in a manifest part 2/3 falls to him and 1/3 to her, his share is given him forthwith. But with hers land is bought and he has the use of it too. If a man undertook to give money to his son-in-law and his son-in-law died, and the levier claimed the money. 6. The sages have said, he may say, it was to thy brother that I was minded to give it, I wish not to give it to thee. 3. If the woman undertook to bring in to her husband 1,000 dinars, over against this he must assign to her, as her ketubah, 15 minas. 7. But over against goods, which she undertakes to bring in, estimated to be of a certain value, he rates it at 1/5 less. 8. If she would have inscribed in her ketubah goods estimated at 1 mina, and they are, in truth found to be, worth 1 mina, he can only claim the 1 mina. 9. If she would have inscribed in her ketubah goods estimated at 1 mina she must bring him in goods worth 31 selas and 1 denar. 10. And if 400 dinars she must bring him in goods worth 500 dinars. What the bridegroom assigns he, too, rates at 1/5 less its estimated worth. 4. If she undertook to bring him in ready money, 1 silver selah shall count as 6 dinars. 2. The bridegroom undertakes to give her 10 dinars as pin money 13 for every mina that she brings in. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, in all things they should follow local custom. 5. If a man gave his daughter in marriage without prescribed conditions, he may not assign to her less than 50 zuz. If he made it a condition that the bridegroom should take her in naked, the bridegroom may not say, after I have taken her into my house I will clothe her with clothing of mine, but he must clothe her while she is yet in her father's house. So, 2. If an orphan was given in marriage she shall be assigned not less than weekly. Ap 2. AJ Ap 2. B. Cf. Hull 2 feet. The Galilean selas was only half the weight of the Judean selas. SCF. Ket 41. C. Yed 4. 7 1,500 dinars. It is rated 50% higher, since he has the use of the money for his own profit. This does not count as usury since it is a condition that he inherits it at her death, since they may have been overassessed in her honor and not a mina and a quarter's worth of goods which he can write down by 1/5. 1 mina and a quarter. App 2. A variant. Sellas. 11 instead of 4 lit. Lower the basket. 50 zuz. If there was more in the poor funds, they should provide for her according to the honor due to her. 6. If an orphan was given in marriage by her mother or her brothers with her consent, and they assigned to her as her portion 100 zuz or 50, when she comes of age she may exact from them what should right fully one have been given to her. R. Judah says, if a man had given his first daughter in marriage, the second should be given the like of what he gave to the first. But the sages say, sometimes a man is poor and becomes rich, or is rich and becomes poor, so, rather, they should estimate the value of their goods and give accordingly. 7. If a man deposited money for his daughter with a third person too, but she says, I trust my betrothed husband. 5. The third person must still perform that with which he was charged. So R. Meir. R. Jose says, if it was but a field that was already bought for her, and she wished to sell it, it must be deemed sold from such time, for this applies to a woman that is of age, but as for her that is still a minor, the act of a minor remains void. 7. 1. If a man vowed that his wife should derive no benefit from him, and the vow was for 30 days, he must suffer a guardian to be set up. If for longer, he must put her away and give her her ketubah. R. Judah says, if he was an Israelite. 5, and the vow was for 1 month, he may keep her as his wife, but if for 2 months he must put her away and give her her ketubah. If she was the wife of a priest. 6, and the vow was for 2 months, he may keep her as his wife, but if for 3 he must put her away and give her her ketubah. 2. If a man vowed to abstain from his wife should she taste a certain fruit, he must put her away and give her her ketubah. R. Judah says, if he was an Israelite and the vow was for 1 day, he may keep her as his wife, but if for 2 days, he must put her away and give her her ketubah. If she was the wife of a priest, and the vow was for 2 days, he may keep her as his wife, but if for 3 days, he must put her away and give her her ketubah. 3. If a man vowed to abstain from his wife should she put on a certain kind of adornment he must put her away and give her her ketubah. R. Jose says, this applies to poor women if he enjoined no set time, and to rich women if the vow was for 30 days. 4. If a man vowed to abstain from his wife should she go to her father's house, and he lived with her in the same town, if the vow was for 1 month, he may keep her as his wife, but if for 2, he must put her away and give her her ketubah. If he lived in another town, and the vow was for 1 feast. 7. He may keep her as his wife, but if for 3 feasts, he must put her away and give her her ketubah. 5. If a man vowed to abstain from his wife should she go to a house of mourning or a house of feasting, 8. He must put her away and give her her ketubah, because he has closed all doors against her. But if he urged in 1/10 of the estate, 1 to buy for her a field, or to be given her as dowry after his death. 3. So give him the trust money, for since it was within her control, the money is then at her own disposal. 5. I.e. not a priest. 6. And unable to marry him again after divorce. Lev 217. 7. I.e. until the next of the 3 feasts, Passover, Pentecost, or Tabernacles. Usually in the sense of wedding feast.